We kick things off in Arc Earth Online, a legendary VR world that's been dominating the gaming scene for 4 massive years. This game is a global sensation, and right now, a catastrophic war is exploding across the borders of the kingdom of Al-Qaeda. Deep within the sea of monsters, a hideous goblin-like freak lets out a bone-chilling cackle. Suddenly, a powerful spell rips through the chaos, summoning a terrifying Dark Knight to the front lines. The master summoner, Danblef, commands his colossal Dark Knight to absolutely annihilate the enemy army. With one earth-shattering swing, the knight's massive blade slices right through a monstrous beast. That savage strike sends a disgusting spray of dark fluid flying across the scorched battlefield. The knight charges forward, crushing his enemies into the dirt and leaving nothing but a path of total carnage. Watching safely from the sidelines, Danblef remarks that this hunting quest is going perfectly. But out of nowhere, a stray monster lunges from the fray, targeting the seemingly helpless old man. He effortlessly nukes the beast with a surge of magic, realizing he's got plenty of time to spare. The entire field is now a graveyard of twisted, mangled monster remains. Standing amidst the slaughter under a gray, rainy sky, Danblef is sure the threat is over. But then, a bizarre scent catches the wind, forcing him to stop and sniff the air. He freezes in disbelief. It's the metallic, unmistakable stench of real blood. His mind starts racing because he knows damn well that VR games don't have a sense of smell. Before he can process it, a voice rings out, asking if he's all right with a little slip-up. Danblef spins around in total shock, convinced he was the only one left on this battlefield. He stares as the Knights of Al-Qaeda approach, their mirror armor gleaming with magical energy. His wrinkled face instantly contorts with a mix of pure confusion and growing fear. A girl in shimmering, ornate armor stands before him, looking just as baffled as he feels. The player stares in absolute disbelief, wondering how this girl ended up wearing his personal gear. The terrifying truth strikes like lightning. He is the girl, and tears of pure despair begin to fall. She looks down and realizes her old self is gone, replaced by a body that's definitely not his. A fuzzy memory suddenly clicks. He bought a vanity case, the one item that can rewrite your entire appearance. He remembers jokingly designing the ultimate female avatar right before he passed out from pure exhaustion. A knight's voice cuts through the panic, pulling her back to the moment as he asks if she's all right. Panicked, her first move is to check if her overpowered equipment survived the transformation. She swipes open a holographic menu and feels a wave of relief. Her gear is still there. Now she desperately scans her base stats to see if her power has been nerfed. Without warning, her clothes vanish into thin air, leaving her brand new, slender body completely exposed. A nearby knight explodes in a fit of scandalized rage, screaming at the brazen girl to cover herself up. Our protagonist is stunned. She can't believe how raw and terrifyingly real his anger feels. She's baffled. Why are these NPCs acting so human, even turning bright red at the sight of her? Realizing something is seriously wrong, she decides to log out immediately and scour the official forums for answers. She rips open the system menu only to find the exit game button is completely grayed out. Pure terror washes over her as she realizes there's absolutely no way to leave this world. This isn't just VR anymore. Every single one of her 5 senses is firing in this hyper-realistic world. Doubting if this is even Arc Earth Online anymore, she gathers her courage and marches up to a knight. She confronts the lead knight, demanding to know if he's ever heard the name Dan Wolf. The knight gives a warm smile, confirming that every single person in the kingdom of Al-Qaeda knows exactly who he is. He reveals that Dan Bailoff was an absolute legend, a hero who dominated the Age of Strife 30 years ago. Our hero's chibi avatar stands there frozen, desperately trying to wrap her head around this massive bombshell. The mention of 30 years hits her like a physical explosion, rocking her soul to the core. Her mind spirals into a total panic. How on earth could she have been unconscious for 3 whole decades? Gazing across the horizon, she's struck by the terrifying realization that this world feels way too real to be a game. She remembers how the game pushed for player creativity, but now that freedom has backed her into a corner. Even with the stakes this high, a surge of pure adrenaline electrifies her at the thought of this impossible challenge. She turns bright red with embarrassment, realizing her accidental nap has somehow become a legendary historical event. The knight's respectful voice snaps her back to reality as he addresses her with total politeness. Stunned by her godlike skills, he steps forward and demands to know her name. That sudden question hits her like a bolt from the blue, making her gasp in total shock. Panic surges through her as she realizes her old masculine name, Danboof, just won't work in this body. Her mind races at 100 miles an hour, desperately searching for a name that fits her new identity. Stealing her nerves, she declares her name is Meera, and her epic journey truly begins. We're swept away to the breathtaking Lunatic Lake, the majestic capital of the Isekai'D kingdom. A brand new chapter unfolds, diving deep into the dark mysteries surrounding the legendary Dan Wolf. Deep inside a massive book-filled office, a mysterious figure laments that they only have 1 year left. King Solomon calls out to the missing Danbalev, desperate to save his crumbling kingdom before it's too late. He lets out a heavy sigh, exhausted after 30 long years of the same routine, staring at his empty friends list. This is King Solomon, the absolute monarch ruling over the mighty kingdom of Al-Qaeda. A sudden knock echoes through the chamber, and the king commands his visitor to enter. A hooded messenger reports that the borderlands have been purged thanks to a mysterious female adventurer. Solomon sighs with disappointment, realizing that still, not a single new player has logged into this world. The report details her godlike summoning abilities, a legendary skill that has practically vanished from existence. Her raw power is so overwhelming, it's as if the legendary Danbulf Gondador himself has returned to life. The king's jaw drops when Dambilov's name suddenly blazes to life on his friends list. His heart hammers against his ribs, knowing a mage of that caliber shouldn't even exist outside his borders. Swallowing hard, he desperately demands the name and description of this mysterious warrior. The attendant describes a petite, silver-haired girl with a piercing gaze who goes by the name Meera. The king is absolutely delighted to hear his soldiers are already escorting her back. He commands his attendant to bring Meera to him immediately, and orders them to treat her with the highest honor. Once he's finally alone, he slams his fist onto his desk in a surge of pure excitement. A triumphant smirk creeps across his face as every single one of his suspicions is confirmed. He explodes into a fit of joyous laughter, certain that his legendary friend Danboth has finally returned. Drowning in relief and hope, he buries his face in his hands, crying out that it just has to be him. Our story shifts to the sacred city of Silverhorn, located in the heart of the kingdom of Al-Qaeda. We get a gorgeous view of the city's traditional charm as it sits under a vast, cloudy sky. Meera wanders through the packed streets, scanning the massive changes that have transformed the world over the last 30 years. She huffs in frustration at her bulky, oversized gear, which is way too big for her brand new body. She comes face to face with a colossal, futuristic fortress that towers over the entire city. A tiny, adorable chibi Meera appears, playfully spinning a keycard in her hand. The card glows as it slides through the reader, unlocking the gates to the legendary 9th Silver Tower. Striding through the massive pillared halls, she suddenly realizes she doesn't have a single piece of female gear. We see a full breakdown of the layout and the mysterious purpose behind these 9 linked towers. She knows the fastest way to get answers about this world is to find her old allies. But her friend list is completely broken, so she'll have to track them down one by one. She slumps onto the steps, tugging at her baggy clothes as she tries to figure out her next step. Out of nowhere, a voice from inside the building makes her jump nearly out of her skin. A girl with glasses tackles her into a crushing hug while another woman looks on in pure shock. Mariana points a finger, accusing Meera of being a thief who snatched Master Dumbledore's key. Thinking fast, Meera strikes a pose and boldly declares herself to be Dan Bove's star pupil. Mariana, the woman with the butterfly wings, can only stare back in total bewilderment. When pressed for Dan Bluff's location, Meera bluffs that he's deep undercover chasing down secret leads. Mariana doesn't buy the weak excuse for a second, leaving Meera to curse her own terrible acting. Panic sets in as she desperately scrambles to cook up a lie that actually sounds halfway believable. She spins a wild tale about him inventing a revolutionary summoning technique in a legendary hunting zone. Mariana flinches in shock, revealing that her master spoke of Meera all the time. Tears well up as Mariana realizes just how much Dambulf cherished her during her years of service. Meera is stunned to see that even after 30 long years, every single one of his treasures is still in mint condition. Meera watches with a tender smile as the woman breaks down, her voice trembling with absolute loyalty to her master. A tidal wave of raw emotion crashes over Mariana, and she bursts into uncontrollable sobs. Meera nearly loses her footing as Mariana collapses into her, desperately screaming out for her master Dan Balf. While clutching the grieving woman, Meera is hit by the staggering weight of 30 long years of consciousness. Meera silently begs for Mariana's forgiveness, knowing she must keep her true identity buried in the shadows for now. The scene shifts to a breathtaking high-end bathroom where a massive tub overlooks the glowing city lights. Meera sinks into the scalding water and stretches out in pure bliss, convinced that nothing beats this heavenly relaxation. Buried in bubbles, her mind drifts back to Mariana's words about the 9 wise men vanishing without a trace 30 years ago. Her thoughts shift to another legend, Luminaria, the natural disaster, who finally reappeared a decade later. Just thinking about Luminaria makes Meera's face twist with irritation, and she decides it's time to march straight to the capital. Her relaxing soak is ruined as she starts thrashing around, hit by a sudden desperate urge. Shaking with desperation, she realizes she's reached her absolute limit and has to move. Now! She explodes out of the water with a massive splash, screaming that she's about to burst. Standing under the pale moonlight, she finally exhales a massive sigh of pure, unadulterated relief. A ghost of her once majestic self haunts her as she curses the pathetic weakness of this new body. She stares at the glowing city and shudders, knowing Luminaria would be howling with laughter at her misery. The next morning kicks off with the deafening roar of a carriage tearing down the road at breakneck speeds. A pair of massive white stallions scream as they strain every muscle to haul the heavy carriage forward. A man shouts an apology for the crack of dawn departure while the wheels kick up a blinding storm of dust. Tucked inside, he tells the baffled-looking Meera to just sit tight until they reach the capital. Meera breathes a massive sigh of relief, desperate for some peace after the absolute chaos of the morning. We flash back to Mariana and another maid ruthlessly stuffing a struggling Meera into a ridiculous frilly dress. Her companion catches her muttering under her breath, but she quickly plays it off with a nervous laugh. Staring out the window, Meera wonders why they even bothered sending a carriage when she was already heading back. A sly, knowing smirk creeps across her face as the realization finally clicks. She beams with genuine gratitude, impressed by Solomon's brilliant and calculated move. Solomon catches her smiling and points out her good mood, and she doesn't even try to deny it. Looking down at the vibrant, bustling streets, her heart swells with pride to see the kingdom flourishing. Solomon is stunned by her warmth, joking that she sounds exactly like Danbluff, sending her into a massive spit take. As the carriage thunders down the road, Solomon muses that students really are just reflections of their masters. A hand-drawn map tracks their grueling trek through Silverhorn and Silverone all the way to the Palace of Al-Qaeda. Behold the Grand Palace of Alcate, standing tall over Lunatic Lake beneath a brilliant cloud-swept sky. Their humble carriage rolls toward the massive, towering fortress as they finally reach their goal. Meera leaps gracefully from the carriage the moment it stops, her long hair whipping through the air. She's blown away by their speed, shocked that they made it from Silverone in record time. Solomon explains that the king was so eager to see her, he demanded they use the legendary Shalima horses. Meera's face twists into a grimace of pure annoyance, clearly hating the formal nonsense ahead. Marching down a path lined with guards, she snaps at Solomon that this welcome is way too much. She mocks the flashy display for Amir Ballet with a sarcastic comment, while Solomon just laughs, feeling like a total VIP. Brilliant light bursts through the gap as the massive ornate doors begin to creak open. The massive doors groan open, revealing the path to the majestic throne room. Look up and you'll see the stunning gold-trimmed ceiling of this insane palace. Solomon steps up and introduces Meera as the student of the legendary Dan Wolf himself. An elegant elf named Suleiman, the king's right-hand man, greets her with a bow. Meera and Solomon stand alone at the edge of the massive, echoing throne room. Suleiman demands proof that she's really Danblev's pupil, and she doesn't even flinch. Her fancy boots click against the cold stone as she steps forward to show her evidence. With a quick flick of her wrist, she pulls out a decorative letter to prove who she is. Suddenly, Suleiman vanishes and reappears right in front of her like a total blur. He lunges at her with pure rage, screaming that she's got some nerve pulling a stunt like this. He explodes in a fit of rage, barking that she's strictly forbidden from stepping a single inch off that black carpet. Meera just grumbles to herself, knowing this wouldn't be an issue if she still had her original body. Completely unfazed by his outburst, she nonchalantly tosses the letter at him and demands he deliver it. The king keeps his cool and orders his aide Reynard to fetch the letter, declaring Meera a special exception to the rules. Meera shoots a piercing death glare at the aide, telling him to stop wasting her time until the poor guy actually flinches. After scanning the parchment, the king's eyes widen as he confirms there's no doubt. She really is Damble's pupil. Now that her identity is set in stone, he suggests they ditch the crowd and find a private place to talk. He's dying to know what her master has been up to lately and personally invites her back to his office. Meera agrees to the meeting, a mysterious and knowing smirk spreading across her face. They relocate to a massive study overflowing with books, a place the king promises will be much more peaceful. The king grins, feeling a rush of nostalgia as Meera steps right up to his desk. He leans forward and cuts straight to the point, asking if she's actually the legendary Denbolt. Meera freezes, her face a whirlwind of shock and deep thought as the silence says it all. Then, a smug, knowing smirk creeps across her face, confirming his theory without saying a single word. Solomon reveals he knew the moment he heard about a summoner wielding power unseen for 30 long years. He points out that her radical new look was a massive red flag he couldn't ignore. He explodes into laughter, teasing her that she looks exactly like the girl Dan Balef used to obsess over. Plus, the fact that she could waltz right into the Tower of Evocation was a total smoking gun. But the ultimate proof? Her name finally popped back up on his friend list after 30 years of silence. Meera is absolutely floored to find out that a friend list even exists in this reality. Solomon drops a bombshell. There's a secret long press trick to open the menu she never knew existed. She tests the new command, but panic sets in when the shop menu is nowhere to be found. Her face turns pale as the terrifying reality of the situation finally hits her. With a grim look, Solomon reveals the worst. Messaging, exiting, and even logging out are now completely impossible. Then comes the ultimate nightmare. Without that vanity case, she's trapped in this body forever. Solomon rubs salt in the wound by bringing up her constant use of the case, leaving her stammering in shock. When he grills her on why she needed it so badly, she can only manage a pathetic, stuttering excuse. Her cool exterior completely snaps as she dives across the desk, pleading with Solomon to give her a vanity case. He explains the cruel rules. Only the buyer can touch shop items, and her hand ghosts right through the object. Solomon fights back a smirk while pretending to comfort her, offering a fake apology for being totally powerless to help. Meera's knuckles turn white as she struggles to make sense of the bizarre nightmare she's trapped in. Bathed in the pale glow of the crescent moon, she desperately searches for the truth behind this twisted reality. Nearby, a high-ranking officer watches in silence, her face etched with deep, heavy thoughts. She grills a mysterious cloaked figure, but even after 30 years in this place, they're still completely in the dark. Staring up at two massive planets, they wonder if this is real life, or if their previous world was just a lie. The officer is blown away by the idea of worlds within worlds and the sheer scale of managing this place for 30 years. She tosses out a light-hearted compliment about the city's growth, drawing a soft laugh from her friend. She drops a bombshell, asking if Meera knows the 9 wise men have vanished, and Meera confirms the terrifying news. The leader's voice turns cold as she asks what will happen to the nation now that its ultimate shields are gone. Meera's heart sinks and a cold sweat breaks out as the sheer weight of the crisis hits her like a ton of bricks. The leader reaches out with a gentle touch, her hardened gaze finally melting into a moment of pure warmth. She reveals that their overwhelming power once kept the peace, but with them gone, the world has spiraled into endless, bloody skirmishes. She leans in close, ready to reveal a dark, pivotal secret from their nation's history. She slams open a massive tome of ancient archives to recount the legendary defense of the 3 great kingdoms. Back then, god-tier NPCs stood as unbreakable shields, protecting every new player who stepped into these realms. The legendary Stalwart 9 kept the peace, until one reckless newcomer attacked an NPC and triggered a total cataclysm. Legions of bloodthirsty demons swarmed across the continent, erasing entire nations from the map in a heartbeat. With a heavy, weary sigh, she explains how every kingdom went bankrupt, forcing them into a desperate, temporary peace treaty. This treaty bought the world 10 years of silence, giving the shattered nations a chance to crawl back from the brink. Meera's eyes sharpen with realization. She knows this vital treaty is finally about to expire. A high-ranking officer warns that with Luminaria standing alone, enemy nations are already clawing at their borders. She commands the long-haired girl to pull up her holographic friends list immediately. Pointing straight at the display, she demands to know if the girl truly understands the gravity of the situation. Placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, she reveals the heartbreaking truth. She was the very last one to return. The girl's eyes widen as she stares at the list, seeing every single one of her friends marked as online. She desperately asks why her friends aren't there to help, but the woman can only offer a haunting silence. The woman suggests that her arrival at this exact breaking point must be a twist of pure destiny. She admits that hunting down the legendary and elusive 9 wise men is an almost impossible task. Clenching her fist tight, she begs the girl to track down at least half of them before it's too late. Her voice trembles with pure desperation as she explains that a vital treaty expires this year, making their return absolutely critical. You can see the crushing weight of this massive new burden reflected in the girl's eyes. She immediately sets the record straight. Dan Bluff is gone and her name is Meera now. A glowing crest suddenly appears, revealing her epic quest to track down the 9 wise men of Alchemy. The leader stands tall before Meera, officially handing her the keys to the kingdom's entire future. A brand new chapter kicks off as the leader introduces Meera to a bold, dark-haired woman. Luminarius lets out a smirk, her eyes flashing with instant recognition. Screaming that she knew it was Danboth all along, she lunges forward to aggressively rub Meera's head. As Meera struggles to break free, the leader just laughs, seeing that some bonds never change. We cut to a stunning dining hall where a massive, mouth-watering feast is waiting. From steaming soups to golden roasted chicken, the table is absolutely buried under a mountain of food. Luminaria digs in, savoring every single bite of the mouth-watering feast. The leader cracks a joke about her messy face, while Meera scolds her for eating like a total slob. Beaming with pride, Luminaria shouts that this new world and her brand new body are a match made in heaven. But then the leader drops a bombshell. Why haven't they aged a single day in 30 long years? She reveals the shocking truth. Former players are built different, immune to aging and impossible to inspect. It was that exact failure to inspect Meera that proved she was actually Danbluff all along. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts, and a heavy, chilling question hangs over their half-finished plates. The leader leans in and asks the ultimate question. What happens if they actually die in this world? Clinking her wine glass, she admits she hasn't seen a player fall yet, but she has a terrifying theory. Her face goes cold as she delivers the brutal verdict. Death in this world is permanent. She reveals her nightly ritual of scanning her friends list, and how Meera's name suddenly flickered to life. But the list tells a darker story. Friends are vanishing offline, and she fears they're never coming back. Luminaria agonizes over whether they died or escaped, swearing to stay on high alert. She's certain their god-tier game abilities will let them crush anything in their path. The leader slams her hands together, shattering the grim mood instantly. She demands they ditch the depressing talk and dive back into the massive feast. The three women lock eyes with burning resolve, ready to face whatever nightmare comes next. They're marched deep beneath the palace into a cold, high-tech underground tunnel. Meera cracks a dry joke about this being the weirdest after-dinner stroll of her life. This sterile, futuristic corridor feels worlds away from the royal palace above. A guard signals the coast is clear as Meera demands to know where they're heading. The leader just chuckles, clearly hiding a massive secret behind that smirk. She drops a cryptic bombshell, claiming they're about to witness the very future of the world. Massive doors groan open to reveal a high-tech hangar housing a mountain-sized cannon. Legions of scientists are swarming the floor, obsessively perfecting this ultimate weapon. Luminaria breaks down their insane technomancy system while the crew realizes a legend like Meera is in their midst. Meera's eyes light up as she begs for new skills to test, her inner old man coming out to play. Gesturing to the Accord cannon, Luminaria reminds her that this is exactly the military power she dreamed of. She teases that there's a secret way to push this tech way past its absolute limits. The leader flashes a grin, sharing a silent, knowing look with Luminaria about their master plan. Luminaria flashes a wicked grin as her secret part of the plan finally kicks into gear. She suddenly lunges forward, catching everyone in the crowd completely off guard. Ignoring Meera's protests, she hauls her straight into the heart of the refining area. Meera's eyes instantly lock onto the high-level magic stone research happening right in front of her. Her gaze sharpens as she judges the tiny, pathetic stones sitting on the display tray. She brutally calls their work puny, leaving the scientist to admit they've reached their absolute limit. The nervous scientist bows, asking if Her Majesty has arrived for a surprise inspection. Meera demands to use the refining station, even though the staff warns her it's already in operation. With a look of cold determination, she decides to take matters into her own hands. Brushing off the frantic warnings of danger, she steps forward to show them what true power looks like. She takes a basic jewel and starts forging it into a stone of pure, raw power. A blinding light erupts as she pours every ounce of her energy into the refinement. The scientist's jaw drops as he gazes at the flawless, massive magic stone she just birthed. Luminary proudly shouts to the world that Meera is the true disciple of the legendary master Danbluff. It hits the scientist like a ton of bricks. She's the heir to her master's god-tier skills and wisdom. The leader smirks, declaring that their outdated tech is about to get a massive upgrade. She reveals that their technomancy has been held back for years by tiny, weak magic stones. But with Danbluff's secrets in their hands, their technology is about to reach a whole new level of power. A swordswoman prays this breakthrough will become the ultimate weapon and armor for their cause. Meera just stands there, keeping a stone-cold poker face as the weight of the conversation hangs in the air. The heavy atmosphere is too much for her, and she desperately tries to make a quick exit. Suddenly, a man cuts in, demanding a moment with Meera, the legendary apprentice of Danboth. He reaches out, resting a hand on her shoulder to stop her in her tracks. He flashes a sly wink, claiming this favor is all for the sake of their great nation. Pointing toward a massive, eager crowd, he begs her to step up and address them. A tiny chibi Meera pops up, showing she's totally bored and completely unimpressed by his pitch. Facing the roaring fans, she demands to know if they're actually prepared for the grueling training ahead. The crowd whispers as Kleos arrives to tackle the crisis of the vanishing summoners. Meera and the man burst into laughter over just how pathetic their dying profession has become. As night falls, a massive glowing moon watches over the silent, star-drenched sky. After a grueling day, Meera is ready to collapse into a deep, well-earned sleep. But she refuses to crawl under the covers without scrubbing off the day's grime first. She lets out a heavy sigh, cursing her own body for being too exhausted to move. She forces herself up, knowing a true lady must always be pristine before hitting the hay. As she sinks into the steaming bath, pure bliss washes over her with every warm drop. Out of nowhere, Luminaria ambushes her, squealing about how tiny and adorable she looks. Meera spins around in a total panic, screaming to know why her friend is naked in the tub with her. Luminaria just winks, flashing a mischievous grin as she takes total pride in her surprise attack. She splashes water everywhere, teasing a frantic Meera that there's no reason to be shy between girls. Meera grumbles under her breath, desperately insisting that her current form is nothing but a freak accident. She stands before a massive mirror, mesmerized by her new look, and whispers that she's absolutely adorable. But her private moment of self-love is shattered by a sudden, heart-stopping noise. Meera panics, spinning around to ask Luminaria exactly how much she just overheard. With a smug grin, Luminaria reveals a pair of underwear she handpicked specifically for Meera. Meera snaps back, insisting she's never worn girls' clothes in her entire life. Luminaria just laughs, teasing her that they're basically the same as the briefs she wore as a kid. Wearing a wicked smirk, she actually offers to help Meera squeeze into them. Drowning in pure humiliation and rage, Meera lets out a soul-crushing groan of defeat. Under the cold moonlight, she silently curses the woman she's officially dubbed Loony Noria. The night fades away, giving way to a brilliant blue sky as a brand new day begins. A thunderous pounding on the bedroom door rips through the peaceful morning silence. A desperate voice screams for Meera, jolting the long-haired girl wide awake. Within the massive pillared hall, panicked officials whisper as they realize a catastrophe is brewing. The war map lights up with orders to scramble knights across the jagged, treacherous highlands. Meera storms into the war room with a stone-cold face, demanding to know what's going on. A top official delivers the grim news. A massive wave of monsters and demons is invading their lands. He's absolutely livid, shouting that they haven't faced an onslaught this massive in decades. He commands Luminaria to crush a swarm of 800 beasts, while Meera takes on a pack of 200. Meera challenges the plan, only to find out the flower fields are completely defenseless. She realizes right then and there, this mission is going to be a total nightmare. Their boots thunder against the tiles as they march down the massive, ornate corridor. The official warns her the slaughter began hours ago, shouting for her to reach the front lines immediately. She demands to know how they'll reach the far-off flower field before it's too late. A massive wooden door groans open, unveiling the secret waiting on the other side. Standing there is a soldier she remembers from yesterday, ready and waiting for her. He reveals their ride. A beastly, high-tech armored juggernaut known as Garrett. This monster runs on her magic stone and comes packed with a top-tier comms system. The engine screams to life as they blast off into the next phase of the brutal demon raid. They smash through the thick forest, and the ride instantly turns into a bone-rattling nightmare. The massive vehicle slams and jolts as it tears across the jagged, broken earth. Meera is impressed by the shortcut, but this chaotic, bumpy ride is pushing her to the limit. Those massive tires shriek as the beast of a machine shreds through the jagged earth. She's slammed violently against the interior, letting out a sharp cry of pure agony. Without warning, the heavy rig hits a ridge and launches into the air like a rocket. It defies gravity for a heart-stopping moment, soaring high over the brutal landscape. She screams in total frustration, demanding to know if he's ever even heard of passenger comfort. The vehicle slams back down with a bone-shattering thud, nearly rattling their teeth out of their heads. Garrett just flashes a smug grin, thanking her for the valuable feedback on his machine. Meera absolutely loses it, shrieking that her feedback is about his reckless, suicidal driving. Joachim awkwardly apologizes, admitting the suspension is clearly a total disaster. The other passengers are losing it, caught in a wild mix of pure hype and total motion sickness. They tear across the landscape inside a rumbling, ironclad beast of a machine. A stone-faced knight named Renard shoots them a look of absolute cold-blooded judgment. Meera can't help but wonder why Solomon stuck them with such a massive buzzkill. She lets out a sigh, realizing this chaotic party feels exactly like her old-school gaming days. Suddenly, an urgent transmission pings, forcing her to snap her head up. The report is terrifying. A massive horde of 200 monsters is charging straight for their position. Joachim is stunned, wondering why these beasts would strike the same spot 2 days in a row. He recalls the last swarm going absolutely berserk and tearing itself to pieces on that very ground. Meera jokingly wonders if these monsters just wanted a poetic romantic death among the flowers. Joachim drops a bombshell. They're trying to rot the entire land into a nightmare swamp of the undead. He warns that this dark ritual requires 3 twisted ingredients to actually work. He realizes the monster's self-destruction was a calculated trap to poison the sacred flowers. The armored car rockets into the sky once again with a deafening roar. It slams into the earth with a bone-shattering thud, nearly knocking everyone unconscious. The passengers are tossed around like ragdolls while Garrett belts out a joyful song about his grand adventure. Joachim coolly notes that this insane breakneck speed is the only way they'll arrive in time. Reinhardt shouts that a horde of monsters is about to burst from the tree line right in front of them. He scoffs, openly doubting that Meera even has what it takes to survive against these lesser demons. Meera and Rinar sit in a heavy, suffocating silence after that stinging insult. Reinhardt sneers at her carefree attitude, warning her that a single mistake will cost them everything. Joachim claps his hands together, desperately trying to shatter the suffocating tension between them. Their companion wonders if Reinhardt's stubborn, relentless nature might actually be their greatest asset. Joachim insists that Reinhardt's unwavering resolve means he'll shield them with his very life. He boldly declares that he's got more than enough power to pull his own weight. Meera stays dead silent, her cold eyes showing she doesn't believe a single word he says. Joachim just grins, totally unfazed by the drama tearing the group apart. Suddenly, Garrett's voice booms through the air, announcing they've finally reached their destination. The horizon explodes into a breathtaking view of emerald trees and swaying golden grass. The entire field is a sea of vibrant, exploding colors from thousands of beautiful flowers. Vibrant roses and daisies explode with life across this breathtaking, peaceful paradise. Petals dance through the air under a brilliant sun, creating a calm so deep it feels like the ultimate contrast to the coming war. A heavy armored vehicle rolls into the field, and a massive combat boot grinds the delicate flowers into the dirt. Meera scans the untouched horizon, her mind racing as she tries to make sense of this impossible beauty. Joachim drops a bombshell, confirming that a literal army of monsters was slaughtered on this very spot just yesterday. Meera stares in total shock, her face twisted in disbelief at the flawless scene before her. There isn't a single trace of the carnage, only an endless, haunting sea of blooming flowers. Reinhardt growls that the earth should be scorched and soaked in blood after a massacre like that. He realizes this land hides a mysterious power, and they have to shut down the monsters immediately. Meera feels a chilling shiver down her spine, sensing a dark premonition lurking beneath the surface. Her eyes narrow, locking onto a gut-wrenching feeling that something is horribly wrong. A soldier's voice crackles over the comms, reporting the area is secure, but Ghost Town empty. Renard isn't taking any chances, ordering the team to move in and see the truth for themselves. Joachim's face goes stone cold as he shuts his eyes, pushing his senses to the absolute limit. His superhuman hearing catches it, the unmistakable thunder of a massive horde closing in. His face turns pale as he realizes exactly what kind of nightmare is heading their way. He warns the group that a pack of monsters is right on top of them, bracing himself for a bloodbath. Reinhardt barks out a plan to cut them off right at the edge of the forest. Their massive armored ride sits idle in a field of flowers, waiting for the signal to roar into action. The driver shouts a final "good luck" before heading off to the extraction point to wait for their return. He floors it and disappears, abandoning the small group to face the incoming nightmare alone. The vehicle vanishes over the horizon, leaving nothing behind but a massive cloud of choking dust. Meera snaps in frustration, cursing his terrible driving and wondering why he didn't leave sooner. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble as the thunderous footsteps of the horde draw closer. A literal ocean of hideous goblin-like monsters surges forward, ready to swarm them. This wave of grotesque freaks crawls toward them, their guttural growls echoing with pure malice. Meera doesn't even flinch, her icy stare locked onto the massive army charging her way. Reinhardt wears a wicked smirk, stepping back to let Meera and Joachim handle the first wave of the slaughter. Joachim dives headfirst into the chaos, his blade becoming a lethal blur of cold steel. He transforms into a human cyclone, his cape snapping in the wind as he unleashes absolute devastation. A beast screams in pure agony as his blade rips right through it. He's a whirlwind of death, tearing a path of carnage through the enemy ranks. He slices a monster clean in half, sending a fountain of gore spraying into the air. His eyes burn with lethal focus as he continues his cold, calculated slaughter. He drives his blade straight through a monster's skull, leaving its body twitching on the ground. His cape flutters in the wind as he maintains his unstoppable, crushing momentum. The thunderous crack of his blows rings out across the entire war zone. He unleashes vacuum blades to pull the monsters together, setting them up for Reynard to finish the job. Mira's eyes eyes light up with pure hype as she watches these insane combos unfold. A girl with long silver hair lets out a panicked scream, throwing her hands up in total shock. She shouts that it's her time to strike as a surge of magic erupts from the earth. A jacked, winged demon emerges from the glow, clutching a sinister dark crystal. The girl doesn't even flinch as the hulking beast towers over her with a murderous glare. With a violent burst of strength, the monster thrusts the crystal high into the air. That flashing relic is a demon crystal, a chaotic tool used to summon random monsters. Watching from afar, Meera panics, fearing the absolute worst, an even bigger demon. She realizes she's trapped in a nightmare scenario with zero chance of escape. The demon slams the crystal down with enough force to shatter the entire earth. Accepting her grim fate, Meera can only curse her legendary streak of bad luck. A monstrous cockatrice bursts from the magic circle with a bone-chilling shriek. A witness in the distance screams in terror as they recognize the monstrous beast. An elven woman panics, desperate to help because she knows that creature is a total nightmare. Her partner cuts her off, reminding her that Meera was ready for this absolute worst-case scenario. He stands his ground, declaring that their only mission is to wipe out the vanguard. Meera's ally is blown away by Reynard's unshakable ironclad loyalty to his orders. A fierce spark of pure determination ignites in Meera's eyes as she prepares to strike. Her comrades watch in awe as she hurls herself headfirst at the massive armored titan. In a split second, blood sprays everywhere as she shatters the cockatrice's eye into pieces. Reinhard is left speechless by her power, finally realizing why the king trusts her so much. The low-level demon who summoned the beast grinds its teeth in a fit of absolute rage. Meera sticks a perfect landing right on the blinded monster's skull, leaving the demon absolutely stunned. The demon shrieks in terror for her to get off while the massive beast goes into a violent frenzy. This furious cockatrice starts stomping through the forest, crushing everything in its path. Meera mocks the beast, asking where it thinks it's going as it stumbles away from the flower field. Meanwhile, her allies are busy hacking away at armored minions swarming around the monster's tail. With a roar of victory, Meera lets out a devastating slash that rips through the beast's scaly tail. A lesser demon tries to catch her off guard, but Meera saw through its pathetic distraction from the start. She tears the demon's body to shreds in one final explosive strike. Suddenly, a dark, shadowy aura bursts from the remains, the demon's pure, unadulterated vengeance. Meera realizes this desperate move is meant to place a deadly curse on the demon crystal. The massive cockatrice finally hits the dirt, twitching as the last bit of life drains out of it. Suddenly, that shadowy aura of vengeance begins twisting into a hideous, grotesque new form. Meera flashes a smirk, recalling that back in the game world, only magic items were ever cursed. For a brief second, the chaos fades as the camera pans over the peaceful flowers in the field. Then, a pitch-black nightmare version of the cockatrice fully manifests, looking absolutely terrifying. This new beast wastes no time and lunges straight for the dark knights her allies are battling. It beats its massive wings, sending a violent gale screaming toward Meera. She's stunned by the sheer raw power coming from just a single flap of its wings. The battlefield explodes into total chaos as the fight reaches a fever pitch. Meera stares down this upgraded monster and realizes her dark knights just aren't going to cut it. She clamps her hands over her ears, cursing the monster's ear-piercing shrieks. Suddenly, her eyes light up as she catches sight of something glinting in the dirt. She skips across the mangled, ruined field to claim her mysterious discovery. She snatches up the demon crystal, her heart racing as she grips the legendary treasure. It looks just like an attribute crystal, but the color is unlike anything she's ever seen. Since she's got a moment to breathe, she decides it's time to test this baby out. A wicked smirk spreads across her face as she readies her next move. She thrusts the crystal into the air, desperate to see if her wild theory actually works. She knows a summon is only as strong as the catalyst used to bring it forth. In an instant, a massive, glowing magic circle erupts beneath her feet. As the shadow takes shape, its massive armor begins to splinter and shatter. A woman watches in pure terror as the shadowy figure twists and violently breaks apart. The unstable darkness collapses, melting into a thick, bubbling pool of black sludge. Meera's eyes light up with fascination as she whispers her delight at this twisted turn of events. Suddenly, the darkness erupts into a violent tidal wave of black, oily goo. Her face transforms, glowing with an intense, burning curiosity at the result. A colossal new nightmare begins to haul itself out of the black abyss. The massive beast lets out a deep, bone-chilling, guttural growl. A wicked smirk creeps across Meera's face as she whispers her absolute approval. Staring at her terrifying masterpiece, she officially names it the Dark Beast. beast! Without a second's delay, the dark beast lunges at the cockatrice with bone-crushing force. Watching from the sidelines, the two witnesses realize this bloodbath is already over. Drenched in crimson, the dark beast towers over its mangled victim in a display of pure dominance. The air vibrates with primal fury as the beast lets out a series of terrifying growls and ear-piercing screeches. Blood sprays everywhere as the monster savagely rips its opponent to shreds. The carnage doesn't stop as it relentlessly tears through flesh and muscle. It delivers a final, earth-shattering strike that seals the cockatrice's fate. With one last pathetic whimper, the cockatrice finally hits the dirt. Suddenly, the small cat-like creature blurs past a lethal tail whip from the giant beast. It launches itself into the air and sticks a perfect landing right on the dark beast's armored back. The shadowy beast builds up a colossal energy blast while the little creature scrambles for safety. A blinding flash erupts as the beam obliterates the cockatrice's lifeless body. A massive explosion tears across the field, leaving everyone watching in absolute disbelief. Meera's friends are losing their minds over how calm she is during this insane experiment. Joachim stays cool because he thinks the dark beast is under his total command. But his next confession leaves his allies completely speechless. He reveals that the monster only understands two simple words: stop and go. The rest of the group is horrified that he has such pathetic control over the beast. Joachim starts panicking that just one more blast will level the entire area. With the target gone, he's terrified of accidentally vaporizing all the rare medicinal herbs. Pitch-black flames erupt, swallowing the cockatrice's massive body whole. The entire battlefield is now a scorched wasteland, and it looks like the carnage is finally over. Thick black ichor oozes from the beast's wounds, splattering across the charred earth. The cockatrice gives one final pathetic wobble before its body goes completely cold and still. Renard stands frozen, sweat dripping down his face as he tries to process the absolute chaos he just witnessed. Both he and Yoa realize the monster is at its breaking point. It's time to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, the dark beast gathers a massive surge of energy, but Meera lunges forward to stop it. She unleashes a blinding spell, firing a massive web of pure white energy straight at the monster. Radiant tendrils coil around the beast's skull, slamming its jaws shut with incredible force. Meera pours every ounce of her strength into the spell while her allies watch, holding their breath in pure suspense. Those magical chains are bulging, barely holding back the raw power screaming to escape. Inside the beast's jaws, the pressure builds until it's absolutely suffocating. Meera pours every ounce of her soul into a final scream, begging her spell to hold firm. Her desperate gamble pays off as the massive blast is violently redirected toward the heavens. A terrifying beam of light erupts, piercing the clouds like a colossal glowing spear. The rest of the crew can only watch in total shock at the beautiful yet terrifying spectacle. High above the world, the pillar vanishes into a blinding star-like explosion of light. Joachim stands there sparkling, his clothes and hair scrubbed clean by the surging magical energy. He exhales a massive sigh of relief, ready to offer a prayer of thanks for their narrow escape. Meanwhile, on a bloody battlefield, a knight lets out a gut-wrenching scream as he's cut down. Amidst the absolute carnage, a shadowy force tears the knight's limb from limb. A witness watches in horror as they realize the summoner is controlling massive beasts across multiple battlefields all at once. The knight and his elf companion can only watch in agonizing shock as the massacre unfolds before their very eyes. Staring at the slaughter, the elf realizes that summoning arts have no limits and hold the power to reshape the entire world. Beneath a blanket of stars, a massive castle looms on the horizon, its towers piercing the night sky. A heavy, ornate door stands shut, hiding a high-stakes meeting happening deep within the castle walls. A mysterious voice questions the impossible. How could a lowly lesser demon actually curse a powerful cockatrice? Dressed in regal gear, a young man wonders if he somehow missed a massive game update. Meera snacks away while agreeing. She wants to get to the bottom of this before things spiral out of control. She admits that while lesser demons were always a pain, this new bizarre behavior means they have to be extremely careful. While stuffing her face, Meera desperately racks her brain for the name of a legendary NPC who spent his life hunting demon secrets. Her eyes light up as she points a finger, shouting that he nailed it. Howard the demonologist is exactly who they need. The young man's face falls as he realizes Howard was already ancient years ago, meaning he's almost certainly dead and gone. He shoots her a cheeky smirk, teasing that since she's trapped in a young body, she's officially lost her old lady status. Lounging back on the sofa, Meera drops a bombshell. They can still interrogate Howard's ghost using a legendary item. He immediately recognizes the artifact as the Mirror of Darkness, a relic hidden deep within a pitch-black ancient chamber. But there's a massive catch. The mirror only works if you share a powerful soul-deep bond with the spirit you're summoning. Meera sighs in frustration, realizing a generic quest item just won't have the emotional weight to reach the dead. He tosses aside the idea of using holy water, since Howard handed it out to everyone, completely diluting its spiritual connection. He curses their bad luck, knowing they've lost a goldmine of intel as their entire plan goes up in smoke. He sips his tea in silence, frustrated that their search for demon secrets has hit a total dead end. Suddenly, Meera's eyes ignite as a brilliant spark of inspiration strikes her. She gasps in shock as every confusing piece of the puzzle finally snaps into place. He lets out a triumphant roar, realizing the truth. The Mirror of Darkness is hidden in Nebra Plus. Resting in bed, Meera's mind races back to Nebra Plus, the terrifying dungeon players call the Catacombs. She remembers Saul Howell, a total eccentric who claimed that rotting undead wasteland felt just like home. This is Saul Howell, one of the legendary 9 wise men who rule the kingdom of Alchemy. A dark shadow of Saul Howell, wearing his iconic wide-brimmed hat, looms large in her memory. Meera smirks, reminiscing about that bizarre but insanely powerful figure while she finishes her tea. He was the master of the Tower of Necromancy, driven by a creepy and unsettling obsession with undead girls. Inside his massive study, Solomon groans that 30 years of ruling has drained every ounce of joy from this world. A warm smile spreads across his face as he tells Meera that having her back feels exactly like their glory days of gaming together. Meera watches him with an intense, contemplative gaze, softly whispering his name as she absorbs his words. She grimly agrees with him. Even after decades of his tireless effort, the kingdom is still a total disaster. Solomon suddenly thrusts a folder forward, pivoting the conversation to a brand new mission he's cooked up just for her. With a mischievous wink, he drops a subquest on her. She needs to craft magic stones for his top-secret tech projects. He bolts upright, announcing he's got an emergency bathroom break and desperately asking where to go. Suddenly, a dark-haired woman lunges in, scooping Meera-chan up into her arms to guide her away. Solomon lets out a satisfied laugh as he watches them leave, finally feeling like the world is back where it belongs. The gears of fate have shifted, and now the epic hunt for the legendary wise men begins. A lone carriage rattles down a sun-soaked forest path, marking the beginning of a dangerous and uncertain adventure. Garrett panics, shouting to Meera that some lunatic lunged in front of them before he could even hit the brakes. Meera snaps back that he needs a serious driving lesson, all while a gruesome, dark stain spreads across the carriage. From high above, we see the carriage halted dead in its tracks next to a lifeless body sprawled out on the dirt. Garrett desperately tries to calm a spiraling Meera, swearing they can handle this absolute disaster. Meera lets out a blood-curdling scream, her mind completely shattering from the horror of the sudden crash. Right in the middle of their fight, a mysterious rider trots up and asks if they're having some carriage trouble. The stranger bursts into a booming laugh, acting like the bloody scene in front of him is just a big joke. He kicks the body over like it's nothing, revealing a rotting zombie and shouting the news with a twisted grin. A hooded figure confirms it's a member of the undead, but points out the terrifying fact that this monster can walk in the sun. It's bizarre. These things have been popping up for a month, forcing them to form a full-blown hunting party. The hooded stranger reveals the truth. These zombies are totally harmless and won't lay a finger on anyone. All they do is crush the crops, leaving the locals absolutely terrified by their eerie behavior. The first man lets out a relieved laugh, but he can't resist roasting Garrett about needing some serious driving lessons. The crew hits the road again while the hooded man sends them off with a wish for safe travels. 3 days fly by with the sun dipping below the horizon as they push deeper into their journey. Meera's carriage finally rolls into the legendary capital of Kiranic, the hauntingly beautiful city of Requiem. The team is blown away by the chaotic energy of the city, a massive hub for adventurers gearing up for dungeon raids. As they look for a place to crash, they remember that King Solomon himself handpicked a hotel for them. Everyone shouts "Excellent!" in pure excitement as they march through the crowded city streets. A glowing, ornate sign marks the end of their journey. They've finally reached their destination for the night. They step into the most luxurious hotel in all of Kiranic, where the sleek, modern lobby feels like a dream to these exhausted travelers. Garrett pumps his fist in pure hype, absolutely thrilled to finally spend a night in such a high-class place. His companion chimes in, reminding him that he's got a big task tomorrow. He needs to grab his adventurer's license. Garrett passes off the errand, knowing he has to rush to the local fort and report those terrifying demon sightings. He tosses her a menu and tells her to kick back, relax, and order whatever she wants from room service. From the shadows, a mysterious figure lets out a chilling chuckle, finding this this whole scene absolutely hilarious. Morning light hits the bustling town square as crowds swarm around the central fountain to start their day. Meera wanders through the streets, feeling totally exposed and awkward in her over-the-top frilly outfit. She's dying to explore the rest of the city, but she's terrified that her flashy clothes make her stick out like a sore thumb. She heads straight for the guild to grab a fresh robe, but a desperate cry for help suddenly catches her ear. A pack of low-level D-rankers cold-heartedly reject a sobbing boy, claiming the job is way out of their league. Meera watches the scene with a heavy sigh, knowing all too well that this kind of cruelty happens every single day. She steps into the chaotic guild hall, and it's basically a high-fantasy version of a packed government office. Her nerves instantly vanish when she spots another girl rocking an outfit that's way more flashy and over-the-top than hers. A massive wave of relief washes over her as she realizes her own clothes aren't actually that insane. A cheerful voice calls out to her as she marches up to the desk, finally ready to make things official. The beaming receptionist flashes a smile and asks if she's ready to join the ranks as their newest member. Meera nods and slams down her application alongside a mysterious wax-sealed letter of recommendation. The receptionist's jaw drops when she sees the king's own seal, immediately offering Meera a prestigious C-rank start. She stammers in total shock, frantically asking Meera if there's some kind of issue with this legendary letter. Panicked by the weight of the document, the receptionist begs Meera to follow her straight to the guildmaster's office. Meera realizes that Solomon's letter was the ultimate VIP pass, getting her through the door in record time. She gazes at her flashy new registration card, a prestigious reward for her lightning-fast, high-rank entry. Two energetic girls spot her from the guild and immediately drag her toward a nearby drink stand. Meera is stunned by their skimpy outfits, realizing they're way more eye-catching than her own frilly dress. Suddenly, chaos erupts nearby as the crowd starts whispering and shoving through the packed streets. Meera pushes through the sea of people, wondering what kind of trouble has broken out this time. Guards seal off the area around a lifeless body, shouting at the nosy crowd to stay back. The crowd whispers in terror about another daytime zombie, wondering how these monsters are sneaking into the city. Meera analyzes the beast, realizing its body is forged from earth and vines. It's a golem! She remembers these dark creations are immune to sunlight, unlike your average undead monster. Images of the bone-filled zombie they crushed with their carriage flash through her mind. A guard discovers a ring on the golem's hand, desperately hoping the item isn't cursed. The guards finish their cleanup, forcing the crowd away and clearing the blood-stained street. Meera stares at the spot where the golem fell, but the road is now eerily quiet and empty. She gasps in total disbelief. The massive creature has completely vanished. An elf woman suddenly grabs her shoulder, demanding to know where the zombie went. Meera tells her the guards hauled it away, leaving the elf to scream in despair at being too late. The elf-like woman recoils in horror as Meera reveals the monster was standing exactly where she is now. Flashing a relieved smile, the elf thanks her for ending the chaos before asking what Meera's mission is. She explains that this very house belongs to the fiancé of Thomas, her old guildmate who's gone missing. Meera wonders if there's any bad blood, but the elf insists he just wanted to settle down and live in peace. She's just terrified for his fiancé, knowing Thomas has a habit of getting dragged into dangerous trouble. After apologizing for the sudden heart-to-heart, the elf thanks Meera one last time and bolts into the distance. With a totally deadpan look, Meera realizes the guy isn't even a member of her guild anymore. Still, she's blown away by the elf's incredible loyalty to someone who already left the group. Meera heads back out, weaving through the loud, bustling crowds of a massive market district. She's lugging around a massive, heavy pile of loot all wrapped up in plain brown paper. The sound of rustling bags and her elegant dress echoes as she pushes through the packed streets. She lets out a giggle, realizing her massive shopping haul is way more than she expected. The gear was a total letdown, but she's stoked about these incredible power-boosting treats. Her arms are about to snap, so she starts cramming the heavy loot into her item box. Suddenly, a girl with pigtails appears, her jaw dropping as she recognizes who's standing there. Right there is the stunning, ribbon-covered item box that Meera had been dreaming about. The girl's heart skips a beat when she realizes Meera is the apprentice of the legendary Master Damble. She screams that she's his biggest fan and nervously begs Meera for a single handshake. Pure euphoria hits her, and she vows to never let a drop of water touch that hand again. Without warning, she thrusts that ornate item box into a stunned Meera's hands as a surprise gift. Meera accepts the cute present while the fan sprints off, sobbing with overwhelming happiness. Her peaceful silence is ripped apart when a young boy slams into her with a heavy thud. Annoyed, Meera towers over the fallen kid and demands to know what the heck he's doing. She looks down to find him sniffling on the ground, his face twisted in total misery. The boy is absolutely hysterical, sobbing uncontrollably as tears drench his face. Her frustration vanishes instantly, and she kneels down with a heavy, worried sigh. She asks if he's okay, but he just stammers out an apology and insists he's fine. He holds up his sparkling Explorer guild card, revealing he's actually a C-rank adventurer. While she's caught off guard, the boy drops to his knees and begs her for help with a trembling voice. Suddenly, the elf Imela appears and asks Meera if she actually knows this kid. Meera explains she's never met him, but he's already hit her with a totally insane request. Tears stream down the boy's face as he reveals the heartbreaking truth. His adventurer parents were officially declared dead. Imela explains the brutal Grimguild law. Any adventurer missing for 5 years is legally considered a corpse. He whispers about a forbidden artifact hidden in Nebrapolis, the Mirror of Darkness, a relic that lets you speak with the dead. His heart aches with one desperate burning wish: to see his parents' faces just one last time. Meera hangs on every word, her stoic mask finally cracking as she feels the weight of his grief. With a look of iron resolve, she gazes down at the boy and grants his impossible request. The boy's face instantly transforms, exploding with a mix of overwhelming relief and pure, tearful gratitude. Meera casually mentions she's already heading that way, so he might as well tag along for the ride. He introduces himself as Tact and thanks her profusely, but Imela immediately shuts the whole idea down. She shouts that dragging a helpless child into a lethal C-rank dungeon is nothing short of a death sentence. Meera doesn't hesitate for a second, boldly declaring the boy is safe as long as she's there. Imela is completely stunned by such a reckless and over-the-top claim. Seeing Meera's unshakable resolve, Imela decides she's joining the party to lend a hand. The newly formed squad huddles up at the cozy Café de Chocolat to map out their mission. The cafe is warm and inviting, with just a few locals chilling at the counter. One of the allies asks if Meera is a sorcerer, but she drops a bombshell. She's actually a summoner. Imela's anxiety spikes because she was dead certain Meera was a high-level holy mage. Another man gasps in shock, realizing the summoner class is basically extinct. Imela is terrified that a summoner with this much ego is a recipe for disaster. She's spiraling, imagining the nightmare of getting trapped deep within the dark catacombs. Meera's spirit breaks under their doubt as she slumps onto the table, completely defeated. Fed up with the talk, she slams her hand down with a thunderous crash. She shouts that it's time for a real demonstration, and their destination is Nebraplus. Her allies are left speechless, stunned by her sudden and fearless declaration. They kick things off at a chaotic general store where TAC scans the shelves with wide-eyed wonder. Imela steps up with a smile, offering to help Meera hunt down every last supply for the road. With a look of pure triumph, Meera reveals her only purchase, a single bottle of bug spray. She reveals that her holographic item box holds everything she needs, even though it's mostly stuffed with candy. The shopkeeper asks where they're headed, and Imela confirms they're marching straight toward the ancient temple. The shopkeeper offers a warm farewell, warning her to stay sharp on such a treacherous journey. Imela is a total icon, and the locals can't help but shower her with respect. They agree to meet tomorrow and part ways as the sun dips below the horizon. A peaceful silence falls over the town as the stars begin to shimmer in the night sky. Morning arrives and the clock tower strikes 9 as a brand new day begins. Meera strides through the town square while the whispers of the crowd follow her every move. She sips her drink, growing more annoyed by the second as she waits for the others to show up. A massive gathering catches her eye, and she figures it's just some local street show. As she gets closer, Tag spots her and screams her name through the chaos of the crowd. Imela pushes through the sea of people, relieved to see that Meera finally made it. Meera demands to know what's happening, and Imela can only apologize for this insane turnout. Whispers ripple through the crowd as everyone realizes Meera is the legendary girl their vice captain wouldn't stop talking about. A mountain of a man named Asval and the sharp-eyed mage Flicker step forward to make their grand entrance. Imela isn't holding back. She's mobilized the entire Ikarlat Karalyon guild to crush this quest. Flicker invades Meera's personal space, obsessing over her adorable cheeks and patting her head like a puppy. Imela drags the hyperactive Flicker away, desperately apologizing to a totally overwhelmed Meera. The entire town explodes into a roar of excitement at the sight of these legendary warriors standing side by side. Imela gives a confident wink, promising Meera that despite their big mouths, her crew is the best in the business. A devious grin creeps across Meera's face as she welcomes this massive power boost to her team. Imela laughs, telling Tact he's the luckiest kid alive to have this much firepower firepower backing him up. With her squad ready for war, Imela commands Tact to lead the charge toward their destination. She barks out the order, and her massive guild marches forward as one. They trek through a serene, sun-soaked forest just beyond the city walls. After an hour of travel, the city of Kiranic is nothing but a memory behind them. They push deep into the northern woods until they hit the base of a colossal cliff. There, etched right into the rock, stands the intimidating gate to the Temple of Nebraplus. Once inside the dungeon's maw, the party halts to finalize their strategy. Asphalt lays it out. Their prize, the Mirror of Darkness, is hidden deep on the 5th floor. One adventurer scoffs, doubting if a mere summoner can actually handle the heat. Imela confesses to Meera that they've never actually seen a real summoner in action. Meera lets out a defiant huff, swearing she'll make every single one of them choke on their doubts. Flicker steps forward, flashing his beautifully crafted twin daggers with a smirk. Imela draws her own blade, and Meera instantly recognizes it as a legendary light spirit sword. Imela beams with pride, revealing that her captain personally entrusted her with this divine weapon for the mission. She explains that this isn't just steel, it's been blessed by the spirits themselves. Meera realizes she can't even see the blade's aura, proving its power is off the charts. Imela mentions that only top-tier mages can see its true form, subtly acknowledging Meera's incredible potential. They venture deeper into a massive, pitch-black hall that makes them look like tiny specks in the void. Suddenly, a tiny orb of light erupts, flooding the entire massive chamber with a brilliant glow. The guys start laughing, cracking jokes about who was dumb enough to forget their lantern. One of her allies stares in shock, wondering why Meera would waste her precious mana on a simple light spell. Meera's party is left speechless by her insane regeneration, especially when she reveals it doesn't cost her a single drop of mana. Suddenly, one of the adventurers catches a whiff of a revolting, deathly stench hanging in the air. He signals the group to a dead stop, his hand raised as he feels a chilling presence lurking just ahead. He recognizes that foul rot instantly. It's a necropolis specialty, just as a massive wet foot slams into the mud nearby. A nightmare-inducing army of rotting ghouls emerges from the shadows, dragging their decaying bodies toward the group. Without missing a beat, Meera thrusts her hand out, detonating a blinding explosion of magical energy. Her teammate recoils in shock, screaming out as her massive evocation spell lights up the darkness. Out of the light, a majestic holy knight appears, its divine armor radiating a crushing, overwhelming power. Meera snaps out a command, ordering her summon to guard the group and annihilate every monster in sight. The party can only watch in absolute awe, stunned by how badass the knight looks and the terrifying strength it radiates. The bearded man trembles in shock, his mind reeling from the overwhelming battle aura radiating through the dark. Meyer brushes off the surprise, explaining that her summon is built with near infinite endurance. She boldly claims that her allies can feel the knight's crushing pressure without her saying a single word. A cold, predatory smirk creeps onto her face as she prepares to unleash hell. She turns to her party and issues a challenge, daring them to prove whose skills are truly superior. Imela the elf steps to the front, declaring that she'll be the one to kick off this bloodbath. With a violent swing of her weapon, she sends a massive crescent of dark energy tearing through the air. The shadowy blast surges forward, dead set on wiping out the entire horde of approaching ghouls. But as the dust settles, Flicker realizes that a few of those resilient monsters managed to survive the hit. Flicker lunges into the thick of it, his sword becoming a lethal blur as he shreds the remaining ghouls to pieces. Meera cheers him on from afar, but she can already sense a new disaster looming. Her face twists in pure revulsion as she screams that the smell is absolutely sickening. Imela wonders if she skipped her scent blockers, but Meera insists she's already used them. Meera curses the fact that real-life undead dungeons smell way worse than any video game. Even the young boy is choking on the foul air, coughing violently from the toxic reek. She winces, knowing that while the ghouls are easy to kill, surviving this stench is the real battle. Letting out a heavy sigh, Meera realizes it's time to pull out the big guns. She thrusts her hand forward in a flash, chanting a powerful new spell. Suddenly, a colossal glowing spirit gate erupts into existence right in front of her. Imela demands to know what's happening, but Meera just gives her a mysterious smirk and tells her to watch. She unleashes her next spell, Mark of the Rosary, carving a glowing sigil into the air. A massive complex magic circle erupts right over the stunned party. Meera starts a legendary chant, invoking the Heavenly Maiden and her divine blade. The circle explodes with blinding light as she summons a force of pure power. Ancient runes crackle and hiss as raw magical energy surges through the air. She screams the name Alfina, demanding the entity honor its ancient oath. With eyes shut tight in focus, she's completely engulfed in a storm of glowing mana. A dazzling orb of light bursts forth as she orders the spirit to manifest. A stunning Valkyrie descends from the heavens, bowing before her master in front of the shocked crowd. This is the dawn of a new era, as the majestic and unstoppable Valkyrie joins the fray. The legendary Valkyrie Alphanum beams at her summoner with a look of absolute confidence. Her massive, majestic wings pulse with an overwhelming aura of divine authority. Alfina drops to a graceful knee, whispering that it's been far too long since they last met. A flustered Meera stammers that everything has changed, but Alfina just gives a calm, knowing nod. Meera is stunned. Her summons aren't just NPCs anymore, they actually talk back. Alfina explains the new reality. In this world, every summon possesses its own soul and free will. Meera realizes that for now, only her most elite and intelligent spirits can actually hold a conversation. She's absolutely thrilled. This means she can travel solo and never feel lonely again. Taking charge, Meera commands the Valkyrie to wipe out every single monster all the way to the 5th floor. Alfina blurs down the hallway, leaving the shocked party to wonder if that goddess was really just a summon. One guy is totally mesmerized by Alfina's beauty, while the other is trembling at her sheer destructive power. Meera can't even hide her excitement, her face splitting into a massive, arrogant grin. She lets out a triumphant roar, bragging that her friends finally see what she's truly capable of. The bearded man stands there in awe, completely overwhelmed by the Valkyrie's crushing battle aura. He realizes she's leagues beyond any holy knight, feeling the shockwaves of her strikes from a distance. Her ally Flicker is stunned, forced to admit that summoning magic is a total force to be reckoned with. Flicker starts geeking out, dropping a high-level lecture on the tactical genius of using different summons. Amela notices how suspiciously smart Flicker sounds, giving Meera a look that says something is definitely wrong. Throwing her arms wide, a wicked, mischievous glint flashes in Amela's eyes. She screams how much she loves this version of Flicker and lunges forward to grab the girl with the glasses. Flicker protests loudly, but Amela just grins and playfully slaps her away. Without missing a beat, Amela grabs a stunned Meera and insists she has to try it too. Meera sobs and begs them to stop, but they shove her straight toward Flicker. Suddenly, something snaps in Flicker's mind. Her whole personality flips in an instant. Meera stares, baffled, as her name is called in a voice she's never heard before. Flicker's eyes turn sharp and hungry as she calls Meera sweetie and lunges for her. Horror freezes Meera's face as she realizes she's trapped and asked if she wants a hug. Flicker crushes Meera in a fierce embrace, stroking her hair and swearing her love. Amela explains that Flicker's usually calm self snaps whenever she sees cute girls. Cornered and terrified, Meera yells at Amela for not warning her about Flicker's switch sooner. Amela finally loses it, howling with laughter at the absolute madness unfolding. The party pushes deeper into the abyss, their tiny lights flickering against the massive dungeon walls. They march across a narrow stone bridge surrounded by a crushing, endless void. One of them stops, chilled by the dead silence. There isn't a single monster in sight. Inside a massive hall, an adventurer finds nothing but heaps of scorched ash where monsters used to be. He dives headfirst into the soot, desperately digging for any hidden treasure. Jackpot! He pulls glowing, high-value magic stones right out of the dust. He shouts in triumph, counting 14 stones. This grave-robbing mission is a total success. But then, a chilling thought hits him, and his face twists with confusion. How on earth did Alfina turn these beasts to ash using nothing but a sword? The mage admits only high-tier magic could do this, yet there's not a single trace of mana left behind. With a smirk, the adventurer nudges Meera, telling her it's time to spill the beans on this mystery. Meera flashes a wicked, knowing grin, finally ready to drop the truth bomb. She reveals that Fina's blade is a demon-slaying masterpiece, forged entirely from pure, concentrated light. Mary explains the real secret. A summoner's true strength peaks when they gear up their summons with god-tier equipment. Amela is absolutely floored, her jaw hitting the floor at this insane revelation. Pure awe washes over her as her eyes light up, shouting that this whole idea is freaking legendary. The group bursts into laughter, playfully roasting each other over their hilarious flaws. The party presses on, looking like tiny ants as they trek through the massive, echoing chamber. Tempers flare as they scour the next rooms, finding nothing but piles of useless ash. Amela flashes a playful grin, egging her partner on to keep hunting through those tiny treasure chests. With a heavy sigh, she complains that this C-rank dungeon has turned into nothing more than a boring walk in the park. Flicker scoffs, wondering why they're even bothering to hunt for magic stones when the place is picked bone dry. Their whining stops dead when another party strikes gold, unearthing a rare magic crystal right in front of them. Flicker groans that leeching rare loot feels cheap, but his partner couldn't care less about playing fair. Flicker's annoyance suddenly vanishes, replaced by a low, chilling chuckle that screams he's up to something. Amela feels a sudden shiver of unease, but she quickly brushes it off, insisting everything is just fine. Wearing a mysterious, knowing smirk, Flicker suggests they call it a day and finally head back. In another part of the dungeon, Alfina's master beams with pride, praising her flawless performance as they wrap up their victory. Deep within a cold, silent corridor, a shadowy voice whispers the news of the monster's total defeat to its master. Meera showers her Valkyrie, Alfina, with praise, and the warrior kneels in total devotion. With a simple wave of her hand, Meera dismisses her summon, letting the spirit fade away to find rest. Finally, the party reaches the depths of the 5th floor, the dreaded Nebrapolis. A massive, heavy door groans open, revealing a void of pure darkness waiting for them. Meera's boots click against the cold stone as she boldly leads the way inside. They've finally made it to their goal, the legendary Mirror of Darkness. 2 terrifying skeletal statues guard the artifact, pulsing with a sinister dark aura. Meera places a reassuring hand on the young boy's shoulder and explains exactly how to activate the mirror. She gives him a warm smile, nudging the trembling boy forward to face his destiny. His heart hammers against his ribs as he cries out for his parents, Ashley and Lean. The kid trembles as he inches closer to that massive, ominous relic. The room goes dead silent as the mirror stays chillingly blank. Tact is totally baffled, while the rest of the crew starts whispering about the spirits. Meera's convinced that just shouting their names should have triggered the magic. Her face twists with worry as she tries to figure out why the hell it failed. She grills the group about any dead relatives, but they all swear their parents are still kicking. This massive warrior brags that his parents are way too badass to ever kick the bucket. A girl in glasses chirps in, saying her folks are way too busy teaching class to be dead. Meera's face pales as a shadowy, grinning figure suddenly creeps into view. Standing away from the crowd, a guy in a bandana mutters a single name. Lyrica. The entire party's jaws hit the floor as a brilliant light suddenly explodes before them. Bandana Guy can only stare in awe as the mirror erupts into a blinding white-hot glare. A massive surge of raw magical power detonates from the heart of the ancient relic. Deep within the glow, a young girl's silhouette appears, desperately crying out for her big brother. Lyrica, he whispers, his voice trembling with absolute disbelief. His expression twists into a mask of pure, unadulterated horror as the realization hits him. He unleashes a gut-wrenching scream of agony that echoes through every corner of the chamber. A vision of the past flickers to life, showing a younger version of him returning home to his little sister. He beams with pride, telling her he's working hard enough to take care of them both. He serves up a steaming hot bowl of soup, looking totally satisfied with his culinary masterpiece. She asks if it's just like their mother's, and he beams with a massive, joyful yes. He can barely contain his hype as he reveals a high-paying gig with a legendary guild. He swears to return with a mountain of rare ingredients for her to feast on, but the happy moment is instantly shattered as a violent, hacking cough tears through her lungs. He lunges to her side in a panic, but she desperately gasps that she's totally fine. She forces a weak smile, trying to convince him she's still got a massive appetite. He tenderly guides her down, begging her to just sit back and get some rest. His mind drifts back to the lethal reality of his life as a professional lockpick. Every single day he gambles with death, disarming murderous traps hidden within treasure chests. He braves these deadly risks for one reason. His sister is fading away, and he has no other choice. We open on the modest little cottage where these 2 siblings struggle to survive. He sets a warm meal on the table before heading out for a grueling day of work. Stuck in bed, she playfully mocks him for being such a total worrywart. He just laughs it off, telling her that looking out for her is his #1 priority. Just as he turns to leave, a violent coughing fit hits her, but she desperately signals for him to keep going. He freezes at the door, his heart sinking at the thought of leaving her all alone in this state. Meanwhile, his elite adventuring party marches out from the local town, ready for action. They dive straight into the pitch-black, terrifying maw of a massive cavern. Torches flicker to life as they navigate the twisting, claustrophobic tunnels deep underground. Suddenly, a bloodthirsty, wolf-like monster lunges at them from the shadows. After surviving a hellish trek, they finally strike it rich with chests of shimmering gold. The party's eyes widen with pure, unadulterated greed at the sight of the massive haul. One guy screams in disbelief that the legends of the Isekai'D carry-on treasure are actually real. They're already cheering and plotting their next big score before the dust even settles. Suddenly, a mountain of a man named Asphalt stomps over to the group's young lockpick. The kid looks up, his heart skipping a beat as the massive warrior looms over him. Asphalt gives a gruff nod, and the boy stammers out a shaky hello in return. Asphalt growls, bashing the guild for dragging a mere child into such a death trap. The boy's jaw drops, his face instantly twisting into a look of stubborn defiance. He snaps back that no other job on the planet offers a payday this insane. Asphalt's gaze softens as he finally understands, asking the boy exactly why he needs the gold. Suddenly, the ground shakes to the thunderous rhythm of galloping hooves. The boy's voice trembles as he asks if they're really just going to abandon everything and leave. Asphalt promises him there will be plenty of time for celebrations later. He barks for the directions, and the boy frantically points toward the dark woods. Asphalt's face is a mask of cold, hard determination as they charge forward at breakneck speed. He remembers the potent medicine in his bag, but the crushing fear that his sister is fading fast haunts him. Judging by the boy's frantic words, he knows the girl is running out of time. Fast! The boy catches sight of his home on the horizon, and a tiny spark of hope flickers in his chest. That flicker of hope is instantly swallowed by dread as he realizes something is terribly wrong. Panic surges through him as he realizes the house is swallowed in total darkness. Aceville's heart sinks. He knows those lights are never supposed to be out. His composure completely shatters as he desperately shrieks his sister's name. A flood of painful memories rushes back, his voice trembling with pure, raw agony. He curses his own weakness, convinced that his stupidity caused this tragedy. Suddenly, Lyrica's voice pierces through his despair, calling out to her, "Big brother!" He lets out a thunderous, joyful shout as a beautiful memory flashes before his eyes. There she is, alive in bed, whispering that the sickness was to blame, not him. She comforts him, insisting that he fought with everything he had to save her. With a radiant, angelic smile, she finally tells him, "Thank you." He gives a nervous laugh, admitting he bolted before even knowing she was okay. A flood of relief, joy, and pure agony bursts from his eyes. He tries to choke out her name, but the sheer weight of his feelings shuts him down. Suddenly, a stinging slap to the back snaps him right out of his trance. Asphalt barks at him to man up because he's finally been given a shot at redemption. The camera pans back to show them standing right in front of the ominous mirror of darkness. Asphalt grips the boy's shoulder, grounding him with a steady, powerful hand. He begs him not to let this pathetic display be the last thing Lyrica remembers. The boy looks up, finally feeling the massive gravity of Asphalt's words sink in. He wipes away the tears as his crushing grief hardens into an unbreakable wall of resolve. Lyrica watches with bated breath as her brother steps forward to finally speak. He beams with pride as he introduces his elite squad from the Careless Guild. His fellow adventurers can't help but smile at this incredibly heartwarming family reunion. He starts bragging about his insane new powers, crowning himself the ultimate rogue. Asphalt realizes right then and there that bringing this kid along was a stroke of genius. Suddenly, an elf girl cries out that innocent children are in desperate need of rescue. Asheville flashes a wicked smirk, knowing his secret master plan is finally falling into place. He signs himself and Zeph up for the job, dragging his complaining friend right into the fray. He lets out a laugh, telling a baffled Zeph that he'll just have to see the truth for himself. The hulking, bearded warrior Asphalt watches the vision unfold with a mysterious, knowing grin. He realizes that bringing this young rogue along was the smartest move he ever made. Inside the vision, Lyrica giggles, teasing her brother that he hasn't changed one bit. The rogue vows to his sister that he'll keep making her proud no matter what. Lyrica's expression is a beautiful, heartbreaking mix of tears and pure happiness. She demands a promise that he won't see her again until he's a gray-haired old man. With one final emotional farewell, Lyrica tells her big brother just how much she loves him. The massive mirror of darkness stands tall, reflecting the entire ornate chamber. The rogue bellows his love for Lyrica, his voice echoing through the void. A caped man demands to know if Asphalt had been keeping this a secret the entire time. Imella, the guild's vice captain, fumes that this wasn't Asphalt's story to share. Imella lets out a weary sigh, confessing she doesn't even know the faces of everyone in her own guild. Asphalt drops a truth bomb, stating their guild exists for one reason: to save those who can't save themselves. Little Tact's jaw drops as he realizes he's witnessing the legendary Ecrelate Carelon way. The vice captain stands tall with pride, looming right over the young boy. Just a few feet away, Meera lets out a mysterious, knowing giggle. A girl in glasses shoots Meera a look, demanding to know what on earth she finds so funny. Meera flips into her cute chibi form and admits she just can't resist a happy ending. It's official. The group confirms the Mirror of Darkness is alive and kicking. This discovery changes the entire game, sparking a massive wave of hope for everyone. Meera shouts with absolute certainty that Tact's parents could still be out there alive. Her bombshell announcement hits the group like a physical blow, leaving everyone absolutely stunned. An elf steps forward, revealing the mirror's grim secret. It only reflects those who have passed away. It's been 5 long years since his parents vanished, and the world has already given them up for dead. The rogue looks Tact in the eye and swears that if they're still breathing, he'll find them. Tact lifts his head, his eyes shimmering with a sudden, overwhelming surge of hope. Imella jumps in, demanding their names so they can hunt down every possible lead. Without missing a beat, Tact blurts out his parents' names, Ashley and Lean. The rogue reaches out, resting a steady, reassuring hand on the young boy's shoulder. He tells Tact to keep his chin chin up and smile, just like his parents would have wanted. A massive, tearful grin erupts across Tact's face as he beams with pure gratitude. He pours his heart out, thanking every single one of them for their incredible support. Their mission at the mirror is finally over, and the crew gets ready to move out. But Meera isn't done yet. She declares she's heading straight for the 6th floor. Her friends are baffled, since everyone knows that floor is nothing but a ghost town. Flicker starts fangirling hard, obsessed with how cool and mysterious Mary is. She lunges forward and traps Meera in a suffocating hug, much to Meera's total irritation. Now the whole guild is hooked, dying to know what secrets she's hiding. They beg to tag along, desperate to join her on this bizarre new mission. Meera gives in with a smirk, letting out a sigh as she accepts their company. The group erupts in cheers as they follow 2 summons deep into the shadows. A jagged, decaying stone path stretches out, threatening to collapse at any second. Amela lets out a blood-curdling scream, paralyzed by the sheer drop below. Asphalt just bursts out laughing, absolutely loving the thrill of certain death. The ground shakes violently, forcing Amela to cling to the cliffside for dear life. One of the girls snaps at Zeph, blaming his recklessness for the falling debris. After surviving the climb, a breathtaking castle made of pure crystal looms over them. They step into a massive, hauntingly silent entrance hall that echoes with every step. Suddenly, a girl with razor-sharp fangs screams Zeph's name in a blind rage. She beats him into submission until he finally gives up with a cheesy bridge pun. Meera looks Tact dead in the eye and reveals she's got a top-secret mission to handle. Asphalt gives the word, promising his squad will wait for her return. "I'll be right back," he shouts, even as the world descends into chaos behind him. Meera charges up the gargantuan towering staircase all by herself. Her tiny frame streaks through the glowing hallway like a bolt of lightning. Her allies stare up from below, wondering what kind of high-stakes mission she's on. They can only hope and pray that she reaches her goal in time. Meera's eyes dart around in a panic, searching for her one and only target. She slams on the brakes, skidding across the tiles with a sharp screech. Her gaze locks onto the prize as she cries out, "I finally found it!" But it's not a weapon she's after. She's in a desperate race to find a restroom. A massive sigh of relief echoes from inside the bathroom. This bathroom is so ridiculously massive, it's actually making her feel super awkward. She snatches a roll of toilet paper, thinking it's definitely better than nothing. She braces herself to use the high-tech sensor-activated toilet. A sudden surge of energy washes over the entire room as she begins. A mystical symbol blazes onto her forehead as she focuses her mind. Her scan picks up her allies as they scour the first floor right beneath her. She decides to stealthily hunt through the upper floors for the Soul Hound. Her biometric scan pings, confirming the entrance is completely clear of golems. A sudden faint chime from the scanner catches her completely off guard. Her eyes widen as she catches a tiny flickering signal. She locks onto the source. It's coming straight from the highest floor. She blurs across the massive tiled floor like a bolt of lightning. She's moving so fast she doesn't even notice the junk she leaves in her wake. Her boots hammer against the stone as she sprints up the next flight of stairs. She bursts into a hallway so massive it makes her look like a tiny speck. She pushes forward toward a giant arched doorway looming ahead. With a look of pure steel, she carefully steals a glance inside. A single sharp click of her boot rings out through the deathly quiet room. The doors reveal a majestic hall with a legendary throne sitting right in the middle. She stares in awe, wondering if she's stumbled right into a massive throne room. But the endless rows of chairs leave her completely baffled and on edge. As she creeps down the center aisle, she can't wrap her head around this bizarre setup. Cold sweat drips down her face as she leans in for a better look at the figures. Every single seat is occupied by a woman dressed in a crisp-made uniform. Their eyes are shut tight and their bodies are perfectly still, looking like they're just deep in sleep. Then, a wave of pure terror hits her. These aren't sleeping maids, they're all corpses! A massive, silent army of preserved bodies fills the entire hall with a deathly chill. She knew Soul Howl was obsessed with the afterlife, but this is way beyond insane. She gazes at this gruesome display, her stomach churning with absolute dread. She's stunned to see that these corpses haven't rotted one bit. Even so, the suffocating weight of death hangs heavy in the air. This grim atmosphere feels exactly like a funeral. She smirks, realizing this twisted scene could never exist in reality. She questions if this realm of the dead was Soul Howl's ultimate dream. Snapping back to reality, she locks onto the signal and pushes forward. Her dainty shoe clicks against the floor as she ventures down the pitch-black corridor. The ancient mark on her forehead pulses with a brilliant light. The signal is screaming from the massive throne at the end of the hall. Meera stands frozen before the empty golden seat, her voice trembling as she prepares to speak. She gulps hard, trembling with fear as she inches closer to the mysterious woman on the seat. With a shaking hand, she slowly reaches out to touch the figure sitting on the throne. The moment her skin touches the woman, she flinches back from a bone-chilling, unnatural cold. Pure shock surges through her body as her eyes snap wide in disbelief. Meera's mind races. Is this woman frozen alive? She fumes, wondering what kind of twisted game Soul Howl is playing. Standing right before the Grand Throne, she screams Soul Howl's name at the top of her lungs. She demands he show himself, but her desperate voice only echoes back through the empty hall. Spotting a door nearby, she shoves it open, the hinges letting out a low, eerie creak. The door clicks open to reveal a chaotic, messy chamber hidden just behind the throne room. She steps inside a massive laboratory buried under towering mountains of ancient books. She tears through the stacks of papers, desperate for any hint of where he's hiding. To her shock, every single page is filled with secrets about high-level recovery magic. This makes no sense. Soul Howl was supposed to be obsessed with nothing but death and decay. He built this entire paradise only to abandon it in pursuit of something even greater. Out of nowhere, a soft, womanly voice rings out, making her heart nearly leap out of her chest. The voice asks a chilling question. Is she here for the legendary Holy Grail of Heavenly Light? Meera paces back and forth, trying to link the recovery magic to the mysterious frozen woman. She taps her foot impatiently, scanning the room for any hidden secrets she might have missed. She rushes back to the throne room, her mind racing with a wild new theory. Whispering a quick apology, she starts a deep, intense search of the woman sitting on the throne. Her skin is ice cold, but everything else seems fine, so she playfully pokes the woman's cheek. But the second she checks the woman's back, a chilling realization hits her like a truck. There it is, a twisted dark seal known as a fatal demon's blessing. Now she gets it. Soul Howl is desperately fighting to rip this woman away from her cruel fate. Meera realizes he's using forbidden necromancy to freeze her in time and stall the curse's deadly crawl. A soft laugh escapes her lips as she realizes her old friend hasn't changed one bit. She can't believe it. Soul Howl has actually grown enough to risk everything for a living soul. She heads back into the lab and decides to snatch up some of his secret research notes. She figures she needs a prize for all this hard work, so she stuffs the papers away. But then, something else in the shadows of the lab catches her eye. With a dramatic flourish, she throws open the doors to a massive walk-in closet packed with clothes. She yanks out a robe, but instantly realizes she's absolutely drowning in the massive fabric. His fashion sense is top tier, so she figures he won't mind if she borrows a piece for herself. She slips into a shorter robe, but it still hangs loosely off her petite frame. A brilliant idea strikes, and she starts rolling up those massive sleeves to finally make it fit. She strikes a confident pose, deciding the look is perfect, even if her underwear is peeking through. She's convinced that this oversized look only makes her look 10 times cuter. The tiny garment leaves her frilly stockings and panties on full display for the world to see. With a heavy sigh, she finally accepts that the robe just isn't her size. With her mission accomplished, she struts her way back down the massive grand staircase. Her crew spots her at the base, waving frantically to welcome her back. That warm welcome shatters into pure panic as they charge toward her, shrieking her name. They howl in fear, traumatized after finding the hallway packed with slaughtered maids. Later on, a blonde girl playfully pokes a flustered elf's loudly rumbling stomach. The elf and her two friends stand there, dying of embarrassment from the noisy gut. A girl with glasses drops a pun about the ghoulish gurgle, leaving the elf totally lost. The blonde girl goes quiet for a second, looking deep in thought before she finally speaks up. She proposes they grab a bite to eat, and the group explodes with a thunderous hooray! An insane royal-level feast appears, starting with zesty marinated shrimp and creamy walnut soup. The main event is a massive, sizzling striped buffalo steak, the perfect meal to recharge their spirits. A shimmering creme brulee arrives to cap off this absolute masterpiece of a meal. As Meera stares at the incredible spread in awe, a bearded warrior offers her a sweet treat. The whole crew is lounging at a massive dining table, a total luxury you'd never expect in a dungeon. They reveal their captain's golden rule: you never ever head into battle on an empty stomach. A young boy digs into the food with pure joy, and the bearded warrior can't help but smile along. Nearby, two other adventurers soak in the peace, completely satisfied by the incredible banquet. Between bites, Meera drops a bombshell. She heard every word of their secret conversation. She presses them for details about that mysterious mirror and their attempt to reach a man named Howard. The moment she mentions he's a self-proclaimed demonologist, the look on their faces says it all. She freezes mid-bite, cheeks stuffed with food as she waits for their answer with bated breath. The alpha male flashes back to a mysterious old man drenching her in holy water deep within the Lion King's lair. Meera realizes it's the exact same guy, and Amela can't help but burst out laughing at the memory. Suddenly, Amela's face goes stone cold as she senses a dark connection to the chaos happening right now. She demands to know if Meera's mission is tied to the terrifying rumors about those lesser demons. Meera slowly licks her fork, her eyes unreadable as she carefully weighs her response. After a thoughtful bite, she finally confirms that those dark whispers are absolutely true. Her companion snaps her fingers, shouting that she knew something felt wrong lately. The girl with glasses leans in close, revealing that these lesser demons are popping up everywhere. Meera asks if there's been more trouble beyond the grim reports coming out of Isekai'D. The group drops a bombshell. 2 more kingdoms have already been swarmed by armies of lesser demons. Meera's face turns serious as she realizes these demons aren't just mindless beasts. They're moving with a deadly purpose. Seeing Meera so focused makes Amela completely swoon, gushing over how cute she looks when she's being serious. Amela suddenly loses her balance, tripping and crashing right into the other girls with a loud yelp. She keeps obsessing over Meera, literally drooling with pure adoration as she calls out her name. Flicker finally catches her breath, wipes her brow, and turns her full attention toward Amela. She asks if Amela shares a deep enough bond with Howard to finally track him down. Amela shuts the idea down instantly, giving a cold and direct no without a second thought. She explains they only met once, so there's no way she can make contact with him now. Suddenly, Flicker remembers that the mirror only needs an object with a powerful connection to the dead. With a spark of hope in her eyes, she declares they must head to Iblis Village, the site of Howard's final research. Mira's eyes sparkle with pure amazement at that brilliant suggestion. The whole squad hypes up Flicker's big brain, while she jokes about flipping her cute mode back on. Flicker mulls over her own plan, sipping wine and deciding this journey is definitely worth the sweat. Amela is completely entranced by Flicker's thoughtful gaze, literally drooling with pure obsession. With the plates cleared, one of the men shouts a hearty thanks for the legendary feast. Everyone gets to work, magically tucking their gear back into their item boxes. A bearded guy named Asval explains that their captain forces them to learn more than just how to kill. Mira's interest is instantly sparked as she wonders what else they're hiding. Asphalt gets dead serious, asking what an adventurer is supposed to do when they can't fight anymore. He stows away the gear, confessing that while he loves the hunt, the future is never guaranteed. We flash back to him in the kitchen, proving that mastering life skills is just as vital as combat. Meera hangs on every word, her eyes widening as the truth finally clicks. A massive grin breaks across her face as she realizes just how brilliant the captain's plan really is. She hails the captain for ensuring his guild has a real life waiting for them beyond the battlefield. Asphalt gives a sharp nod, his gaze steady with a deep, silent understanding. The team stands united in a colossal, echoing hall that makes them look like specks against the towering walls. They decide the mission is over and prepare to leave the shadows of this ancient temple behind. The party marches toward a set of massive, ornate double doors looming at the end of the chamber. With the dungeon conquered, they step forward to face whatever mystery lies on the road ahead. An elf woman raves about the incredible meal, swearing these cooks could open a world-class restaurant. Asheville brushes off the compliments, joking that his skills are nothing compared to his maid's legendary apple pie. The elf teases that he'd make a killing selling sweets, making him stop dead in his tracks to consider it. Suddenly, Zeph freezes, his face turning grim as he senses a terrifying presence lurking nearby. Asphalt glances back, completely baffled by the sudden stop and wondering what Zeph is even talking about. He insists the hall is totally empty, but Zeph is dead certain that his instincts are not lying to him. Meera turns around, her long hair swaying as she confirms that Zeph's chilling premonition is 100% real. Zeph points straight toward the end of the massive hall, locking onto the exact source of the energy. The band of adventurers huddles together, their eyes glued to the mysterious doorway ahead. Suddenly, a massive magic circle erupts from the floor tiles, glowing with an overwhelming surge of power. The adventurers can only stare in pure shock as this insane magical phenomenon unfolds right before their eyes. Meera wastes no time, barking orders at her holy knight to get young Tact safely behind the castle walls. Asvul and Amela scream in shock, demanding to know how a demon could possibly manifest in a place like this. A chilling, wicked laugh echoes from the heart of the swirling magical vortex. A massive winged demon towers over them, mocking the poor souls brave enough to cross its path. With a cruel sneer, the beast declares that these adventurers will be the perfect sacrifice for his dark ritual. The demon readies a killing blow and the party tenses up, preparing for the fight of their lives. Meera turns to her holy knight, questioning if he truly has the strength to take down this monster. The knight grits his teeth in frustration, confessing that a direct assault is pure suicide. Imela shouts in desperation, claiming victory is only possible if they're ready to pay a bloody price. Meera steps out with unwavering resolve, ordering her friends to stand down while she takes care of business. The demon lets out a cold, sinister laugh, mocking her absolute confidence. The Holy Knight lunges forward, his blade slamming into the demon's scythe with a bone-shaking crash. Meera's face twists with pure fury as she screams at the knight to get back. Their allies scream from the distance, begging them to retreat to the safety of the castle walls. Amela realizes they're completely outmatched, her face turning pale with pure terror. Her hand shakes violently against her sword's hilt, but she refuses to leave the young girl behind. The Holy Knight and Amela lock eyes, sweat pouring down their faces in the heat of battle. The knight offers a quick apology to Meera, ordering her to run the moment things turn deadly. Suddenly, a massive cyclone of pure raw energy erupts right from where Meera is standing. The knight stares in total shock, his mind reeling at the impossible sight before him. The Dark Knight is suddenly shredded by a storm of invisible blades, screaming in pure agony. The demon unleashes a massive sweeping blow that sends the knight soaring through the air. Valmera, the skeletal mage, cackles with glee, shouting that there's no escaping his deadly wolfbane. Meera coolly steps forward as a summoner, mocking them by calling that brutal attack a mere polite greeting. Balmars lets out a wicked laugh, vowing to crush her knight and leave the summoner completely defenseless. A massive wave of energy erupts as the monster charges up for one last world-ending strike. The titan known as Wolfbane hoists its jagged blade-like arm high into the sky. Valmeris declares the battle finished and orders his beast to deliver the killing blow. The knight desperately raises his sword, but the steel groans and buckles under the crushing weight. The very earth beneath the knight's boots shatters as the sheer force threatens to bury him alive. The stone floor explodes into rubble, and the knight loses his balance as the ground vanishes beneath him. With a sickening crunch, the beast's blade shears right through the knight's sword and heavy armor. He's sent spiraling through the air like a rag doll before hitting the dirt with a massive thud. The demon stands over the fallen warrior, laughing that her precious knight is finally broken. But his triumph vanishes instantly as he looks around and realizes his prey has completely disappeared. He spins around in a panic, his face twisted in confusion as he searches for where she could have gone. A blinding flash of light erupts, and Meera suddenly appears right behind the unsuspecting monster. She strikes with the devastating heavenly pulse technique, driving a massive shockwave into the demon's back. The demon's body goes limp and he collapses to the ground, completely crushed by that single lethal blow. Meera lands with effortless grace, bouncing on her feet with a cocky, confident grin. She realizes this is her first real life-or-death struggle without a single piece of her usual gear. With a smirk of satisfaction, she decides that things actually went pretty damn well. The demon staggers back to his feet, screaming in a rage to know what kind of insane attack she just used. She coolly explains it was nothing more than a light touch and mocks him for losing his cool. Blinded by fury, he lunges with a devastating punch that she dodges with effortless grace. He unleashes a storm of energy blades, but she weaves through them like a phantom in a deadly dance. It hits her. In this physical world, every single one of her senses is firing at 100%. This means she can finally pull off legendary moves that were completely impossible back in the game. She launches herself off a jagged crystal shard, performing a high-speed acrobatic flip right back at the demon. Proving that her true power comes from pure experience, she buries a bone-shattering punch right into his jaw. She treats this brutal clash as nothing more than a golden chance to push her limits. The demon snorts in frustration, unleashing a barrage of strikes that can't even touch her. She peppers him with lightning-fast blows and mocks him, thanking the beast for the warm-up. Blinded by fury, he slams his fist into the earth, triggering a massive shockwave that rocks the battlefield. Meera stares him down with ice-cold eyes while the monster's face twists into a hideous snarl. Onlookers are stunned. She's making a complete mockery of a high-ranking demon noble. Meera flashes a smirk, realizing her innocent, youthful look is the ultimate weapon for catching enemies off guard. She tosses out a sarcastic thanks for helping her shake off the rust, driving the demon into a total frenzy. With a bone-chilling roar, he lunges forward, pouring every ounce of his dark energy into one world-shattering punch. A terrified witness realizes the demon has finally snapped, and his rage is now burning white-hot. Right as the fist is about to crush her, Meera vanishes into thin air, leaving him punching nothing but empty space. She flickers back into existence behind him, giving his back a playful tap to acknowledge his massive power. The demon lets out a startled yelp as she slams a lightning-fast kick into his leg. In one smooth, acrobatic motion, she vaults onto his back and hitches a ride. Before he can even process what's happening, she grabs his massive horns and yanks his head back with sheer force. Now that she's locked in, she prepares to drop a devastating point-blank bomb on him. She ignites her immortal art's earth. Crimson Bouquet. triggering a violent explosion right against his skin. The demon shrieks in absolute agony as the searing blast wraps his entire upper body in a hellish inferno. Meera leaps clear of the blast, realizing she'll need to pull out her most elite techniques to finish this. She curses the fact that she's missing her combat gear, since her current stats are totally changing how her immortal arts function. She can bridge the gap with magic, but she realizes this monster's skin is like reinforced steel. A sharp glint sparks in her eyes as she realizes exactly what she needs to win. She triggers her immortal hidden arts and true sight, causing her very soul to transform. Her allies gasp in shock as her aura explodes with a terrifying, overwhelming pressure. Her friend's heart hammers against her ribs, sensing that Meera has become something else entirely. There's no doubt about it. Meera's power has surged to a whole new level of intensity. Cloaked in hellish black flames, the demon lets out a blood-curdling roar and lunges. Meera doesn't even flinch, coolly raising her hand to unleash her next devastating spell. She screams out, "Immortal Arts, Earth-enveloping Gale," summoning a colossal vortex of wind. The massive cyclone tears toward the demon, catching the beast completely off guard. A violent whirlwind slams into him, halting his charge with bone-crushing force. He lets out a desperate cry as the swirling vortex traps him in its center. With a guttural roar, he fights through the gale and tears himself free. He shoots her a look of grudging respect, admitting she's tough before leaping back. Meera matches his energy, jumping away while mocking him as a bratty child. The demon bellows a threat, promising to burn the entire world to ash if she resists. He heaves his scythe high, demanding she surrender to her dark fate. Meera's expression hardens into pure defiance as she rejects his ultimatum. He mocks her for being too slow, using a flash step to close the distance instantly. The massive winged demon shrieks in agony as a crushing blow catches him off guard. The demon beats its massive wings and lets out a primal roar, absolutely losing it over this kid's refusal to stay down. Meera triggers her air step, dancing right through the demon's wild swings like it's nothing. She sticks a perfect landing right on the beast's head, mockingly asking how he likes the view from up there. She clasps her hands together and hammers down a devastating strike from point-blank range. The entire cavern floor erupts as rock and crystal shatter in a massive bone-shaking explosion. As the dust settles, nothing is left but a jagged crater of broken earth and debris. Her companion peeks out from behind a boulder, trembling as they ask if Meera actually pulled it off. But another ally senses two distinct powers, realizing with a jolt of terror that this fight is far from over. Deep inside the wreckage, a massive shadow begins to rattle and stir. With the sound of grinding metal, a dark figure hauls itself out of the broken stone. The demon towers over the broken Dark Knight, mocking the human's pathetic attempts at combat. He laughs in her face, bragging that her weak strikes can't even scratch his invincible body. Mirasai grits her teeth, realizing this high-tier monster is a true force to be reckoned with. She knew taking down a demon of this caliber would be a brutal uphill battle. Her eyes sharpen with lethal intent as she wonders if she's finally struck fear into his soul. Enough games! She decides this little skirmish has reached its bloody conclusion. Declaring the end is near, she begins to channel the forbidden power of the immortal arts. Her hair whips aside, revealing the terrifying, swirling void of her unsealed demon eye. The demon is instantly trapped in her sights, bound by glowing rings of paralyzing energy. He desperately clutches his weapon, but his entire body is locked in a frozen cage of power. His colossal frame begins to convulse and rattle violently under the crushing weight of the spell. Letting out a roar of pure fury, he realizes he's been frozen solid. Perched like a dark shadow on his horn, Meera knows this paralysis is only temporary. He trembles, trapped helplessly within the icy grip of her inescapable stare. The demon shrieks in defiance, cursing her as nothing more than a pathetic, arrogant human. With a voice as cold as death, Meera declares that his time has finally run out. A massive geyser of jet-black blood erupts violently from the demon's maw. His internal organs have been absolutely shredded by a devastating hidden blow. The demon stares ahead in total shock, his mind failing to grasp his own destruction. Glancing back with his final breath, he weakly gasps, wondering how he could have been defeated. Meera coolly declares that her Dark Knights are far from being pushovers. She flashes a confident smile, reminding everyone that she's a master summoner for a reason. Having dealt the killing blow, the Dark Knight mutters a single chilling word: splendid. The demon's headless carcass slams into the dirt as the adventurers watch in total disbelief. Suddenly, a lone adventurer shatters the silence with a roar of pure victory. The demon's severed head and mangled body hit the ground with a series of sickening, heavy thuds. One of Meera's friends tackles her in a massive, bone-crushing hug of pure joy. The entire group erupts into chaos, screaming that Meera has finally slain the beast. They hoist her tiny frame into the air, tossing her up with a thunderous shout of "Huzzah!" Silence returns to the cavern as the group towers over the demon's broken remains. The adventurers are buzzing over the loot, begging Meera to let them keep the spoils. With a smooth flick of her wrist, Meera pulls a cold, refreshing drink right out of thin air. She graciously hands the beverage over to her long-haired friend. The girl takes a sip, her face lighting up with a grateful smile. Suddenly, one of the guys accidentally sets himself on fire while poking at the demon's corpse. Her friends let out a huge sigh of relief, admitting they were actually terrified for a second. While enjoying her drink, Meera says she's sorry for dragging them into her chaotic battle. Flicker pulls her into a massive hug, absolutely losing it over Meera's god-tier magic. Caught up in the moment, Flicker even sniffs Meera's hair and calls her the sweetest thing ever. Everyone else joins in, praising her insane power and her humble heart. An elf woman wonders if Meera's insane skills are the secret behind her lightning-fast promotion to C rank. Meera realizes there's no harm in dropping a little truth bomb on her new friends. She turns to the group and asks if the name Dan Bluff rings a bell. The elf's eyes sparkle with awe as she recognizes the name of the legendary wise man. The rest of the group chimes in, shouting that his epic stories are their absolute favorite. With a dead serious look, Meera reveals the shocker. She's his personal pupil. Her companions are frozen in place, their minds completely blown by this revelation. It all finally makes sense. Her overwhelming god-tier power comes from a legendary master. Flicker clutches her head in pure shock, unable to believe a wise man actually has an apprentice. She starts geeking out, screaming that Meera is a 1 in a million find with an insane background. The group watches her hilarious freakout, wondering if she's actually got a death wish. Mara looks down in shame, admitting she never expected them to buy her story. The elf woman gets right in her face, demanding to know if she's telling the truth. Meera explains she just assumed everyone would be making up lies about the missing hero. Right then, young Tact steps forward with a look of absolute seriousness. He looks Meera in the eye and tells her he believed her from the very start. His mind is made up and nothing she says or does can change that. He reminds her that she's a kind soul who reached out to help him when he was down. That pure, unwavering faith brings a warm, genuine smile to Meera's face. The bearded man agrees, noting that while the kid is an easy target, he's not wrong. Meera knows she should be blushing, but she can't help but burst into a joyful laugh. The party finally winds down within the shimmering, silent walls of the crystal cave. While they trek onward, one adventurer brings up the wild rumors surrounding the legendary wise men. They wonder if these legends were conquering entire worlds or even ascending to the level of gods. Another ally chimes in, saying it was only a matter of time before a disciple emerged after 30 long years. The bearded warrior exclaims that her combat style is a perfect match for the epic tales his father used to tell. The whole group lights up, realizing every single one of their fathers shared those exact same legends. A mage points out that they've all spent years studying the myth of the unstoppable one-man army. An eye-patch-wearing girl adds that to the entire nation, this man is nothing short of a legendary hero. The crew starts playfully mimicking his moves, feeling as if the great hero has finally been resurrected. Meera realizes she used to look at everyone as nothing more than mindless NPCs. But now she sees that every single person carries a deep, unique story of their own. They lived through their own childhoods and loved their parents exactly like the players did. Grinning with pure resolve, she vows to stand by Solomon and defend this kingdom to the end. Suddenly, her deep thoughts are shattered when a book slams right into her head with a hilarious thud. Her friends practically jump with excitement, asking if she's read the legendary tales of her own past. Meera's jaw drops. She can't believe there's actually a novel written about her. Her friend is absolutely shocked she's missed out and demands she starts reading immediately. Imella reveals she spends her time at the library, sharing these epic stories with the local kids. She offers to read them out loud during their trip, leaving Meera completely baffled. They stroll past a crystal-clear pond shimmering under the golden sun. Before long, they stumble upon a cozy, peaceful town tucked away in a lush valley. The buildings are stunning, featuring rustic timber frames and masterfully carved stonework. Inside, Imella is totally geeking out, claiming that even the briefest tales of Master Damble are pure hype. She even blasts magic to create wild sound effects, making her stories a hit with the local kids. The bearded warriors decide that hitting up a bookstore is priority number 1 once they're back in Kiranic. The whole crew starts hyping up a massive victory party with plenty of drinks to go around, but their celebration is instantly derailed by a sudden, heart-pounding warning. A man named Garrett lunges forward and grabs the warrior, his face twisted in absolute horror. Suddenly, a man stops dead in his tracks, throwing up a hand to signal his long-haired friend to freeze. Meera's eyes snap wide as she stares ahead in total paralyzing shock. Pure carnage erupts in the streets as a wave of monsters sends the screaming citizens into a frantic panic. High above the madness, a bearded warrior's expression turns to stone as he prepares for battle. He and his partner shout that it's time to move, diving headfirst into the bloody fray. Meera turns to young Tact, asking if he's terrified for his grandfather's life in this chaos. With total confidence, Tact shouts that his grandpa is the strongest man alive and won't be defeated. A small, knowing smirk creeps onto Meera's face after hearing the boy's unshakable faith. She commands Tact to glue himself to her side for protection, and he doesn't hesitate to obey. Blood-curdling screams rip through the air, echoing off the city's massive skyscrapers. An adventurer lunges off a rooftop with a roar, swinging his massive blade with lethal intent. Imella rockets through the air, her blade drawn and ready for blood. The bearded warrior brings his polearm crashing down, pulverizing a monster with raw power. The moment it hits, the creature melts into a foul, bubbling puddle of slime. Imella can't hide her disgust as she tears through these shapeless, revolting abominations. One adventurer curses the endless swarm, screaming at his allies to keep the houses standing. A teammate shouts for someone to unleash their spirit blade, since Meera's already done the heavy lifting. The fighter barks back that these tight streets make it impossible to use any massive attacks. Fed up but refusing to quit, Imella declares she'll just keep hacking them to pieces. She recognizes the earth zombies, but the sight of undead animals joining the fray is terrifying. Gasping for breath, she wonders where they came from, because these monsters have never targeted humans before. Meera stands tall amidst the absolute carnage, eyeing the mysterious mounds of earth left behind by the monsters. It hits her. These zombies are crafted from pure soil, and they just keep regenerating no matter how hard she hits them. She realizes there's only one way to end this nightmare. She has to hunt down the source of this madness. Her heart stops and her eyes widen in pure shock as she spots a shattered carriage nearby. A hideous zombie with a massive gaping maw lunges straight for the overturned wreck. Moving like a flash of lightning, Meera streaks forward and cleaves the beast in two with her blade. She sprints to the wreckage and lets out a horrified scream at the sight of a body lying in the dirt. She frantically grabs the unconscious figure, shaking them with everything she's got to bring them back to life. It's Garrett, and she screams his name, her voice cracking with pure desperation. Garrett lets out a low groan of agony as a terrified Meera leans over him, praying he's still alive. He snaps awake in a daze, deliriously asking if she's an angel waiting for him in heaven. Meera's face goes stone cold, looking absolutely done with his nonsense. Whack! She slams a fist onto his head, dragging him right back to the real world. She snaps at him, barking that if he's got time to flirt, he's got time to explain what happened. Garrett reveals the nightmare began just after noon, when humanoid zombies suddenly swarmed the streets. Then the horror escalated as undead beasts joined the fray, tearing into everyone in sight. The city's army is putting up a fight, but his carriage was flipped over in the chaos. He can't help but dream of that armored car and its massive, devastating cannon. He sighs to Meera, wishing they had just brought that beast of a vehicle with them. His eyes sparkle as he pictures that glorious, shining war machine in action. He begs for her cooperation, but Meera explodes in rage, swearing she'll never write another word. The camera cuts to a massive, cathedral-like guild hall looming over the city. Her companion gives a respectful bow, announcing he has to get back to his official duties. The view sweeps up the massive stone tower of the intimidating fortress. Meera entrusts Imella with Tact's safety, and she agrees without a second thought. With a cheerful wave, Meera teases that she's got a little business to handle. Perched on a rooftop, the adventurers watch the brutal chaos erupting in the streets below. Meera realizes that grinding down these endless weak zombies is a complete waste of time. A fierce glint sparks in her eyes as she realizes this disaster is actually the perfect opportunity. She's ready to show the world the jaw-dropping, godlike power of a true summoner. Perched high above the city, she stands alone as she prepares to unleash a spell of devastating power. With a sudden, violent thrust of her hand, she begins the ancient incantation. A colossal magic circle erupts into light on the streets far below her feet. Blinding six-pointed stars burst into existence around her as her voice echoes with power. The massive summoning circle expands, throbbing with an overwhelming surge of raw mana. From the ground, the multi-layered seal is so massive it swallows the entire sky. Meera screams her chant, demanding the maidens be torn away from the eternal will itself. The spell hits its peak as she drags her 7 chosen warriors straight out of the abyss. With one final dramatic gesture, the legendary summoning ritual is complete. A blinding explosion of light announces that her summons have finally arrived. 7 elite warrior women emerge from the shadows, bowing in perfect sync to their master. Meera greets them with a warm smile, noting how long it's been since the whole group reunited. Suddenly, Christina breaks formation to whine about the soul-crushing training they've been enduring. The ice-cold alpha cuts her off with a single bone-chilling side-eye. Their leader instantly apologizes for the scene, promising to discipline Christina for her outburst. Meera is genuinely shocked and asks if their regimen is actually as insane as it sounds. Christina begins to tremble, haunted by the memory of performing 100,000 practice swings. Alpha remains unfazed, declaring that absolute perfection is the only way to serve their master. The other Valkyries watch Alpha, their eyes filled with a mix of deep respect and pure dread. Another warrior chirps in, confirming they spend every waking moment either eating, sleeping, or training. Meera's heart sinks as she hears just how brutal their training schedule really is. She tells them to go rest immediately because they're no help to her if they're dead tired. The moment she gives the word, one Valkyrie just collapses, completely spent. Her sister looks on with a face full of hilarious, over-the-top shock. Their leader starts apologizing like crazy, admitting she totally messed up. Meera breaks down the city's crisis and asks them to track down the source of the zombies. One Valkyrie fires up, shouting that they'll be the sharpest sword their master has ever held. Another sister watches in disbelief, stunned by that level of loyalty even when they're exhausted. They all bow in perfect sync, waiting for the order as Meera gives a satisfied nod. Their obsession is definitely a bit weird, but it's exactly the kind of fire Meera needs right now. Pure pandemonium erupts in the streets as terrified citizens scramble to escape the monster onslaught. Christina dives headfirst into the carnage, effortlessly shredding through the undead horde. The crowd stands frozen in shock, mesmerized by her breathtaking grace and overwhelming power. Everyone is losing their minds over her strength, hailing her as a literal goddess of the battlefield. She shocks the entire crowd by boldly declaring that her insane power comes from the summoning arts. High above the city skyline, the night sky is shimmering with a sea of endless stars. Meera stands in total silence, waiting alone on a massive rooftop under the moonlit sky. Alpha touches down without a sound, urgently reporting that she's discovered something massive. With a look of pure gravity, she tells her master to cast her gaze toward the heavens. Meera demands to know what that bizarre anomaly is, and Alpha reveals the terrifying truth. It's a half-demon. A monstrous half-demon casts a shadow of pure terror over a human cowering like a cornered animal. These half-demons are nothing but tragic abominations, cursed to exist between two worlds. Meera stares into the sky and realizes the floating beast is stone-cold dead. With a flick of her wrist, Alpha reveals the true source of this eerie magic. Her hands dance with elegant grace as she conjures the dark power into existence. A vortex of corrupting pitch-black energy swirls right above her palm. Meera confirms it. This is the exact same sinister energy she sensed before. Alpha warns that this power raises the dead, turning corpses into mindless monsters that destroy everything. She holds out the dark energy and waits for Meera's command on what to do next. The blonde-haired girl stares at the orb, plotting exactly how she can weaponize this dark magic. Her boot slams onto the stone roof with a sharp click, signaling her final ironclad decision. With a cold, serious glare, she commands her companion to incinerate that dark energy immediately. She looks out over the edge, declaring she doesn't need such cursed power to build her grand army. The city sprawls out beneath them, a silent monument to the legendary battles she once fought on these very streets. She thinks back to the day she hunted down and slaughtered a half-demon in the city of Kiranic. Her Valkyrie companion wonders aloud if that old hunt actually gave her a run for her money. The Valkyrie urges her to seize the moment and crush this new threat before it can fully resurrect. Her master asks if the beast is still vulnerable, and the Valkyrie promises to take care of everything. Meera considers the Valkyrie's bold offer, letting out a thoughtful hum as she weighs the possibilities. With a radiant smile, she gives the order, desperate to see the Valkyries unleash total chaos. The Valkyrie bows low, demanding permission to unleash her ultimate trump card, Imitation Code G. Meera's never heard of it, but she trusts her warrior's gut and gives the go-ahead. With her master's blessing, the Valkyrie rockets into the stratosphere at breakneck speeds. The lead Valkyrie's eyes sharpen with lethal intent as she prepares to trigger their combined assault. Another sister's face turns to stone, her resolve unshakable as she channels her spirit. The bespectacled Valkyrie's eyes flash with intense focus, pouring her mana into the massive strike. A fourth sister glares with pure determination, adding her own heat to the growing explosion of power. A colossal god-tier greatsword begins to materialize right above the city rooftops. Alpha bellows to her sisters, declaring that the time has come to unite their souls. A mystical staff, twin blades, and a savage spear all dissolve, merging their essences into one. A legendary greatsword and a lethal clawed gauntlet fuse their strength to forge the ultimate weapon. A colossal pillar of blinding white light crashes down from the heavens with a deafening roar. This raw energy surges downward, flooding into the Valkyrie waiting below. Meera watches this insane spectacle from the rooftops, her gaze cold and her focus absolute. A massive, glowing magic circle ignites across the entire city as Meera declares the ritual has begun. The battle reaches a new peak as Alpha hoists the new weapon, channeling that massive column of light. The giant blade vibrates with godlike power as she prepares to obliterate her target. She white-knuckles the hilt with both hands, ready to unleash every ounce of their combined might. With one violent arc, she swings the massive sword, releasing a catastrophic wave of pure energy. She screams for the half-demon to perish as the world-ending attack hurtles toward its mark. A blinding flash of pure white light detonates in total silence, turning the midnight sky into high noon. The crowd watches in absolute terror and awe as this world-shattering power erupts right above their heads. Shimmering particles rain down from the heavens as the final echoes of that massive spell begin to fade away. The colossal magic seal finally flickers out of existence, leaving the citizens below gasping in relief. The Valkyrie confirms the kill, reporting that the half-demon and every trace of its dark energy have been vaporized. A roar of victory explodes from the streets as the people realize the monster in the sky is finally dead. Everyone throws their hands up in a massive celebration now that the nightmare is finally over. Meera can't help but grin, deeply impressed by the Valkyrie's relentless obsession with becoming even stronger. She's absolutely stunned by the sheer scale of the technique that just saved the entire city from destruction. Peace finally returns to the capital as a band of adventurers starts to group up in the aftermath. The city sleeps in total peace, finally free from the terrifying shadow that once loomed over them. Our heroes head straight for the Spring Flurry Tavern to kick off the wildest celebration of their lives. Inside the warm, glowing pub, the barmaid preps the counter, eagerly waiting for the legendary party to arrive. A sign on the door makes it clear: this is a private bash for the Eckerlot and Carolyn guilds only. Mugs of ale and juice slam together with a massive clink as everyone roars out a victory toast. Imella doesn't hold back, absolutely crushing her drink and draining the entire mug in one go. She slams the glass down with a satisfied sigh, foam still stuck to her face after that epic chug. Meera breathes a massive sigh of relief, thanking the heavens that everyone survived that brutal nightmare of a battle. As they feast, the group showers Meera with praise, knowing they never would have survived that suicide mission without her. Garrett bursts out laughing, telling the story of how he and a kid almost got thrown in jail by the night patrol. Tact grins, admitting that even with all the madness and danger, he had the absolute time of his life. His buddy starts hyping up summoning magic, shouting that it totally crushes boring old necromancy. He's already daydreaming about using those spells to summon a whole squad of gorgeous Valkyries just for himself. But Tak is built different, declaring right then and there that he wants to use his power to save everyone. He vows to train until he's a legendary mage, standing tall just like the incredible Miss Meera. Meera gazes at the kid, her heart melting at how pure and noble his dream really is. A massive glowing smile spreads across her face, truly moved by his sincere words. Amela cheers for Tak's iron will, pointing out how much better he is than Seth and his shady, selfish schemes. Seeing the boy's burning passion gives Amela a sudden genius spark of inspiration. She shouts that it's time for Tak to head to the Mages Guild and prove his true potential to the world. She sets the date for tomorrow, and a fired-up Tak practically explodes with excitement. This timing is flawless since Meera already needs to swing by the Mages Guild to return a pass. While scribbling a quick note, she drops the bombshell that she's leaving Karnak tomorrow, but promises to fit in his visit first. Garrett absolutely loses it, wailing in pure despair and begging her not to abandon him. He desperately pleads for her to stay and become his daughter, leaving Meera completely stunned and weirded out. Suddenly, a striking man with flowing red hair steps forward, introducing himself as Cyril, the legendary captain of Eckerlot Carelon. Cyril greets the duo, admitting that rumors of their incredible recent feats have already reached his ears. Garrett won't let go, desperately clinging to Meera and sobbing for her to cancel her departure. Totally fed up with the chaos, Meera tries to kick him off as he collapses into a pathetic weeping mess at her feet. Cyril quickly apologizes for his subordinate's insane behavior and steps in to peel the man off of her. Once they're tucked away in a private room, the crew spots an empty table and starts wondering if a mystery guest is joining them. Turns out, this place is a high-end guild perk designed for splitting massive loot hauls and downing some cold drinks. Meera looks totally flustered, shyly admitting she's never actually used a fancy setup like this before. Cyril points out that as a powerhouse solo player, she's usually keeping all the spoils for herself. One of the guild members steps up, revealing they managed to salvage all the precious loot from the battlefield. He swipes through his holographic inventory and locks onto a massive stack of glowing crystals. With a quick, expert flick of his wrist, he gets ready to drop the goods right in front of everyone. A mountain of shimmering crystals slams onto the table with a heavy, satisfying thud. Cyril's jaw drops at the sight. guessing this haul is worth a staggering 1.5 million ducats. He notices a rare mobility crystal and shares the news that Meera is actually splitting the entire fortune with the whole team. An adventurer grins, knowing an offer this insane is impossible to refuse. Meera leans in and whispers, asking if the staff might barge in while they're flashing all this loot. A devious smirk plays on Meera's lips as she starts cooking up a secret plan of her own. Garrett lets out a thunderous roar, itching to tear into those legendary demon materials. The elf woman recoils in disgust, terrified that these grotesque remains carry a deadly curse. But another woman feels the raw, pure magic radiating from them, perfect for forging god-tier weapons. Imela's eyes light up with pure greed as she dreams of wielding a massive blazing fire sword. The crew gathers round, heart rate spiking as they prepare to split the ultimate demon haul. Her friends hesitate, asking if she's for real since they barely lifted a finger in the fight. Meera just smiles and drops a bombshell of kindness, telling them she's doing it simply because she likes them. Flashing a warm, radiant smile, she promises to always be there for anyone in need. But her kindness is met with an annoyed huff when one member starts getting way too greedy. Garrett instantly shouts dibs on his share of the loot, much to the group's amusement. One member notes that Meera's god-tier power probably gives her a totally different perspective on wealth. Garrett snatches up a massive horned piece of demon hide, looking absolutely thrilled with his prize. Meera, nearly crushed by the weight of her own loot, offers the leftover parts to her friends. These flawless demon materials are insanely rare and would sell for a fortune on the market. The crew starts brainstorming how to turn these parts into elite light armor and deadly weapons. Meera just grins, admitting these gross monster parts don't exactly fit her elegant fighting style. Suddenly, a mischievous elf-like woman creeps up behind a startled man, whining about how heavy the gear is. Guild Captain Cyril steps up, suggesting they figure out exactly how to use these legendary demon drops. The rest of the crew nods in agreement, knowing it'd be a total insult to turn down Meera's insane generosity. While one guy agrees to the deal, Garrett suddenly lunges forward and snatches a flaming sword right out of the pile. Someone shouts Amela's name as she stands there frozen, her eyes locked onto the glowing blade. Her voice trembles as she gasps, unable to believe she's actually looking at a real fire-attuned weapon. Amela's whole body shakes with a desperate, burning hunger to claim that fiery steel for herself. Clang! A massive, beautifully decorated scythe is hauled up with a bone-crushing effort. One of the men gasps for air, struggling just to keep the giant, human-sized weapon from pinning him to the floor. Cyril grabs the heavy scythe and spins it like a toy, stunned that Meera is actually letting them keep it. Meera's eyes narrow, carefully analyzing Cyril as he displays that terrifying superhuman strength. She puts her full faith in the guild and hands over that massive, impossible-to-wield scythe. Amela drops a name, Khalid, the one man who can tame this blade, and Meera is instantly hooked. She describes Kiranic as a man who looks like a terrifying shadow of the night, but possesses the softest heart imaginable. As she gushes over how much he adores children, her excitement explodes into a massive, violent nosebleed. Garrett frantically tries to hold her back as she sprays blood all over the room in a total frenzy. Cyril steps in with total composure, confirming that Kiranic was an absolute legend during the horrific zombie crisis. Meera flashes a mysterious, knowing grin and signals that she's got one dead serious question to ask. Cyril questions her. Is she really ready to bet everything on people she's only known for 2 days? Meera lets out a heavy groan of defeat, feeling the massive weight of her choice crashing down on her. Cyril admits he's also flying on pure faith because he's grown to truly care for his comrades. He presses her, demanding to know why she'd hand over such a devastating weapon to them. Meera's face turns cold as she delivers a bone-chilling threat. Betray her, and she'll return with an entire army. The guild members bow in gratitude, swearing on their lives that her trust is well-placed. Platters of mouth-watering food flood the table, kicking the celebration into high gear. Garrett instantly claims the shrimp croquettes, and the others back off without a fight. Under the shimmering night sky, Meera realizes the booze is finally hitting her hard. She decides a hot bath is the only thing standing between her and a deep sleep. Garrett tries to apologize for a completely wasted Amela, who's stumbling around and refusing to let the night end. Cyril turns to Meera, noting how his guildmates have finally loosened up since she joined the fray. He brings up the rumor that she's planning to vanish from the city by tomorrow morning. Meera politely brushes off his offer to walk her home, refusing to be a burden. She locks in a lunch date for tomorrow to dive into a new topic, and he's all in. Meera's face turns dead serious as she meticulously calculates her next big move. She shuts her eyes tight, focusing every ounce of her brainpower on the mystery at hand. She sets their meeting point at the Mages Guild, where she's got some secret business to handle. They trade a quick goodnight, both ready to regroup when the sun comes up. The guild members cheer and wave wildly as Meera disappears into the silent, moonlit streets. Finally alone, Meera's mind races back to the mysterious guild captain Cyril. She can't stop thinking about how effortlessly he hoisted that massive scythe during her failed stat check. A wild theory takes root in her mind. Could this guy actually be another player? She's determined to uncover his secrets the very next time they cross paths. Right in the middle of the crowded town square, a miniature fairy pops up to thank Meera for her generous gift. These tiny magical beings guide Meera away from the noise and into a peaceful, sun-drenched courtyard. They lead her straight into the heart of the Grand Mage's Guild, where the air is thick with the chatter of powerful wizards. The moment Meera drops a coin into the offering box, these helpful little spirits suddenly appear. Her eyes widen in shock as a tiny winged creature shimmers into existence right in front of her. Totally fascinated by the weird little sprite, she points a finger and demands to know exactly what it is. The fairies are relieved she's finally arrived, desperately waving her deeper into the guild's halls. A man in glasses rushes over, apologizing for the chaos and thanking her for showing up. This is Lionel, the legendary guildmaster, and Meera immediately asks if this is all about Solomon's secret mission. Lionel hands over a mysterious sealed envelope, revealing it's an exclusive pass to the world's most forbidden zones. Meera kicks back in her armchair, curious about what kind of secrets these restricted areas are actually hiding. He reveals it's a golden ticket to the Primal Forest, a legendary dungeon where the very laws of reality are twisted. Loot in this place actually respawns, drawing in waves of greedy adventurers hunting for endless riches. But this never-ending war over the regenerating loot has turned the lives of the locals into a total nightmare. Suddenly, a bolt of realization hits Meera as the pieces of the puzzle finally start falling into place. She realizes that while respawning items are standard for players, they're a total anomaly in this living, breathing world. The truth hits her so hard she slams her hand down on her leg in a massive aha moment. She demands to know why the Primal Forest is still functioning like a programmed video game. Lionel shrugs, admitting he's clueless and is just following King Solomon's direct commands. He whips out another letter, and this one's from a mysterious girl named Lily. Meera's face goes blank as he asks if this Lily is actually a friend of hers. Suddenly, a humiliating memory flashes back of her maid obsessing over buying her some frilly new underwear. Meera clutches her head in pure agony, groaning that the maid Lily is a literal demon. Lionel's interest is piqued, and he's dying to meet the woman who can make Meera lose her cool like this. Meera snaps back to reality, her mind racing back to the terrifying threat of the demons. She looks Lionel dead in the eye and asks if he truly believes every last demon was wiped out. His gaze sharpens instantly, sensing that she's stumbled onto a massive secret. He bets she's seen something she shouldn't have, and she confirms it with a chilling indeed. She drops a bombshell, revealing she found a high-ranking third-class demon lurking in the temple's deepest depths. This intel is rock solid, coming straight from the mouth of Master Don Bluff's own apprentice. She even identified the demon's exact rank, making this report impossible to ignore. Lionel scrambles through the mess on his desk as she reveals she's finally pieced the puzzle together. She slams the official report down with a heavy thud, demanding his full attention. She exposes a critical failure in the ancient temple's holy wards that happened just a month ago. Her gaze is sharp and deadly serious as she lays out the cold, hard facts of her discovery. Lionel scans the pages, confirming that a force of pure destruction smashed into the outer defenses. He scoffs, noting that such a mindless, brutal assault is exactly what a meat-headed demon would do. Meera just flashes a cheeky peace sign, bragging that the demon was a great way to test her limits. Lionel is absolutely speechless that she'd use a high-level threat as a simple warm-up. He bursts out laughing, realizing only a legendary sage's pupil would have the guts to be this reckless. He remembers it all started a month ago, when the city of Kiranic was first swarmed by the undead. The broken ward and that high-ranking demon lurking nearby, every piece of the puzzle is finally clicking into place. Meera nods in agreement, seeing how perfectly these dark events weave together. Lionel's face turns stone cold as he weighs the terrifying next steps of their mission. He warns that even if they found the source, the demon's true twisted motives remain a total mystery. He describes the nightmare of the attacks, where the victims were actually heard screaming out words. He suspects the demon was hunting for something specific, even if its methods were brutal and messy. He falls into a heavy silence, haunted by the deadly mystery looming right in front of them. Later on, Meera stands alone in the middle of a silent town square, waiting for her contact to arrive. She scans the chaotic city square, soaking in the vibrant energy of the bustling streets. Her eyes dart through the crowd, searching for the person she's supposed to meet. Cyril is still a no-show, so she settles in and decides to wait for him to arrive. To kill some time, she pulls out the mysterious letter Lily handed her earlier. Inside, she discovers a list of dates, a long-lost message from King Solomon himself. She instantly spots King Solomon's flashy, unmistakable signature right at the bottom of the page. Her sharp instincts tell her one thing for sure. There's no way the maid Lily wrote this. She links the final date to her own arrival and realizes that D must stand for Dan both. She pieces it together. The other letters must represent her missing comrades, the 9 wise men. A bubbly young guy tries to hand Meera a gift, but his annoying teasing gets right on her nerves. Clutching the letter, Meera realizes those dates might be the secret key to finding her lost friends. A mysterious cloaked figure named Cyril approaches, offering a quick apology for his delay. A brilliant idea suddenly strikes Meera, and she turns around with a radiant, knowing smirk. The scene shifts to a gorgeous, high-end cafe where the two prepare to talk business. Inside, Cyril feels bad for dragging Meera through his endless list of errands. But as they sit down, Meera reassures him that she actually enjoyed the trip. Cyril beams, mentioning it's been a long time since he's escorted a lady on a shopping spree. 2 beautifully prepared gourmet meals are placed right in front of them. He takes the letter in hand, carefully analyzing the list of dates Meera provided. Cyril finally asks the big question. What exactly is this favor she needs from him? He's absolutely thrilled to finally pay her back for all the incredible kindness she's shown him. Cyril steps up, offering to have his elite guild spies dig up those secret dates just for her. The camera pans over a mouth-watering feast fit for royalty spread across their table. Between bites, Cyril notices something is off and asks Meera what's weighing on her mind. His face turns dead serious as he cuts the small talk to dive straight into the game's meta. He drops a bombshell, flat out stating his belief that Meera is actually a former player. A confident smirk creeps across his face as he confirms her true identity. Meera just laughs it off, admitting that he hit the nail right on the head. She's hyped when she realizes they both tried to spam the inspect skill on each other at the same time. Cyril nods, laughing that checking stats is just a hard habit for any pro player to break. The camera sweeps across the fancy high-class table settings at their cafe. Cyril leans in, asking Meera the big question. When exactly did she drop into this new reality? Cyril is blown away by how chill she is, especially since she's a total newcomer. Meera confesses that at first, she was desperately scrambling to find a way back home. Her face turns dead serious as she remembers the pure chaos and panic of those first moments. The secret to her cool head? Her friends had already beaten her to this world. She makes a hilarious face, complaining that they've already got her running all their errands. Cyril's jaw drops. It took him an entire year to adjust, but she's already a pro. Meera explains that she spawned right by the Silver Towers, knowing exactly where to find her crew. He finally puts the pieces together. She's Dan Wolf's legendary apprentice, and she awkwardly admits it's true. He narrows his eyes, realizing he's never heard a single word about Dan Wolf taking on an apprentice. With razor-sharp intuition, he asks if she and Dan are actually close friends in the real world. He lays out his logic, pointing out that their fighting styles are practically identical. Meera is screaming on the inside, absolutely floored by his terrifyingly accurate perception. Cyril flashes a playful smirk, teasing that maybe she's actually Dan Wolf himself. Panic surges through Meera as she tries to read his face, forcing a desperate smile onto her lips. With a strained grin, she doubles down on the lie, claiming they were just real-life buddies swapping info. Her mind is racing, desperately wondering if he actually fell for her fabricated story. Cyril goes silent, weighing her explanation with a look of intense focus. He finally accepts the lie, and Meera nearly collapses in relief after barely escaping that trap. Desperate to shift the mood, she flips the script and grills Cyril about his own past. The camera zooms in on a bone-dry plate with nothing left but a cold metal fork. His expression turns dead serious as he drops a bombshell. He arrived just 10 days after the first day. Meera freezes with her glass mid-air, completely baffled by a term she's never heard before. She presses him for answers, needing to know exactly what he means by that first day. Cyril reveals the date that changed everything. September 14th, 2116, the day the game became their new reality. Shock washes over her as she realizes she was logged in right then, 30 long years ago. He stands firm, repeating that he woke up in this world a mere 10 days after the collapse. He finishes his story with a chilling tone, swearing he'll never forget the rain from that day. Suddenly, we flash back to Cyril plummeting through jagged branches in a freezing downpour. A single raindrop strikes a leaf, hammering against its fragile surface. As the water rolls, the leaf buckles and flips under the sudden weight. Nearby, another leaf is absolutely drowned by the relentless, never-ending downpour. Deep in the tall grass, Cyril's eyes snap open to a gray, weeping sky. A lone droplet, maybe a tear, maybe rain, slowly carves a path down his temple. The desolate horizon reveals nothing but a solitary house perched on the distant peaks. He gazes up at a colossal tree, his mind racing with one question. Where on earth is he? The jagged, empty mountain range screams just how truly alone he is. Confusion hits him hard. He always logs out in the city, so why did he spawn here? He scans the area, terrified that the inn and the entire town have just vanished into thin air. Rain drenches him as the terrifying thought sinks in. Has he really been transported to another world? His eyes widen in pure shock as a chilling realization strikes him like a lightning bolt. He frantically pulls up his status window to scan his character's every stat. He rips open his inventory, desperately searching through his gear and items. He blurs through every single menu, hunting for even the slightest glitch or error. Panic surges through him as he fears his entire account has been hijacked by a hacker. After a frantic search, he realizes everything is exactly where it should be. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream for help shatters the silence and snaps him back to reality. A horde of hideous, grinning goblins cackle as they close in for the kill. They've trapped a helpless, hooded woman who's desperately begging for her life. A cackling goblin thrusts a jagged blade into the air, leading the bloodthirsty charge. The woman's face twists in absolute horror as a piercing scream tears from her throat. The entire monstrous horde surges forward, ready to tear their helpless prey apart. Cyril's boots slam into the muck as he sprints headfirst into the chaos. He slams into a goblin, screaming at the woman to get away from these weaklings. But she's paralyzed with fear, her legs frozen as she trembles in place. Cyril grits his teeth, realizing he's the only thing standing between her and certain death. He quickly realizes he has zero healing magic, so he barks at her to stay back while he handles the fight. The goblins let out a deafening roar, brandishing their rusty weapons as they close in for the kill. In one smooth, lethal motion, Cyril unleashes a massive swing, carving a deadly arc through the air. He lunges forward and shatters a goblin's jaw with a bone-crunching kick. He slices through the next monster before it can even scream in terror. Usually, you could just outrun these pests back to the safety of the city. A fallen goblin lies dead still in the rain-soaked grass. But in the shadows, a hidden goblin levels its crossbow right at the girl. Cyril spots the sniper and screams a frantic warning for her to move. He throws her out of the way just as the deadly bolt whistles through the air. The arrow tears right through his palm with a gruesome thud, leaving him breathless. The sheer power of the shot nails his hand directly into the muck. Seeing him trapped, another goblin pounces to finish him off. He grits his teeth through the searing pain, fighting to keep his mind from slipping. He screams at himself to stay sharp, even as the torture threatens to break him. He deflects a massive strike, but the vibration sends a lightning bolt of agony straight through his arm. His face twists in a mask of horror as he wonders, why does this feel so terrifyingly real? Blood sprays across the ground, making him wonder if he's the victim of some sick, twisted prank. It's more than just the hurt. The scent of fresh rain on the grass hits his nose with impossible clarity. The damp wind and his soaked hair sticking to his face feel way too authentic to be a dream. He watches in pure terror as crimson blood leaks from his mangled palm and stains the earth. This crushing agony is making it nearly impossible to stay in the fight. Completely drained, the long-haired warrior gasps for air, desperate to fill their burning lungs. Screaming through the agony, they lock in, determined to pick off every last enemy one by one. As the storm rages, the warrior forces their mind into a cold, lethal focus. A thunderous war cry erupts as they track every single movement with deadly precision. Silence finally falls, leaving the warrior and the girl alone in the middle of the rain-swept wasteland. Drenched in sweat and rain, the warrior gasps for air, their lungs burning with every breath. They stare down at the jagged crossbow bolt still impaling their mangled, bloody hand. The last of those hideous goblins finally drops, rotting away in the freezing mud. The hooded woman slowly approaches from behind, her voice shaking as she offers a tearful thank you. With a voice raspy from the pain, the warrior demands to know why she didn't just flee. Hannah can only stammer, her face completely paralyzed by the sheer horror of what she just witnessed. A baby's piercing cry suddenly shatters the heavy silence of the battlefield. The warrior yells out in pure shock, unable to believe a baby is actually here. His mind spins as he tries to figure out when the devs ever added babies to the game. Cold sweat pours down his face as he desperately tries to wrap his head around this madness. The hooded woman bows her head, her face clouded with overwhelming guilt. He activates his inspect skill and discovers she's just a local villager named Hannah. It hits him instantly. Players can't be villagers, meaning she's definitely an NPC. The warrior stands frozen in silence as Hannah starts desperately apologizing. She breaks down in tears, sobbing that her cowardice is the reason he's bleeding. His eyes nearly pop out of his head. How can an NPC actually recognize his physical wounds? Drenched and alone, the warrior struggles to wrap his head around this insane new world. Far off in the valley, a tiny, weathered village huddles against the storm. The relentless rain hammers down on the fragile wooden shacks. Water cascades down the walls of a lonely, secluded cottage. Inside, Hannah gently treats the warrior's mangled hand while they rest. Cyril stares at his bandages, thanking his lucky stars that the arrow wasn't laced with venom. Hannah's voice trembles as she reveals her own husband was taken by a poisoned tip. She begs for forgiveness, confessing she was reckless to step outside with death lurking nearby. Cyril questions her about the rain god goblins, and she confirms they only emerge during the storm. She explains these monsters usually rot in deep caves, but the rain gives them the freedom to hunt. She reveals that these rare herbs only sprout when the heavens open up. She sets a worn-out medical kit down on the table with a heavy thud. She pours her heart out, admitting that surviving as a single mother means risking her life for every coin. Cyril snaps at her, shouting that she's being absolutely suicidal. Hannah hangs her head, her face clouded with pure guilt and defeat. She knows he's right, but whispers that she was backed into a corner with no way out. Their tiny shack sits isolated in the wilderness, battered by the relentless storm. She hands Cyril a steaming bowl of soup and begs them to recover here until their wounds mend. It's a modest home, but she promises it's the only dry place for miles. Cyril stares down at their wrapped hand, realizing their entire world has just changed. They clutch their face, reeling from the overwhelming rush of textures, smells, and raw pain. Just finishing a bowl of soup makes them feel physically stuffed for the first time. Lying there, they realize their body is healing at a snail's pace. The instant recovery of the game is gone. With a desperate flick of the wrist, they try to summon the game menu. Their heart shatters when they see it. The logout button is still completely gone. They check their friend list, but it's a ghost town. Everyone is offline, and they are truly alone. From their bed, they stare into the eerie silence of the next room. Hannah is right there, peacefully cradling her baby as they both sleep. Cyril expects to see a frozen NPC waiting to give a quest, but there's nothing but reality. It finally sinks in. Hannah isn't a bunch of code. She's a living, breathing mother. This cold, empty bedroom offers zero comfort for their racing mind. They squeeze their bandaged hand, feeling a sharp throb that refuses to let them forget. That agonizing sting is the ultimate proof that this world is no longer a dream. They desperately pray they'll just wake up back in the safety of their own apartment. Morning breaks with a stunningly clear sky and bright, glowing clouds. The entire village is bathed in a peaceful, golden silence under the morning sun. Cyril steps outside, bracing for whatever chaos this uncertain day has in store. Suddenly, they spot a young boy wandering through the deserted village square. The kid spins around in total shock as Cyril shouts to get his attention. Cyril gives a friendly wave and immediately asks where he can score some potions. The kid's eyes snap wide as he finally realizes who's standing right in front of him. He shouts that Cyril is the hero who saved Hannah and frantically asks if they're okay. He begs for sword training and Cyril strikes a deal. Lessons in exchange for a guide. The kid's face beams with absolute pure hype at the thought of becoming a warrior. Overjoyed, he sprints forward and yells for them to keep up. A weathered wooden sign for a general store creaks on its metal hinges. Inside, the shop is old school and the shelves are looking pretty empty. The shopkeeper sighs, explaining that this village doesn't even have a real pharmacy. He reveals that basic supplies only roll in once a week if they're lucky. The boy looks at Cyril with pure concern, asking if the pain is still unbearable. Cyril's heart sinks as he realizes they're completely stranded without a single potion or scrap of intel. He spirals into a desperate trance, racking his brain for any way out of this mess. Suddenly, a bolt of inspiration hits him, and his eyes snap wide with a brilliant realization. He whirls toward the shopkeeper, demanding to know exactly where these supplies are coming from. The man reveals the truth. Everything comes from Al-Qaeda, the kingdom ruled by the mighty King Solomon. Cyril's jaw drops in shock before a glimmer of hope ignites in his eyes at those familiar names. He makes a vow right then and there. He's going to track down the legendary King Solomon and get the truth. But the boy snaps him back to reality, reminding him they still desperately need those potions. The shopkeeper thuds a tiny jar and some paper packets onto the counter for them to see. Cyril's heart drops when he sees the medicine is nothing but basic cold remedies and antibiotics. They rack their brains, groaning in frustration as their options vanish. But then a crazy, desperate idea finally sparks to life. They turn to the shopkeeper, urgently demanding to know if he has a mortar for mixing medicine. They make it clear. They need that tool to grind down ingredients for a cure. He pulls out a filthy, shattered mortar, warning them that it's practically garbage. It's a total wreck, but Cyril knows it's their only hope and asks to take it. The shopkeeper hands it over, scoffing that no one in this backwater town knows how to make medicine anyway. Cyril's heart sinks, confirming the grim reality of just how primitive this village is. After a quick thanks, Cyril promises to return, their high-stakes plan now officially in motion. Back at Hannah's house, smoke drifts into the clouds as the tension continues to build. Hannah's jaw drops when Cyril suddenly offers to buy her entire harvest. With a cool, steady voice, Cyril asks her what her usual asking price is. Hannah looks away, her face flushing with pure embarrassment and doubt. She stammers out the pathetic lowball price she's used to getting. Cyril instantly sees she's being ripped off, but Hannah stubbornly refuses to take a single coin. They won't take no for an answer, demanding she be paid every cent she actually deserves. Cyril flashes a bold grin and announces he's got a brilliant new plan. This isn't just for her. This scheme is going to save the entire village. Fresh, vibrant herbs are spread across the table next to a battered, broken mortar. Hannah is skeptical, wondering how on earth they can brew potions without any real equipment. Hannah's head spins at the technical jargon while Cyril silently notes her status as a mere NPC. Cyril realizes that if she can hold a conversation, she definitely has the potential to learn. The screen blurs as time skips forward, marking the true start of their epic grind. A fresh chapter unfolds. The people of this world under a sunlit tree branch. Cyril holds up a strange bulbous plant and proudly identifies it as the legendary Heaven's Bounty. Hannah bluntly admits she only harvests the herb because she knows it'll fetch a high price. Cyril declares that knowledge is the deadliest weapon, and their first lesson begins right now. Hannah confesses that she doesn't even process the herb, she just hands it over exactly as it is. Cyril's expression turns dead serious as he processes this massive piece of the puzzle. He explains that just like the name implies, this herb drinks in pure power from the heavens above. A detailed diagram reveals the secret. This plant only awakens and drinks in its power during a heavy downpour. The bulb hoards that precious rainwater to fuel its magic. But the second it's plucked, it starts to wither away. Looking at the map, the trek to town is way too long. The herb will dry up and die before they even get close. Schwing! That devious smirk on Cyril's face means he's just cooked up a brilliant high-stakes plan. Cyril shouts that this hidden power is their ticket to victory, leaving Hannah absolutely stunned. He reveals the shocking truth. The real magic isn't in the leaves, it's hidden inside the rainwater itself. Hannah locks in with total focus as Cyril commands her to pay close attention to this one detail. Sharp blades glint as they carefully snip through the stem of the legendary Heaven's Bounty. With surgical precision, the scissors strip away every leaf, leaving nothing but the main stalk behind. One final perfect cut severs the bulb right at the base, completing the delicate operation. Sarah makes it clear. Going the extra mile for a quality product is the secret to raking in massive profits. These leaves and stems are pure gold, packed with the power to mend wounds and supercharge the body. Then she snips the petals, revealing they're actually a legendary antidote that can stop any poison in its tracks. The word antidote hits Hannah like a physical blow, her face instantly clouding over with a tragic realization. Her hand shakes violently over a bowl as she gasps out a single heartbreaking phrase. If only I had known. A haunting flashback shows her weeping at a grave, her husband dying in bed, and a man walking away unable to help. Cyril watches her in silence, feeling the sheer weight of the crushing regret tearing through her soul. Right there at the table, Hannah turns to Cyril, her voice overflowing with a desperate and burning resolve. She begs Cyril to teach her everything, determined to honor her late husband's memory once and for all. Sarah watches with a sharp, unwavering gaze, officially accepting this deeply personal and emotional request. Cyril gives a simple nod, agreeing to keep the lessons going and share every ounce of their knowledge. A training montage kicks off, and Cyril realizes they're actually learning just as much as Hannah is. Hannah is an absolute natural, mastering complex alchemy at lightning speed in her new makeshift lab. Their hard work finally pays off as 2 bowls of the finished potion sit proudly beside their research notes. Sunlight bathes the quiet house, marking the triumphant end of their grueling training sessions. Hannah is totally locked in, working tirelessly among her brand new alchemical tools and supplies. Cyril stares at the final product in total disbelief, asking if their massive task is finally complete. With a hopeful grin, Hannah asks if Cyril is ready to be the first one to test their creation. Cyril flashes a confident smile and agrees, ready to face the ultimate moment of truth. Cyril unwraps their hands and applies the potion, causing the old scar to erupt in a blinding, holy light. Cyril flexes their hand in total shock. The scar has vanished completely, and the agonizing pain is finally gone. Hannah pops out from around the corner, her face beaming with pure delight as she screams, "It actually worked!" She's already plotting, suggesting they pack this miracle cure into elegant vials to catch the eye of every lady in town. Her brain kicks into high gear as she realizes they need to launch a full-scale production and sales operation right now. But her smile vanishes instantly when she remembers the terrifying threat of the rain goblins lurking in the shadows. Luckily, Cyril has already drilled the villagers in the art of war, training them to wield spears, polearms, and crossbows. A quick diagram shows exactly how to use weighted nets to ensnare their enemies and leave them helpless. Cyril promises convinces the nervous villagers that these simple tactics are more than enough to hold the line for now. They explain that once the gold starts rolling in from the potions, they can hire elite adventurers to do the heavy lifting. Cyril didn't just stop at combat. They also taught the village every dirty trick in the book for sales and high-stakes negotiations. Inside the village's new shop, a traveling merchant's jaw drops when he sees the insane price tag on a single potion. He screams that it's a total scam, but Cyril just stares him down and tells him to get lost if he's not buying. The guy goes on a wild tirade about their shady secrets, claiming real warriors wouldn't waste time with a middleman like Cyril. He completely loses his mind, shrieking at the top of his lungs because they won't spill their trade secrets. Cyril's eyes turn to ice as his patience finally snaps under the merchant's pathetic tantrum. With a chillingly calm, "Fine then." Cyril's hand tightens around his hilt as the blade gives off a deadly glint. The merchant lets out a pathetic shriek, stumbling back in pure terror as he realizes he's in serious danger. Cyril raises a wicked-looking dagger, and the merchant starts hyperventilating, begging to know what's about to happen. In a flash of lethal movement, Cyril launches the blade with terrifying speed and pinpoint accuracy. The dagger slams into the merchant's armor with a deafening crack, sending him into a fit of agonizing screams. The merchant lets out a shocked gasp as Cyril calmly shows him the dagger buried deep in his armor. Cyril rips the blade out and carefully applies a single drop of his brand new potion to the bleeding wound. He massages the liquid in and wipes away the crimson to reveal a total miracle. The wound has vanished instantly, and the merchant can only stare in disbelief at Cyril's flawless skin. Cyril flashes a grin, suggesting they market this as a high-end luxury treatment instead of some cheap medicine. The merchant is frozen in silence, his mind racing as the massive potential of this deal finally hits him. Cyril keeps a steady gaze on him while Hannah and the villagers hold their breath in nervous anticipation. The deal is sealed, and Hannah erupts in cheers as Cyril declares it's time to get down to business. We see a montage of the village absolutely exploding with life, happy customers, and mountains of gold. And just like that, Hannah officially becomes the village's very first master pharmacologist. The moment of departure finally arrives, and a trembling child's voice begs to know if they really have to go. A little girl gazes up with heartbreak in her eyes, whispering a simple, soul-crushing thank you. The village kids are absolutely devastated, screaming that Cyril is the greatest swordmaster they've ever known. They whisper Cyril's name under their breath, their faces twisted with the pain of saying goodbye. Clad in heavy traveler's armor, Cyril gives a final thanks, but explains that duty calls them elsewhere. Staring out at the vast horizon, Cyril questions the dark secrets hidden within this mysterious world. Standing before the gates of a massive city, Cyril wonders what happened to the other adventurers and how to finally escape. Cyril leaves Ms. Hannah's safety in the children's hands before turning away to start a new journey. The children break down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably as they watch their hero vanish into the distance. Cyril realizes that despite the bizarre beginning, it felt incredible to truly change these people's lives. Relaxing at a cafe, Cyril realizes that despite the sheer panic and chaos, that wild adventure was actually a blast. A blonde girl named Meera bursts into laughter, shouting that she felt the exact same rush. Meera confesses she never dreamed she'd feel the heart-pounding thrill of a brand new game ever again. She thinks back to her journey, recalling how she sprinted toward the city to find allies and uncover the truth. By helping others and gathering loyal comrades, she eventually rose up to form her very own guild. But the mood suddenly turns cold as she stares down at her cake, her eyes filled with a heavy sadness. Cyril growls in frustration, hating how powerless their guild still is when people truly need them. Meera listens closely as Cyril reveals a desperate, aching hunger for the power to reach those in need. Cyril clenches a fist tight, fueled by a burning, unstoppable drive to save every soul in this world. Meera's face turns dead serious as she weighs the massive, life-changing weight of Cyril's words. Cyril locks eyes with Meera, her gaze pleading as she prepares to drop a massive, life-changing request. Meera closes her eyes for a split second, bracing herself for the heavy proposal she knows is coming. With a soft, regretful smile, Meera breaks the news. She's got her own mission and simply can't join them. The camera zooms in on Cyril's face, catching that sharp sting of disappointment after the gentle rejection. Cyril forces a laugh, admitting they saw it coming since Meera is already carrying the weight of the world. Cyril playfully teases if this is about those mysterious dates, and Meera gives a slow, meaningful nod. But Meera offers a deal, promising to jump in and help the guild whenever their paths cross on her journey. Cyril's entire face lights up, beaming with a massive, heartfelt grin at Meera's incredible kindness. Standing on a hill overlooking the sprawling city, Cyril pours out their heart in thanks for the amazing offer. Suddenly, carriage wheels rattle and clatter as they thunder down the jagged, uneven dirt path. A horse-drawn carriage rumbles along the path, hugging a weathered stone wall. A young man in a sharp uniform grips the reins, steering the rattling carriage forward. Inside, Meera wearily shoots a look at Garrett, pleading with him to actually behave for once. She rummages through her bag, her eyes lighting up at the mountain of farewell gifts. Meera unwraps a massive, juicy burger, the ultimate fuel for the long road ahead. She washes it all down with a cup of steaming hot tea, another thoughtful gift from a friend. She stuffs her face while desperately trying to ignore an annoying lecture about her health. A touching, heartfelt letter from Tact warms her soul and brings a huge smile to her face. She fumbles with a massive, heavy letter from Flicker and decides to save that beast for later. Amela gifts her an entire series of novels where she's actually the star of the story. She tears open Cyril's final gift and gasps in pure shock. Her eyes light up as the realization hits her like a bolt of lightning. She ducks behind a curtain, ready to ditch her clothes for something new. She rips off that suffocating frilly dress with a massive sigh of relief. She flings the curtain aside to unveil her stunning transformation. Meera strikes a pose, declaring herself reborn in a badass hooded robe. Garrett praises the look, and she proudly notes it's a perfect match for her master. Horror strikes when she finds out child-sized copies of her old dress are actually being sold. As the teasing starts, she screams that she's never going back to that old outfit. The carriage rolls out of Kiranic while Meera absolutely fumes over Cyril's dirty trick. A brand new epic adventure is just beginning as she pushes forward on her journey. The horse maintains a steady, rhythmic gallop down the quiet country road. Their new driver belts out a happy tune, convinced that taking it slow is the only way to travel. Inside the carriage, Meera kicks her feet up and gets completely lost in a brand new book. Suddenly, a dark shadow streaks across the road, catching the driver completely off guard. The chauffeur lets out a panicked shriek as he desperately tries to avoid a collision. The horse panics and rears up, letting out a terrified neigh that echoes through the air. The entire carriage slams to a violent, bone-rattling stop right in the middle of the path. Meera is sent flying from her seat while the driver frantically blubbers an apology about a cat. It turns out the culprit is just a sleek black cat wearing a fancy decorative collar. Meera instantly recognizes the creature as a shikigami, a medium spiritual servant. The driver is urged to scoop up the adorable little kitten. He's shocked by how weightless it feels, realizing this is no ordinary animal. He snuggles the purring spirit, cooing over the precious little kitty. Suddenly, a violent blast of wind sends the driver soaring through the air. Meera fights against the howling gale, screaming to know what's going on. Two mystical elf-like beings descend from the clouds. These furious nature spirits demand to know if they're being targeted. Meera bellows for everyone to stay calm as the cyclone rages around them. The tiny spirit reveals the only reason they even stopped was because of that cat. The towering spirit suddenly realizes these people aren't the ones who hunted her. She remembers that striking down a spirit is a massive taboo across the three great kingdoms. She points out that her driver is just an ordinary human who can't even see their spectral forms. Meera presses her, needing to know for sure if her assailants were actually human. The spirit describes the brutal ambush she barely survived before Miyamaru swooped in to save her. Meera's mind races as she wonders why anyone would ever target a spirit in the first place. Then the spirit drops a bombshell. Countless others like her are being snatched away and kidnapped. This dark revelation hits Meera hard, leaving her face locked in a grim, deadly serious stare. Terrified by her mistake, the spirit bows down and begs for forgiveness for her wild outburst. Meanwhile, the Shikigami Miyamaru just lets out a casual tiny meow. Meera's face clouds over, her mind racing with deep, uneasy thoughts. The spirit demands to know if Meera recognizes the cat's master, a medium of incredible power. Meera admits that while Miyamaru drops by, she's never actually laid eyes on its mysterious master. Garrett realizes that whoever summoned this familiar must possess godlike strength to give it such independence. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the shadows, agreeing that such a feat is definitely possible. The majestic King Solomon steps forward, welcoming his guest back after an entire week away. He leans in, asking Meera if she finally tracked down the person she's been hunting for. Meera flashes a devious smirk, confirming she's finally uncovered some juicy leads. Solomon and his companion pray that this trap is enough to lure their target right back to them. He dives deep into the forbidden research on the Phoenix's rebirth and the secrets of immortality. He discovers the researcher is desperately hunting for a way to break a demonic curse. These papers prove that every normal medicine on Earth has been a total failure. There's only one hope left: the mythical holy grail of heavenly light. Solomon lets out a heavy groan, crushed by the sheer weight of this impossible mission. Meera smirks and teases him, saying no price is too high when it comes to the person you love. Suddenly, a massive realization hits him like a ton of bricks. He shouts out in shock. The person they're trying to save is a stunning living woman. They realize their only shot is to scour these documents for any clue to the Grail's location. Solomon proudly claims he's a master at passing off work, making Meera burst out laughing. He already has the perfect person in mind to handle this massive job. Meera inspects a tiny calling bell, certain the thing is totally busted. Solomon explains this bell rings across massive distances, but only a single person can hear its call. Out of nowhere, a sophisticated elf named Suleiman appears, asking if King Solomon summoned him. Suleiman gives Meera a polite greeting, and she confirms she's finally tracked down a major lead. His jaw drops when he sees the massive mountain of research papers piled up before him. She hands him the keys to the kingdom, tasking him with decoding every single document. Meera confesses she expected an entire army of scholars to handle a job this massive. Solomon raves about Suleiman's god-tier talent for organizing chaotic information. When it comes to cracking ancient codes, this guy's brilliance is absolutely unrivaled. A totally flustered Suleiman blushes, humbly accepting the king's high praise. He flashes a confident smirk, ready to conquer this mountain of a task. Suleiman hauls a towering mountain of paperwork through the majestic, echoing halls. One woman debates using the classic carrot and stick method to force results. Meera cracks a joke about how just being near him guarantees a lifetime of overtime. The mere mention of a devil sends a jolt of pure dread through her mind. Her face pales as sheer terror begins to wash over her features. She gasps in horror, the memory of her brush with demons flooding back. A terrifying vision of a monstrous demon lurking in the catacombs flashes before her eyes. Her partner demands to know if she's absolutely certain she witnessed a real demon. Meera confirms it was a third-rank count, a nightmare she thought had vanished from the world forever. Her companion's face instantly darkens with a look of pure dread. Her hand trembles uncontrollably as the weight of the grim news sinks in. She drops a bombshell. Some demons are still alive, a secret hidden from everyone but the elite. This revelation hits Meera like a physical blow, leaving her completely stunned. Panic surges through the girl as she realizes she just leaked a top-secret classified mystery. Meera lunges forward and grabs her, demanding the full, unvarnished truth. The girl bolts away, screaming that she has to alert her guild immediately. Meera rings a small bell, sending out an urgent signal to her own allies. She strides forward, bracing herself for the next dangerous phase of her mission. Suddenly, a man in uniform rings a bell to summon them, leaving Meera completely baffled. Meera steps up to a set of massive, towering double doors that loom over her. Her eyes are locked in a dead-serious stare, proving this visit is no joke. Peering through a high window, she's stunned by the massive city stretching out to the horizon. A wide, glowing smile breaks across her face as she soaks in the magnificent view. She spots a cluster of grand, majestic buildings and realizes that's Isekai'D Academy! This campus is absolutely massive, dwarfing the university from her previous life. Her peaceful moment is shattered when a loud, hyper voice screams her name. A squad of maids storms into the room, cheering at the top of their lungs to welcome Meera home. Meera's face twists into a look of pure, hilarious terror the second she sees them. The head maid beams with pride, thanking Meera for the chance to show off their newest masterpiece. Pure, icy terror grips Meera's heart as she realizes what's coming. Internally, she's losing it because they always bury her under a mountain of frilly ribbons. She forces a shaky smile and desperately tries to turn them down. A maid steps forward with a victory grin, unveiling a set of custom-made robes just for her. Her jaw drops and her eyes go wide as she sees the outfit for the first time. Suddenly, another maid looms behind her with a devious laugh, cutting off her only exit. That booming laugh makes one thing crystal clear. Meera isn't getting out of this. Meera lets out a panicked yelp as the maids swarm her like a pack of wolves for the fitting. Realizing she's totally cornered, she screams that they've finally caught her. Now, decked out in a surprisingly chic outfit, she screams that she's not their personal dress-up doll. They didn't even listen to her no, because they knew she was secretly dying to try it on. It turns out King Solomon himself leaked all her secret fashion tastes to the staff. Meera loves the look, but she can't help but notice how incredibly breezy this new outfit feels. The maids reveal that a whole team of elite engineers poured their souls into crafting these technomancy robes. The moment she hears technomancy, Meera starts sweating, questioning if this gear is even safe to wear, but her eyes light up the second they mention the thick instruction manuals. She cheers with pure joy, shouting that massive, complicated manuals are her absolute favorite thing in the world. The maids were spot on, knowing she'd fall for the sleek design and the lack of annoying ribbons. Solomon struts in, bragging about the high-tech features and swearing the robes are perfectly safe. He starts teasing her relentlessly, joking that she's become the maid's favorite little dress-up doll. His face hardens as he realizes just how much of a game changer this gear really is. Meera stays quiet, her cold stare proving she hates to admit he's right. She gives Solomon a reluctant nod while a nearby maid can't help but giggle at the tension. Solomon shifts gears, asking Meera what she's got planned for the rest of her day. Lounging on the sofa, Meera stops him, making it clear she's the one with the questions first. He beams with pride, urging her to go out and witness the glory of their magnificent capital. Meera cuts straight to the chase, demanding to know if he's heard about the spirits being hunted down. Solomon's smile vanishes as the weight of her question hits him like a ton of bricks. He smirks, realizing that absolutely nothing escapes her sharp intuition. He drops a bombshell, confirming that spirits have been vanishing into thin air for 9 long years. Mira's mind flashes back to a spirit being rescued by a mysterious, self-aware Shikigami. She reveals this cat-like Shikigami was named Miyomaru, and it absolutely demolished a group of kidnappers. Solomon's eyes widen as that ridiculous name rings a massive bell in his head. He confesses the name is hauntingly familiar, and Mira's gut feeling tells her he's onto something. He starts thinking about a certain medium famous for having the absolute worst naming sense in history. It clicks. This has to be the work of Kagura, the legendary elder of the Tower of Divination. Meera nods, knowing that only someone as powerful as Kagura could command such a beastly Shikigami. Solomon is pumped, realizing they finally have the golden lead to track her down. This sudden realization catches Meera off guard, leaving her looking totally flustered. Shaking off the shock, she pivots the conversation back to the dangerous spirit hunting group. Solomon drops the news. The survey team finally tracked down the name of that mysterious group. With a grim expression, he reveals their true identity: the Chimera. Later, Meera finds herself wandering through a sleek, modern shop overflowing with magical gear. She stops to inspect the stationery, carefully judging every item on the shelf. She realizes the selection is okay, but it's definitely nothing to write home about. Disappointed, she heads back out the door to keep her search alive. She marches through the chaotic magic district, hunting for a shop that truly specializes in stationery. Stepping inside a massive grand building, she makes her way up a gorgeous, sweeping staircase. Her journey comes to a sudden halt when something absolutely stunning catches her eye. Her eyes widen with pure, sparkling wonder as she stares at her incredible discovery. An elven shopkeeper suddenly appears, praising her for having such a sharp eye for quality. He unveils a breathtaking notebook bound in genuine dragon hide and laced with shimmering silver. Meera admits she's been on the hunt for the perfect private journal to call her own. The clerk goes into full salesman mode, hyping up the notebook's incredible magical security. He catches a glimpse of her adventurer's bangle and knows she's got the gold to afford this luxury. The temptation is just too strong, and she finally caves to buy the magnificent book. She justifies the massive splurge since she managed to haggle the price down to a total steal. She heads straight to a cozy outdoor cafe, eager to break in her brand new prize. Meera decides there's absolutely nothing wrong with treating herself to a little luxury once in a while. The ornate notebook sits ready on the table, waiting for her pen and ink to make their mark. She decides to launch her very own Meerapedia to chronicle every step of her epic saga. Her pen flies across the page as she logs every unfinished quest and vital secret she's found. That chilling name, Chimera, burns into her mind as she fills her new journal. She realizes she'll have to stay patient until more secrets about this shadowy group finally come to light. Her brainstorming is cut short by the sound of students losing their minds over a massive upcoming symposium. The moment she hears it's at the Al-Qaeda Academy, she realizes this is her perfect chance to get inside. She charges through the city streets, eyes locked on her destination: the Academy! She finally arrives at the gates of the massive, imposing stone fortress of learning. Everywhere she looks, students are pushing their limits in intense martial arts drills on the lawn. The entire campus is buzzing with life as students rush between the towering academic halls. Meera beams, totally mesmerized by the Academy's wild electric energy. The entire campus is buzzing with students decked out in mystical robes and sharp uniforms. But as she hits the front door, she freezes, suddenly hit by a massive wave of stage fright. She tries to psych herself up, desperately reminding herself that she's a grown adult. Suddenly, her panic is cut short when someone grabs her right from behind. Startled, she whips around and stares wide-eyed at the stranger who just jumped her. A bubbly girl with animal ears chirps up, asking if Meera's outfit means she's an aspiring mage. Meera just flashes a sly grin and coolly reveals that she's already a full-fledged mage. The girl quickly apologizes and asks which branch of magic Meera actually specializes in. With total, unshakable confidence, Meera declares that she's a master of summoning. Her face instantly twists into a mask of absolute bone-chilling terror. Meera stands there stunned, wondering why on earth summoning has such a horrific reputation. The girl, Hinata, drops a bombshell, She's the Academy's one and only summoning professor. Meera scans the room as the massive weight of that realization finally hits her. With a look of pure sadness, Hinata admits she doesn't have a single class to teach. She mourns the fact that professors without students are basically just wandering ghosts. Suddenly, a flicker of iron-willed resolve blazes in her eyes. She explains that Master Kleos is working himself to the bone to forge new summoning contracts. For now, students are stuck struggling with basic summons, and it's a slow, agonizing process. The screen fills with the girl's face, her mouth hanging wide open in total disbelief. Out of nowhere, a cat-eared girl screams Meera's name, snapping her back to reality. She lunges forward and grabs Meera's wrist, spotting the legendary bangle that marks her as a true veteran. She shakes Meera like a ragdoll, demanding to know her summons, so Meera rattles off a list of basic beasts. Meera stays cool as ice, confirming that she can bring every single one of those monsters to life. While strolling through the Grand Isekai'D Academy, Meera asks for the scoop on the massive spell symposium. They take a seat on a bench, where her friend reveals that their entire department's budget is riding on this one event. Professor Hinata sighs, admitting her summons lack flair, which makes Meera lash out at how trash the whole system is. Look at the insane detail on those gorgeous, enchanted robes. Hinata breaks down the Academy's cutthroat rules, and the harsh reality hits Meera right in the gut. With a heavy heart, Hinata wonders if someone from the outside is even allowed to join the school's festivities. Meera makes it clear. Even an outsider's god-tier skills can reveal the true hidden potential of their craft. Hinata's face lights up with newfound hope as she catches Meera's drift, and Meera gives her a firm, knowing nod. With total confidence, Meera vows to use the symposium to unleash the true, terrifying power of summoning for the whole world to see. The scene cuts to a silent, high-class hallway deep within the Academy's walls. A clock on the wall ticks away, counting down every single second until the massive event begins. Inside a massive waiting hall, the competitors sit in tense silence across long wooden benches. Students kill time by burying their heads in books or whispering nervously to one another. A girl confirms Meera is officially registered and thanks her for the assist, which Meera accepts with a cool, confident smirk. Heavy footsteps echo through the corridor as a group of figures marches forward with intense purpose. A mysterious voice sneers from the shadows, mocking the legendary summoner for her fashionably late and cocky entrance. A smug blonde jerk from the entourage marches straight toward Meera and her crew. This guy's face is twisted into the most punchable, arrogant sneer you've ever seen. He shoves right into Hinata, barking that these seats are reserved for people way above her pay grade. Meera's knuckles turn white as she watches, whispering that she knows exactly what kind of trash she's dealing with. A sharp, knowing smirk creeps across her face as she realizes that schools are the same everywhere you go. She calls them out for being nothing but pathetic bullies, sending the blonde leader into a blind, screaming rage. In another part of the arena, a stuck-up sorcerer loses his mind that a lowly summoner would dare talk back to him. Meera fires back that she'd learn more from a brainless goblin, promising to put this sorcerer in his place. The tension explodes as the crowd realizes the summoners are finally standing their ground and fighting back. But the chaos is just getting started as we jump straight into the next heart-pounding moment. The rhythmic click of their boots echoes through the long, silent corridor. Once the tension finally snaps, Professor Hinata collapses with a massive sigh of relief. She hunches over, whining that she's already burnt out before the big event even kicks off. Meera steps in to calm her nerves, telling her to stand tall and radiate pure confidence. She reminds the professor that her vision for the future is exactly why they need her help. Meera's expression softens as she flashes a warm, heart-melting smile to her friend. Hinata realizes right then and there, this girl is anything but ordinary. She senses a powerful, mature aura radiating from Meera that goes way beyond just her words. Staring up at her new protector, Hinata's eyes sparkle with pure awe and newfound inspiration. The camera zooms in on Meera, revealing a deep, ancient wisdom hidden behind her gaze. Hinata realizes that Meera radiates an aura of pure, inspiring wisdom. Up in the stands, elite nobles and cold-faced officials are whispering in anticipation. The massive crowd is a sea of intense, expectant faces waiting for the show to begin. The gargantuan coliseum is packed to the rafters with a roaring audience. From the shadows, the participants stare out at the vast, empty battlefield. The spotlight falls on the lone figures in the center, making them look incredibly small in the massive arena. Hinata grips her cloak tight, steeling her resolve and vowing that today, everything changes. Pressing a hand to her heart, she swears to march forward right alongside Meera. She spins around with total conviction, declaring they'll rewrite the very future of summoning magic. But wait, Meera is actually shaking with pure stage fright, and Hinata is absolutely horrified. Hinata notices Meera's stressed-out face, But Meera admits she's just dying to pull off a flashy epic summon. She's worried the arena is way too small for her dragon, picturing the massive beast getting hilariously squished. Even as she panics over her notes, she's still cracking puns, so she clearly hasn't lost her cool yet. The camera pans up to show the massive towering dome of the arena's tiled ceiling. A group of arrogant-looking guys stand together, eyeing the other contestants with total contempt. Their leader is Careless, a highborn noble and a sorcery prodigy with insane talent. Hinata asks her friend to identify the stuck-up prick standing in the middle of the crowd. His record is legendary, and whenever he competes, his sorcery takes home the gold every single time. Her friend explains that Careless is a noble who spends all his time trashing every other fighting style. Hinata realizes that while this guy might be a genius, he's got absolutely zero heart. The camera sweeps over a sea of faces, filling every inch of the massive curved arena. A lone figure stands dead center on the colossal circular stage, commanding everyone's attention. The announcer steps up to the mic, thanking the roaring fans for their incredible patience. With a shout, he officially kicks off the spell symposium to a deafening explosion of cheers. The entire stadium erupts in wild applause, and even the scholars in the stands can't hide their excitement. He lays down the law. Every representative has exactly 10 minutes to prove their worth. Any lethal magic must be blasted directly into that heavy-duty armored mannequin. Kicking things off today is the legendary Department of Sorcery. Careless struts forward, flashing a cocky grin as he waves to the frenzied crowd. Meera's allies are paralyzed, caught between pure awe and absolute terror just by seeing him there. The announcer screams to the crowd, reliving the department's legendary win and their mind-blowing water magic. Careless's eye twitches in pure irritation as he listens to the announcer's pathetic choice of words. He snaps his head away from the cheering fans to confront a nearby rival. With a low, threatening growl, he declares their total dominance and spits a chilling warning at the commoner. The terrified man stutters out an apology, but Careless just clicks his tongue and tosses him aside like trash. Meera stares at the disgusting display, her eyes filled with nothing but icy hatred. In a heartbeat, Careless flips the switch, flashing a blinding fake smile back at the roaring crowd. He introduces himself with a flourish, vowing to leave the judges speechless while Meera watches in total revulsion. Hinata groans at the guy's massive ego, and Meera sighs, confirming he's always been this insufferable. With a sharp theatrical snap of his fingers, he commands the audience to behold the true miracles of sorcery. The crowd goes absolutely wild, their screams shaking the entire stadium. Suddenly, a colossal pillar of fire bursts from the earth, surrounding the sorcerer in a wall of heat. This lethal vortex of flames tears across the arena, incinerating everything in its path. Right in the heart of that hellish inferno, Careless stands perfectly still, a master of the chaos. The flame of the heavens spell strikes the mannequin with a thunderous, bone-shaking explosion. The spectators erupt in thunderous applause, stunned by that overwhelming show of magical force. The entire arena is on its feet, roaring with pure adrenaline after such a legendary performance. Hinata is left trembling, forced to admit that this level of sorcery is absolutely terrifying. With a smirk, Careless beckons the crowd to join his banquet of fire. He starts a new chant, summoning what he calls the dancing flames to the stage. The air itself begins to crackle and freeze as raw, untapped power surges around him. He thrusts his hands into the air, summoning dozens of glowing, razor-sharp shards of pure light. He stands tall at the center of this magical storm, the undisputed master of his own creation. He commands his weapons to obey their master and wipe his enemy off the face of the earth. With a final earth-shattering roar, he launches the shards in a devastating, explosive barrage. The entire stadium erupts, the crowd screaming their lungs out for the incredible light show. But Canada isn't impressed. She just stares back with a look of pure, annoyed disappointment. She lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh, completely bored by the flashy spectacle. Meera tears the technique to shreds, calling it a sloppy, useless mess that's nothing but total garbage. A young woman's face fills the screen as she hesitantly nods in agreement with someone off camera. Hidden beneath her cloak, she reveals the bitter truth to the roaring crowd. This competition is now all about the glitz and glamour. She exposes the judges' bias, admitting they only care about flashy fireworks instead of actual mastery. Meera takes it all in, her face hardening into a mask of pure, grim realization. Her friend hangs her head in shame, confessing that she knows this whole system is completely broken. She cries out in frustration because every time she speaks up, they just mock her as a bitter loser. The scoreboard proves the corruption, flashing 2 perfect 10s alongside a pathetic, insulting 3. The announcer screams into the mic, hyping up the next legendary discipline. Holy magic! A graceful mage steps forward, weaving a shimmering hexagonal barrier of pure energy known as shield skin. A massive explosion rocks the arena, but as the smoke clears, she stands there without a single scratch. With a confident smirk, she declares that holy magic is capable of way more than just hiding behind a shield. A massive glowing magic circle erupts across the arena floor, pulsing with raw energy. With a blinding flash of her Arcgate spell, a fully armored knight warps onto the stage. The crowd erupts in a deafening roar, absolutely stunned by that breathtaking show of power. The announcer shouts out the third trial, divination, as a stack of paper talismans fans out into the air. The mage stands tall as the talismans swirl around her, forming a massive floating ring. These ancient scripts hum with mana as they snap into a perfect mystical formation. Her fingers blur into a series of complex hand signs to unleash her ultimate technique. She keeps weaving those signs, drawing in a staggering amount of magical energy from the atmosphere. With one final decisive tap, she completes the seal and triggers the massive spell. A titanic magic circle burns into the earth as the legendary giant forest spell begins to manifest. In a heartbeat, a thick, vibrant forest erupts from the floor, completely overtaking the arena. She summons a majestic crimson fox made of pure energy that leaves the audience in total awe. The fiery beast streaks through the trees before detonating in a massive, earth-shaking explosion. The crowd loses their minds, screaming at the top of their lungs for more of this insanity. The fourth discipline, immortality, begins as a man with two-toned hair steps forward with a respectful bow. He unleashes the enveloping blaze, a terrifying vortex of swirling black and white energy. With the grace of a master dancer, he effortlessly guides the raging stream of power. His martial arts display is flawless, controlling the chaotic energy with surgical precision. The spiraling aura follows his every command as he glides across the arena floor. Suddenly, the energy fuses into a colossal dragon that towers over him in a display of pure dominance. A panel of high-ranking noble judges looks on with pure satisfaction, offering a round of dignified applause. For his grand finale, he slams his palms together to ignite one last devastating spell. He triggers Heavenly Pulse, unleashing a blinding explosion that rocks the very center of the arena. The crowd erupts in a deafening roar, with fans screaming that his performance was a literal work of art. The next trial is Exorcism, kicking off as a woman hurls a vial of holy water with deadly precision. Using spirit banishment, she transforms the shattered glass into a massive shimmering dome of radiant light. Another mage launches a volley of vials to ignite the scorching flames of atonement. The practice dummy's helmet completely shatters as the magical vials strike home. Blazing fire swallows the armor, but the crowd isn't impressed. They want something way more flashy. The sixth discipline is demonology, and it begins with the blood-curdling scream of a summoned monster. A freakish, multi-armed demonologist rips open a portal to summon the terrifying spider beast, Arachnia! Another dark mage strikes, lashing out with a wicked whip to pin the practice armor in place. The Blazehound technique detonates, unleashing a roaring explosion shaped like a massive, snarling wolf. But the crowd is stone cold, offering nothing but a few weak, pathetic claps for the display of raw power. Meera notices something strange. This brutal, effective attack was actually the one the audience hated most. Then comes the necromancy, as a hooded figure calls forth a hulking, mountain-sized rock golem. With a deafening crash, the golem buries its massive fist into the practice armor with world-shaking force. The power of molten rebirth is unleashed next, erupting in a violent, searing inferno that consumes everything. A woman in glasses steps forward, claiming that ethical rules are the only thing holding their mages back. She reveals how the entire event exploded into a breathtaking, legendary exhibition of high-level sorcery. The announcer's voice booms across the arena, declaring the final event, the legendary art of summoning. A girl with fiery red hair watches Meera, her eyes filled with both worry and hope. Meera shoots back a cocky smirk, letting her know she's got this whole thing under control. Her friend begs her to pull off something graceful, powerful, and absolutely breathtaking. Meera stands alone in the heart of the massive Colosseum, surrounded by thousands of screaming fans. The entire stadium holds its breath, waiting to see what kind of magic she's about to unleash. High up in the stands, two powerful nobles watch the arena with cold, calculating eyes. On the inside, Meera is absolutely loathing the fact that every single eye is glued to her. Her friend can only sigh in frustration, knowing Meera is currently battling a massive case of stage fright. Shaking off the nerves, Meera thrusts her hand into the air and begins the ancient chant. A colossal, glowing summoning array erupts into existence right above her head, head. The audience gasps in disbelief, wondering if this god-tier power is even real summoning magic. One rookie mage starts shaking uncontrollably, paralyzed by the suffocating pressure of her mana. She shouts that this level of energy is so massive every real sorcerer should be bowing down. A panicked official demands answers, and his subordinate confirms it's a legendary high-tier summoning circle. An old war veteran with an eye patch shudders, remembering the absolute carnage this power caused on the battlefield. Suddenly, a blinding sphere of light ignites right in the heart of the magic circle. Meera projects her very soul into the void, desperately praying for her voice to reach the other side. She pours every ounce of her willpower into the spell, begging the ancient entity to finally wake up. The orb crystallizes into a massive, shimmering diamond as she aches to hear its heavenly melody once more. The crowd gasps in awe as a massive crystal drifts peacefully above them. Meera stares at the diamond, her mental energy reaching a fever pitch. The giant gem fractures as she bellows her final command. Evocation! Diva! The diamond detonates, scattering 1,000,000 glittering shards across the sky. Two guys in the stands are left speechless, completely stunned by the display. Other spectators stare in dead silence, their faces frozen in pure disbelief. A majestic feathered wing erupts from the center of the blinding light. A beautiful jeweled ornament glimmers through the cloud of sparkling dust. Long, elegant hair flows wildly as the summoned spirit begins to manifest. A breathtaking angelic woman with massive wings rests gracefully on a throne of solid crystal. The entire crowd is paralyzed, completely breathless at the sight of the stunning summoned diva. Meera and her companions stand frozen in awe, totally blown away by this flawless summoning. A brand new chapter explodes onto the scene, titled The Future of Summoning. The diva locks eyes with her master Letitia, whispering that they've finally reunited at long last. The stadium erupts into a total frenzy, with fans screaming for binoculars just to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Meera is stunned. The audience is already losing their minds, and the performance hasn't even started yet. She realizes that the Valkyrie sister, Alfina, would have absolutely loathed being treated like a common sideshow. With a playful smirk, the diva teases her master, asking if she's somehow shrunk since they last met. Meera flashes back to her past life as a grizzled old man and has to admit she's definitely changed. It's mind-blowing to her that the diva looks exactly the same as she did back in the game world. She shakes her head with a grin, calling this gorgeous, overpowered diva a total space cadet. The diva starts humming a breathtaking melody she composed specifically for her master. A girl in the crowd is instantly mesmerized, her eyes wide as she listens to the heavenly sound. One man's skin crawls with goosebumps, while another feels a sudden fire to go on an epic adventure. Another spectator is blown away, calling the heroic tune absolutely legendary. Meera notices that even without a drop of magic, the diva's voice has the entire crowd completely entranced. The diva confesses that she's still fine-tuning the lyrics for her brand new song. Meera suggests they finish it another time and asks for a different track instead. Overjoyed, the diva gleefully accepts the request from her precious master. The summoned diva's massive feathered wings rustle softly, echoing through the silent arena. Two guys in the crowd gulp hard, their hearts racing as they wait for the show to start. The summoner shuts her eyes, channeling every ounce of her mental energy into a deep trance. Suddenly, a massive diva crest erupts into existence, wreathed in spiraling notes of pure magic. An elf in the stands gasps, completely stunned by the sheer beauty of her radiant wings. Her friend is speechless, realizing that every beat of those wings sounds like a divine masterpiece. The diva parts her lips, ready to let loose a melody that could shake the very heavens. She's drenched in otherworldly light as her voice explodes, flooding every corner of the arena. One young man stares up, totally entranced by the hauntingly beautiful song. He clutches his hands together, his soul vibrating from the raw emotion of the music. He feels like he's floating on air as the song sends his spirit soaring. A listener is overcome with emotion, feeling the absolute safety of a mother's warm embrace. A massive wave of pure positivity crashes over the crowd, igniting a fire in their souls. The diva belts out a sacred prayer to Mother Earth, calling upon the ancient blessings of the forest. Her voice reaches a stunning crescendo, pleading for the music to mend every broken heart and wipe away every tear. Meera realizes that Letitia is unique. Unlike her other summons, she's the ultimate support. This melody is a god-tier buff, instantly mending wounds and refilling mana reserves to the brim. In this reality, the music does more than just heal. It provides a deep, soul-soothing comfort to everyone listening. As the crowd erupts in cheers, Meera describes the feeling as a total spiritual detox for the soul. Letitia bows to the thundering applause, spreading her majestic wings for one final breathtaking flourish. Meera remembers how the other performers ended their shows by absolutely obliterating the practice armor. She shouts for Letitia, who tilts her head with a playful, curious smile. Suddenly, a shocking order rings out. Blast that doll with a requiem of fury! The diva's sweet face instantly twists into a grin of pure chaotic joy. She draws a deep breath, ready to let her secret, world-shaking power loose. The tiny bottle shatters into a million pieces, triggering a massive, bone-rattling blast. A woman in the crowd stares through her glasses in total, speechless shock. The entire audience erupts into panicked whispers, desperate to know what just happened. Meera reveals it was a voice-activated spell, keeping its secret weaknesses to herself. She schools them all, proving that summoning is packed with deadly hidden tricks. Mastering a massive arsenal of summons is the ultimate way to dominate any battlefield. She beams with pride, declaring to the world that this is what it truly means to be a summoner. A long-haired elf breaks down in tears, screaming his lungs out in pure, unadulterated admiration. His friend watches in disbelief, asking if he's seriously bawling his eyes out right now. Nearby, two other spectators exchange a silent, knowing look of total respect. Thunderous applause erupts, shaking the very foundations of the massive arena. The entire stadium is absolutely electric, vibrating with a newfound sense of magic and awe. Letitia nervously asks how her song was, and Meera beams, telling her she was absolutely perfect. Meera then suggests that their next big show should probably be somewhere a bit more peaceful. The overjoyed diva doesn't hesitate for a second, happily accepting her master's gentle request. The crowd keeps the cheers coming, their faces glowing with pure, stunned appreciation. A blonde man seethes with pure fury, spitting venomous curses under his breath. He's convinced that he alone deserves a standing ovation, not some pathetic pity claps. Enraged that this brat dared to steal his spotlight, he storms forward with a heavy stomp. He lunges from his seat, completely shattering the celebratory mood. He calls out the shady last-minute representative swap, labeling the whole thing a total sham. Meera locks eyes with him, desperately trying to figure out his twisted angle. The audience starts to whisper as waves of suspicion wash over their faces. Suddenly, they're second-guessing if summoning is really just about black and white knights. Meera's eye twitches in disbelief at how quickly this fickle crowd has turned. Careless just stands there, wearing a smug, punchable smirk like he's already won. Meera's heart sinks as he realizes just how much the world has lost respect for the ancient art of summoning. Careless screams that a mere child casting high-level spells has to be nothing more than a cheap parlor trick. He points a finger at Professor Hinata, accusing him of rigging the game to bury his own pathetic failures. Deep in the crowd, a hooded figure scoffs at the blatant hypocrisy dripping from Careless's mouth. High in the stands, a mysterious woman watches in agony, feeling completely powerless to stop his venomous lies. She realizes this new generation has never witnessed the raw, destructive power of summoning on a real battlefield. It's a tragedy they haven't done their homework, but she knows a few legends still walk among them. Scattered through the audience are those who have seen the terrifying true might of a real summoner. That long-haired elf wipes away her tears, her gaze hardening with the cold authority of a true master. Both the young girl and Careless are frozen in shock as he suddenly cuts in to take control. Later on, the elven headmaster offers a humble apology for his sudden interference. Meera's jaw drops as she realizes that sobbing man from the crowd is actually the Academy's big boss. He feels terrible for dragging her into the middle of their messy internal drama. He drops into a deep bow, desperately begging for her help with the situation. Meera's face twists in annoyance at this sudden massive headache of a request. She grumbles under her breath about what a total pain in the neck this is turning out to be. Finally, she gives in and tells the headmaster to stand up and quit bowing already. He notices her sharp instincts and suspects she's a survivor of the brutal age of strife. Having someone this observant on his side gives him a massive wave of relief. He confesses that his earlier outburst was totally embarrassing, but it came straight from the heart. His gaze turns ice cold as he exposes the dark rot festering deep within the Academy. Careless has become the ultimate icon for a shallow generation that craves flashy tricks over true power. Meera and her ally are completely locked in, hanging on his every word. The headmaster is desperate to reclaim the legendary, soul-stirring magic of the Academy's golden age. With raw, unfiltered desperation, he begs her to step up and crush Careless. Meera's expression hardens as she weighs the gravity of his plea. She admits it's a massive pain in the neck, but the fire in her eyes says she's interested. She slams her foot down, vowing to protect the legacy of the kingdom Solomon fought to build. The headmaster watches her, his face etched with a grim and unwavering resolve. Flashing a confident smirk, Meera accepts the challenge and tells him to leave everything to her. A cat-eared girl watches intently, whispering the headmaster's legendary title under her breath. She remembers the rumors about Master Damble's apprentice finally making their move. The headmaster confirms Meera is the real deal, and her power is absolutely staggering. He turns on his heel, his long hair flowing behind him like a cape. A vision of a lone god-tier summoner flashes through his mind. He decides he has to witness her magic one more time to prove his theory. Meanwhile, the academy lobby is packed to the brim with hyped-up students. A young boy gets caught in the middle, shoved around by the surging, energetic crowd. A woman shouts an apology as she fights her way through the wall of people. The students are in a frenzy, debating who will emerge victorious in the clash of sorcery versus summoning. Word on the street is that a tiny girl actually had the guts to pick a fight with the mighty Careless. Onlookers are stunned because the crowd for this symposium is absolutely massive. Professor Hinata watches the mob swell, his face twisted with pure, growing dread. The announcer's voice booms through the stadium, shouting out the rules for this sudden, high-stakes duel. Careless cuts him off mid-sentence, demanding to have the final word before the battle erupts. His dark silhouette looms over the arena, radiating an aura of absolute crushing power. He leans in and hisses a cold threat, warning the girl to keep her eyes glued to Professor Hinata. The girl trembles in total shock, paralyzed by the sheer malice dripping from his words. She stammers out a desperate plea, swearing she'd never even dream of interfering with the match. The sharp click of heels echoes through the hall as a mysterious figure strides forward with deadly purpose. That thunderous stomp sends a shockwave through the crowd, making everyone gasp in terror. This arrogant punk, Karis Verlin, is already smirking like he's already won the damn fight. His dirty secret is out. He's planning to use a forbidden magic chain to bind his own body. The snake wants to frame his rival's professor just to steal a win for his department. The stadium is absolutely electric as everyone whispers about how stunning the summoner is supposed to be. On the other side, Meera realizes she's got to respond to her opponent's over-the-top posing. She has no clue what to do, so she just awkwardly grabs the edge of her black dress. She keeps fumbling with the fabric, desperately trying to remember how a proper curtsy even works. She hikes up her skirt to show off her stockings, asking if this is the fan service they want. The crowd goes absolutely wild, and even the announcer is cheering for our new favorite summoner. The announcer is losing his mind as he screams for the fighters to step into the arena. Meera, the summoner, stands perfectly still, her eyes locked on the target with lethal focus. Her opponent, Careless, just smirks, radiating pure, arrogant confidence. The announcer bellows into the mic, and with one roar, the battle is officially on. Careless rips off his cloak with a flourish, but Meera doesn't even flinch. He begins his chant, calling for his soldiers of flame to rise up and burn. But in a heartbeat, his smug face shatters into a mask of pure agony and confusion. He chokes on his own words, completely blindsided by whatever is happening to him. 4 massive armored knights materialize instantly, pinning him to the spot with their blades. Up in the stands, Carousel and his crew are staring in total shock at this insane turn of events. The crowd erupts in a deafening roar, absolutely stunned by this insane display of power. His own magic fizzles out and vanishes, leaving his hands completely powerless. Pure terror fills his eyes as he stares at these phantoms, wondering what kind of monsters they really are. A bird's-eye view reveals the truth. He's trapped in a perfect circle of 6 deadly knights. A menacing horned knight stands guard, having materialized out of thin air. Karaswet is instantly suspicious, certain that Professor Hinata is rigging the entire match. The students in the stands all turn their gaze toward the professor, feeling the exact same doubt. He growls in fury, blaming the brat standing across from him for this absolute disaster. His legs begin to shake violently, rooted to the floor by pure, unadulterated fear. Absolute panic sets in as the realization hits. He can't move a single muscle. His legs shake violently, leaving him frozen and unable to move a muscle. He gasps for air, completely suffocated by the loss of his own body. Meera, on the other hand, strolls toward him with chilling composure. She looks the officials dead in the eye, coolly demanding the final verdict. A friend watches in shock as his magic vanishes, leaving him totally paralyzed. The announcer's hand shoots up, ready to end this battle once and for all. He screams that the summoner is the winner, and the crowd goes absolutely ballistic. Students are losing their minds, shouting that they've never seen summoning this intense. Karas crumbles to the ground, completely shattered by his humiliating loss. He stays face down in the dirt, the ultimate image of a fallen warrior. He grinds his teeth in fury, absolutely refusing to admit he's been beaten. He lunges back to his feet, screaming at the top of his lungs against the final result. Up in the stands, his friends watch in pure horror at his sudden explosion of rage. He charges the judge's table, barking at them to explain what the hell they were even looking at. He bellows that there's no way she did this alone. She must have had a secret partner in crime. High in the crowd, a noble elf watches this pathetic meltdown with nothing but cold disgust. Kara shrieks that his invisible enemy has no clue who they're messing with. Meera doesn't even flinch. just letting a mysterious, confident smirk play across her face. She spins around to meet his gaze, taunting him with a single, playful flick of her finger. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the arena as a hooded figure appears right in the middle of the armored knights. Charis turns pale as a ghost, his eyes bulging with absolute dread. A massive legion of summoned knights suddenly floods the entire arena. The audience erupts into shocked whispers, unable to believe the insane display before them. Meera scans the massive audience, acknowledging the sea of faces waiting for her next move. She takes control of the moment, deciding to give everyone a masterclass in the art of summoning. First, she reveals the secret. You have to lock onto a target location within your reach. Professor Hinata's jaw drops as she realizes Meera's range puts her own to shame. Next, Meera shows them how to pick their warrior, whether it's a Knight of Darkness or a Holy Paladin. With an adorable chibi sketch, she explains how to flood the spell with mana until it's ready to burst. To wrap it up, the summoner just has to bark out orders for their new army to obey. Professor Hinata calls her out, realizing Meera's summoning just shattered every established rule. In total shock, the professor demands to know how she condensed an entire ritual into a single heartbeat. Meera fires back that this wasn't some lucky guess. It's the fruit of years of grueling research. She looks to the other masters, who are forced to admit her mastery of high-level magic is the real deal. To an amateur, it looks like a cheap parlor trick, but she insists this power can be mastered by anyone. Flashing a confident smirk, she reveals the first step. You have to throw common sense out the window. She gives all the glory to the Silver Tower researchers and the legendary 9 wise men for perfecting this art. Every single student in the crowd is dead silent, hanging on to her every word with total awe. Throwing her arms wide, she passionately screams to the world about the true raw power of summoning. She explains that the more you call upon your spirits and the more they bleed in battle, the more unstoppable they become. She reveals a massive variety of summons, including legendary beings capable of actual speech. A student in a wizard hat is blown away by the idea of soldiers who can evolve and grow stronger. Professor Hinata is left reeling as the staggering potential of this magic is finally unveiled. Another student shouts his excitement, finally realizing just how god-tier summoning magic truly is. Tears of pure inspiration and overwhelming joy stream down Professor Hinata's face. The high-ranking elf rises to his feet, offering his deepest gratitude for such an incredible lesson. The entire stadium explodes into a deafening, earth-shaking roar of applause. Meera looks around, realizing this wild symposium has finally come to a close. Suddenly, a hooded girl and an elf materialize out of nowhere, nodding in total agreement. The distinguished elf lets out a blood-curdling shriek, absolutely paralyzed by the sight of them. Meera and Professor Hinata are completely blindsided by the duo's sudden appearance. Later, inside an academy guest room, the group anxiously checks to see if Hinata is still holding it together. One companion guesses that her brain has simply hit its absolute limit for the day. Luckily, she's still conscious enough to reach out for a warm cup of herbal tea. Meera watches in suspense, wondering if the catatonic professor can even manage to take a sip. To her total shock, Hinata tilts the cup back and starts drinking. The burning hot tea jolts her back to reality, making her scream out in pain. Meera rushes over with a glass of water, which Hinata desperately grabs. Suddenly, Hinata's eyes snap wide as a fresh wave of shock and realization washes over her. Her voice trembles with pure disbelief as she begins to question everything that's going on. Her eyes widen as she recognizes the newcomer. It's none other than acting Elder Kleos from the legendary Tower of Evocation. She's absolutely floored, demanding to know why such powerful icons are just casually sipping tea with them. The shock is just too much, and her brain completely short-circuits as she collapses with one final dramatic gasp. Another girl turns to Meera in total disbelief, wondering how she can stay so cool and collected around these titans. Meera realizes she probably needs to be a bit more careful now that she's rolling with such high-ranking heavy hitters. Kleos gives Meera a soft look, telling her not to sweat the professor's total meltdown. He flashes a warm, gentle smile, doing his absolute best to calm the chaotic energy in the room. He insists they just treat him like a normal guy, since he's only filling in as a temporary stand-in anyway. One girl just stands there with her jaw on the floor, completely unable to form a single coherent sentence. Professor Hinata breaks down in tears, confessing she's been a lifelong fangirl of Elder Kleos and just can't keep her cool. Cleo gently tells her to drop the formalities and just treat him like a normal friend, exactly like she does with Meera. Then he drops a bombshell. Meera is actually the apprentice of the legendary Elder Dambeloff, meaning her power is off the charts. Hinata just stands there frozen, her brain short-circuiting as she tries to process this insane revelation. Her cool composure instantly evaporates, replaced by a look of pure, wide-eyed shock. Her mind is absolutely blown as she imagines the legendary master and his young protege standing amongst the stars. Seeing the stars in Hinata's eyes, another girl pipes up and asks if she's dreaming of becoming a powerful mage herself. It's all too much for Hinata, and she collapses right back onto the sofa, completely knocked out by the news. As night falls, the group gathers in a stunning, brightly lit hall deep within the academy. They settle around a table loaded with tea and sweets, ready to dive into their high-stakes meeting. Right nearby, a crucial checklist and a feathered quill sit waiting to record their next big move. Inside the grand room, Cleo declares that these rookies need to get their hands dirty with real experience, not just stare at textbooks. Meera lets out a massive yawn, admitting that those first few steps are always the most exhausting part of the journey. Cleo is fired up and ready to mold this new wave of gifted summoners into absolute legends. Meera casually offers to whip up all the necessary materials, which would be a massive game-changer for their plan. Amaret suggests they throw in some high-level techniques to keep the students' blood pumping and their minds sharp. Cleo nods in agreement, knowing they have to hook people's interest if they want their craft to truly explode. Hinata jumps in with a wild idea. A group expedition to turn their boring lessons into a grand adventure. Seeing a brilliant future ahead, Cleo is absolutely thrilled to be planning all this out with Meera. Suddenly, the mysterious hooded Amaret speaks up, announcing she has a secret of her own to reveal. Meera tells her to let it out, only to be caught completely off guard when she's called absolutely adorable. Feeling a bit flustered, Amaret blurts out a question about where Meera scored that incredible hooded robe. Meera flashes a surprised grin, caught off guard by such a sudden and personal shift in the conversation. She reveals that her lady-in-waiting, Lily, handcrafted that entire custom sorcerer's set just for her. Hinata's jaw drops when she discovers that Lily's services are actually listed in a formal pamphlet. She's so utterly stunned that her face twists into a hilariously horrified expression. Cleos gives a cheerful nod, noting that Professor Hinata has finally snapped back to reality and joined the chat. Hinata starts frantically begging for a chance to help shape the brand new curriculum. She humbly admits her own style is pretty basic, but offers to serve as their dedicated note-taker. Cleos watches her with a calm, knowing smirk, clearly amused by her sudden burst of energy. He remembers the direct order from Elder Cleos, to treat her just like any other person. Amaret drops a bombshell. 10 years ago, Cleo stood shoulder to shoulder with Elder Luminaria, slaying demons in a massive war. And don't be fooled. Amaret claims she wields that exact same terrifying level of power. Meera decides right then and there, their first priority is gearing up for the battles ahead. Hinata is absolutely stunned, realizing Meera's power actually eclipses the legendary Cleo. Completely humbled, she realizes she's barely scratched the surface of what she needs to learn. A massive door groans open, beckoning the group toward their next big destination. They step into the Department of Summoning's storeroom, a massive hall organized with surgical precision. Meera and Hinata are blown away by how spotless and perfectly maintained everything is. With a heavy heart, Hinata admits that with no students around, cleaning was the only thing she had left to do. Meera flashes a grin and suggests that from now on the new students can take over the chores. Hinata beams with joy, diving headfirst into this incredible new deal. Her excited shout rings out, filling every corner of the massive hollow storeroom. They step up to a mountain of raw gems and glittering jewelry that would make any king jealous. Cleo and Meera lock eyes, knowing they need to finish this job in record time. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts as Meera unleashes her magical refinement. A necklace floats into the air, its raw mana being ripped out in a swirl of energy. The jewelry disintegrates into nothingness, leaving only a pulsating orb of pure power behind. Hinata's jaw drops as she asks if these are magic stones, and Cleo gives a solemn nod. She's absolutely stunned by Meera's godlike speed, her eyes unable to even track the girl's hands. Cleo tells Hinata to pay attention, believing she has what it takes to master this legendary technique. A quick diagram reveals Meera's secret. She molds these gems into magic stones as easily as shaping a rice ball. Next, she crushes the power out of her talismans, soaking the stones in energy like she's wringing out a wet cloth. Meera shakes out her tired hands and lets out a massive sigh of relief. The hardest part is finally done. She proudly reveals the finished set of magic stones designed to skyrocket both strength and stamina. Emerald had to hunt down talismans durable enough to survive this insanely intense ritual. With the main job finished, Meera decides to treat herself by crafting a stunning high-end bracelet. She unveils a breathtaking, shimmering gold bracelet, marking the end of her personal masterpiece. Meera warns that for new students, signing a summoning contract is a gamble with their very lives. These enchanted trinkets were forged specifically to lower the stakes and keep those rookies alive. Hinata stands there frozen, her brain struggling to comprehend the absolute miracle she just witnessed. She's forced to admit that the magic this mirror just pulled off is a total mystery to her. Cleo turns to her, his eyes filled with nothing but pure, heartfelt encouragement. He takes a firm, decisive step forward, ready to speak his mind. He calls out to Professor Hinata, catching her so off guard she nearly jumps out of her skin. He looks her in the eye and declares that none of this would be possible without her years of blood, sweat, and tears. Hinata is completely stunned, her face turning bright red from such an unexpected compliment. She tries to brush it off, but Cleo doubles down, insisting he couldn't have done it alone. He lowers his gaze, making it crystal clear that he means every single word from the bottom of his heart. He tells her to stop obsessing over her weaknesses and start focusing on her incredible strengths. His powerful words hit home and a new fire of determination ignites in Hinata's eyes. A confident smirk spreads across her face as she finally catches his drift. Fueled by a new fire, she locks in and fully commits to his legendary advice. With the mission finally crushed, the crew marches out of the storeroom in triumph. Cleo asks for the next move, and Meera reveals she's dying to see every inch of the academy. He gasps in excitement, realizing this is the ultimate chance to step up and help. She lunges forward with insane energy, volunteering to be Meera's personal tour guide. Cleo flashes a grin, telling her that being a guide is right up her alley. Hinata's face lights up with pure ecstasy, thrilled to finally have a real mission. Meera runs a hand through her hair, thinking Professor Hinata is absolutely adorable. But something felt off. It was almost like she was talking to a man. That energetic professor drags the academy tour out until the dead of night. Meera eyes the distant palace, wondering if she should head back to those royal halls for some sleep. She wanders through the peaceful, glowing streets as the starlight dances above her. Forget the palace. She ditches the royal life and hunts down a cozy local inn instead. She absolutely loves the raw freedom and simple perks that come with the adventurer life. Thud! She throws open the massive wooden doors and steps inside. A burly innkeeper with a massive mustache spots her and bellows out a warm welcome. With a grin, he asks if she's looking for a warm bed or a feast to fill her belly. The tavern is absolutely buzzing, packed with rowdy patrons and staff rushing around with drinks. The innkeeper thanks her for her patience and slams down a feast fit for a king. She stares in awe at the jiggly omelet, realizing it's the legendary kind you have to slice open. She eagerly sinks her knife into the fluffy egg and drags it across the surface with perfect timing. The blade slices through that delicate golden exterior like it's cutting through a dream. The soft-boiled center finally breaches, sending a molten wave of egg cascading over the rice. She's absolutely hyped because she's never found a restaurant that can actually pull this off in real life. The innkeeper tells her to dive in, dropping the bombshell that there's melted cheese hidden inside. The moment she takes a bite, her face beams with nothing but pure, unadulterated joy. Meera is practically panting with excitement as she demands some sauce to finish the masterpiece. 2 small pitchers of sauce hit the table with a satisfying clink. Seeing she has 2 delicious options, she pours a rich, dark sauce all over her meal. She gulps hard, her eyes shimmering with pure excitement at the sight of the feast. A spoon dives in, scooping up a massive, dripping portion of saucy eggs and rice. With a powerful chomp, she finally sinks her teeth into the meal she's been craving. Her eyes snap wide in total bliss as she realizes this food is absolutely heavenly. She tears through the dish, trying to savor every complex flavor before it's all gone. After raving about that legendary tomato sauce, she's officially decided to stay the night. The innkeeper grins as she orders a full spread of soup, dessert, and a cold drink. Meera finally leaves the rowdy dining hall behind and starts making her way upstairs. She stalks down the silent hallway, heading straight for her room. Her hand grips the handle of her simple, cozy sanctuary for the night. Back in her cozy room, she collapses onto the bed in a state of pure post-meal bliss. Suddenly, a massive, unladylike burp rips through the air as she kicks back. She bolts upright, scolding herself for acting like a grumpy old man in this cute new body. One sip of her drink and her eyes sparkle. The flavor is absolutely divine. She reaches into her gear and pulls out a stunning notebook covered in dragon carvings. Perched on the mattress, she officially adds this spot to her ultimate restaurant guide. But her mind wanders back to the incredible tour she just took of the academy. She realizes she needs to document those insane new skills before she forgets them. She pictures Professor Hinata losing his mind the second he realized how late it was. As they leave, her friend jokes that Hinata's entire life is just one big cosmic joke. Hinata refused to back down, dead set on finding some late-night action within the academy. Catching a faint sound, she threw open the massive doors with a heavy, echoing creak. The entire hall was alive, packed with students frantically firing off a barrage of magical spells. Hinata stared in awe at the chaos while Meera stood right beside her, taking it all in. With a proud grin, Hinata realized they'd found the elite department of sorcery. She declared that this was, without a doubt, the most prestigious department in the whole school. Their insane drive was the only reason they were still grinding away in the dead of night. Hinata pointed out a student named Careless, a total genius with an ego as big as his creativity. She admitted their spells were mostly for show, but it was her job to polish that raw talent. Meera finally shifted her focus from the training floor to the professor standing right next to her. She flashes a warm smile at Hinata, getting ready to drop a massive compliment. She tells the professor she's a total powerhouse and that the summoners are lucky to have her. That sudden, heartfelt praise hits Hinata like a truck, turning her face bright crimson. Completely flustered, she starts waving her arms wildly and stuttering out a denial. The rest of the crew watches in pure amusement as the shy professor desperately tries to change the subject. The flashback dissolves and Meera collapses onto her bed back at the inn. She lies awake, her mind racing over how insanely magic has evolved in just 30 years. A wave of excitement hits her. She's dying to find a place to unleash these brand new spells. Suddenly, a wicked, devious smirk creeps across her face as a brilliant plan takes shape. She makes up her mind right then. Tomorrow, she's putting one specific spell to the ultimate test. With her master plan locked in, she finally heads to bed for some much-needed rest. Morning breaks, and the sun drenches the beautiful town in a golden glow. As she heads downstairs, the friendly innkeeper greets her with a massive, cheerful smile. Meera laughs it off, totally amused that he still remembers her legendary feast from the night before. Through the morning buzz, the innkeeper asks if she's actually got room for another round of breakfast. A curious waitress asks where her parents are, but the innkeeper steps in to explain she's a full-blown adventurer. He slams down a massive steaming plate of food and tells her to go wild. Meera's eyes sparkle with pure joy at the sight of this incredible breakfast spread. She dives right in, devouring every single bite of the mouth-watering meal. Once the plate is clean, she blinks in total bliss, feeling completely stuffed and satisfied. Stepping out of the inn, she decides today is the perfect day to scout every corner of this town. We see her 30-minute trek on the map, leading her straight from the heart of Lunatic Lake to the massive city walls. Her journey leads her right through a stunning garden, filled with the sweet, intoxicating scent of muscat grapes. She pushes forward until she finds a massive, empty plain, standing as a lone speck against the horizon. She confirms the coast is clear, making sure she's far enough from the city to unleash her devastating magic. With fire in her eyes, she begins the ancient incantation for the summoning arts-bound arcana. She thrusts her hand forward, focusing every ounce of her overwhelming magical energy into a single point. Her fingers tremble as she channels the raw, surging power needed for this complex ritual. Brilliant orbs of light crackle into existence, building momentum for the massive summon. She recites a poetic chant, calling out to ancient memories hidden within the distant lights. She thrusts her hands toward a massive summoning circle, demanding her creation return to her side. With a voice full of love, she calls out for her precious child to soar back to her. Suddenly, a gargantuan-scaled tail whips out from the blinding vortex of light. Two massive razor-sharp claws crash into the earth with a bone-shaking thud. A warm smile spreads across her face as she gazes at the majestic beast standing before her. The ritual is finished, unveiling the legendary Imperial Dragon, Eisenwald. She steps forward without a hint of fear, welcoming her ancient ally back to the world. The dragon's voice vibrates through the air, shocking everyone as he calls her father. He asks exactly when she turned into his mother, sending her into a total blushing tailspin. She promises to explain the whole crazy story later, and the dragon happily accepts her as his new mom. He realizes just how much must have changed since the last time their paths crossed. He beams with pure joy just to have a mother, and she can't help but praise him for being so understanding. His happiness cuts her deep, leaving her completely unable to tell him to stop calling her mother. A memory of her excitedly hatching his egg flashes back, making her absolutely cringe with embarrassment. It hits her. She literally raised him from birth, so of course he looks at her as his parent. Isenwald confesses that her long disappearance was agonizing, and he lived in constant fear that she'd forgotten him entirely. His voice is heavy with years of crushing loneliness, and she looks up at him with a wave of empathy. The colossal dragon bows his massive head and starts nuzzling her with desperate affection. The sheer power of his love is overwhelming, sending her stumbling back in total shock. He won't stop nuzzling her like a giant puppy, leaving her shouting to know what on earth he's doing. He brings back the memory of her own words, a lesson about the tender, gentle love of a mother. He lets out a thunderous purr, but she cries out that he's way too massive for this kind of affection. To her, every single cuddle feels like getting slammed by a high-speed dump truck. Realizing she's actually in pain, Isenwald admits his giant body has become a bit of a burden. A blinding flash erupts as his colossal dragon body begins to dissolve into thin air. She watches in total shock as his massive frame shrinks and twists into a brand new shape. The light fades to reveal a stunningly handsome young man with sharp, dragon-like features. Her jaw hits the floor as she stares at the incredible human form standing before her. She gasps his name in pure disbelief, and he calmly confirms that yes, it's really him. She's absolutely blown away by the wild fantasy logic that lets a dragon transform into a human. Her awe instantly shatters into pure terror as she spots one horrifying detail. She points a trembling finger, her voice cracking as the reality of his new look sinks in. Isenfeld is standing there buck naked, striking a ridiculous pose and shouting that he's ready for romance. In a total panic, she screams that humans aren't allowed to just walk around in their birthday suits. She fires off a blinding light spell to hide his junk, grumbling about how he's going to catch a cold. She dives into her inventory and rips out a plain white cloth to cover him up immediately. She snaps a massive safety pin into place, desperately securing the fabric around him. With a quick flick of her wrists, she ties a tight knot around his waist to keep the cloth from falling. Finally decent, Isenwald is overcome with emotion, calling this simple wrap the first gift he's ever received. Meera lays down the law. No more stripping, while Isenwald looks at her with puppy dog eyes and calls her mother. She wraps him in tight hugs and sweetly dubs him a good boy. Flooded with joy, Isenwald beams, thrilled by all the love he's soaking in. That night, Meera strolls through the town, her mind tangled with a nagging worry. Out of nowhere, a cloaked girl appears, bluntly asking if Meera goes commando. Horror strikes as the girl lifts her skirt, proving she actually wears underwear. The girl teases Meera's type, then casually asks if she even knows how to wear a bra. Blushing hard, Meera confesses she hasn't the faintest clue how to put one on. The hooded stranger starts untying her blouse, ready to give a hands-on lesson. Meera's eyes widen in pure shock as the unexpected tutorial kicks off. The girl declares she'll undress to teach Meera how to dress properly once again. Her blouse slipping down, she orders Meera to keep a sharp eye on her. The delicate lace of her bra is revealed in stunning detail. Meera's heart races, torn by the sight of the gorgeous woman's chest. She tightens her fist, steeling herself to behave like a true gentleman. Her expression hardens into a mask of unwavering determination. Mara snatches the girl's arm, panicked, yelling that she can't undress out here. The hooded girl asks if she's sure, and Meera shouts back with firm conviction. The girl nods, backing down and dropping the subject without another word. Meera can't help but think how strange it is to dress her son in women's chitin armor. Suddenly, a tall, pale-haired woman, Meera's mother, steps into view before her. She confirms the truth. She brought Meera here for one very specific reason. A bold, confident grin spreads across her face as she prepares to make her move. She reveals her ultimate wish. She wants to soar through the clouds on Meera's back. Meera's wolf features sprout instantly as she asks with wide eyes if that's even possible. Her face glows with pure, feral excitement at the thought of such an epic ride. Her mother twirls around in total delight, cheering that she'll be their guide. Meera prepares to shift her form, ready to become the ultimate transport. Isenwald suddenly erupts into a massive dragon and invites his mother to climb aboard. Meera's mother starts scrambling up the side of the colossal beast. But in all the chaos, Meera loses her footing and takes a clumsy tumble. Her mom scolds her for being too reckless, but Meera can't help but apologize through her pure excitement. We get a close-up of Meera's face, showing off a massive sheepish grin as she settles into place. She digs her foot in, finding a rock-solid grip against the dragon's massive scales. With a single command, Isenfall explodes into the air with unbelievable power. They rocket toward the clouds, leaving Meera's mother absolutely stunned by the dizzying height. Meera screams at the top of her lungs, praising Eisenwald as she soaks in the thrill of soaring through the sky. Way down below, a lonely shepherd gazes up at the sky over the massive mountain peaks. A colossal shadow sweeps across the land, engulfing the man and his entire flock. The young boy stares upward, his face frozen in a look of absolute jaw-dropping wonder. The shadow of a titan-sized wing completely blacks out the ground beneath his feet. High in the sky, the dragon soars like a god against the jagged peaks. The world below unfolds in a stunning display of wild, untamed beauty. They streak across a massive lake locked deep within the mountain's embrace. Clinging to the beast, Meera's hair lashes out as they tear through the atmosphere. A sudden burst of raw speed hits her like a physical blow. She's ripped right off the dragon's back and sent spiraling into the empty sky. Everything turns into a dizzying smear as she free falls towards certain death. Her mother just watches coolly, noting they've finally shattered the sound barrier. She sighs, knowing Eisenwald's thrill-seeking nature always goes a bit too far. Activating a divine art, she walks on thin air to snatch Meera from the jaws of fate. Eisenwald's voice rumbles from below as he desperately apologizes for his reckless stunt. Safe in his grasp, Meera sheepishly admits she completely forgot how physics works mid-air. Her mother calms them both down and commands Eisenwald to finally kill the speed. Now gliding peacefully through the sky, Eisenwald asks where they're actually headed. Meera's mother reveals she's going to see someone she's kept waiting for 30 long years. She declares it's time for a serious confrontation, her true mission finally coming into focus. As a new chapter unfolds, she demands to know what Eisenwald was up to during her long absence. He reveals he's been living in a dragon city and even mastered the art of taking human form. The mention of this shifting technique catches her off guard as they soar over the jagged peaks. She realizes a former player must have gifted the dragons this incredible energy-saving magic. She wonders if this is some secret, high-level technique built exclusively for dragonkind. A chill runs down Meera's spine as she realizes just how many insane mysteries this world is hiding. She's so caught up in the adrenaline rush that she never wants this incredible flight to end. But the dream is cut short when her mother points out their destination, Silverhorn, looming on the horizon. Eisenwald begins his descent, his massive wings beating against the air to kill their momentum. He flares his wings out wide, sending a massive shockwave of wind screaming across the landscape as he nears the earth. The great dragon slams into the ground with a bone-shaking thud, terrifying every creature in sight. Meera leaps from his massive back, landing on the soft grass with perfect grace. Eisenwald announces they've finally made it, and his mother beams with pride at his flawless performance. Still trembling from the cold, Meera is blown away that they covered all that distance in just 2 hours. Eisenwald looks up with hope, practically begging for another chance to soar through the clouds. Meera meets his gaze with a gentle, reassuring smile that says it all. She promises him right then and there she'll be relying on his power constantly from now on. The dragon lets out a triumphant cry, his voice echoing through the crystal-clear sky. A quick 30-minute hike brings Meera to the borders of a massive, sprawling civilization. She marches right up to the colossal stone gates guarding the entrance to Silverhorn. Once inside, she's greeted by a main street absolutely exploding with life and energy. Looking down from above, the city square is a sea of bustling markets and racing carriages. The architecture is a wild fusion of old-world tradition and cutting-edge modern style. Meera can't believe her eyes. High-quality mana drinks are being sold for next to nothing. Her eyes light up as she discovers a massive stash of incredibly rare stardust. A shopkeeper greets her while she gawks at the insanely low prices for these legendary items. She's absolutely floored to see such high-tier treasures just sitting there for the taking. She takes a moment to process how much the world has evolved, wishing she'd seen it all go down. A nostalgic smile spreads across her face as she realizes some things will always stay the same. She knows the real secret. The absolute best, most unique loot is still hidden in the back alleys. Looking at the beautiful city architecture only makes her love this place even more. Suddenly, a delicious-looking menu outside a local cafe catches her eye and makes her stomach growl. It's lunchtime, and she knows she can't possibly conquer the towers on an empty stomach. Following her hunger, she ducks into a bakery to grab a bite before her next big move. Those massive, interconnected silver towers reaching for the clouds, that's where she truly belongs. The streets surrounding the base are exploding with life and energy. Suddenly, a kid's voice rings out, barking orders at a make-believe dark knight. Meera turns bright red, absolutely mortified to see kids running around with toy versions of Damblefrobe. The little ones keep on arguing, having no clue that the real deal is standing right there. Meera pushes forward with ironclad determination, cutting through the crowd toward her final goal. With her long, pale blonde hair flowing, Meera's face hardens into a look of pure intensity. These 9 legendary linked towers are the crown jewel and iconic symbol of Silverhorn. This former former military fortress is now locked down tighter than a drum, requiring insane security checks just to step inside. Because it's nearly impossible to enter, everyone calls this place the legendary treasure vault of spells. A shimmering, translucent keycard glows with magical energy, ready to unlock the impossible. The scanner chirps, granting a level of access that ordinary people can only dream of. A tourist in the crowd loses his mind, pointing and screaming for everyone to witness the spectacle. The moment those colossal doors creak open, the entire crowd explodes into a wild, cheering frenzy. One guy gets so swept up in the hype that he actually proposes to a totally confused stranger. Meera slips inside, baffled by why these towers have suddenly become the hottest attraction on the planet. We look up to see the tower's massive, sky-piercing frame stretching endlessly into the clouds. This is the legendary Tower of Evocation, one of the 9 pillars of ultimate power. The heavy door slams shut behind her, locking her inside a silent, gleaming hall of mystery. She looks tiny as she marches toward the massive glass elevator standing right in the heart of the room. Riding the elevator in silence, she realizes she can't run from this showdown any longer. Memories of Mariana flood back, the woman who spent 30 long years loyally guarding her every possession. She remembers confessing to an ally that the path ahead is going to be pure torture. Meera looks back at when Mariana was nothing more than a cold NPC with zero emotions. She's haunted by the ghost of her old self back when she felt absolutely nothing for Mariana. The doors hiss open, drawing her deeper into the eerie silence of the tower's peak. She lets out a shaky breath, crushed by the massive weight of the choice she's about to make. Now that this world is real, every single emotion hits her like a physical blow to the heart. Suddenly, a figure drops in front of her with a heavy thud. It's her rival. Mira's heart skips a beat as she gulps in terror, completely blindsided by the enemy blocking her way. An elven figure recognizes her immediately, asking if she's come to see Mariana. A quick flashback reveals Mariana begging Kleos to talk to Meera about the mysterious Elder Dawnbolf. Mariana had already made up her mind. She was finally going to spill the truth about her master to Kleos. Suddenly, a new voice breaks the silence, asking what she's doing in this part of the tower. Meera looks up in total shock to see Mariana standing right there with a warm, gentle smile. Mariana greets Lady Meera with open arms, mentioning how long it's been since they were last together. Meera admits she has something huge to discuss, even as a wave of pure nerves washes over her. Mariana brings Kleos into the fold, certain that having him there will make this difficult talk much smoother. The three of them head into the elegant office tucked away inside the Tower of Evocation. Mariana serves up 3 cups of steaming tea, bracing herself for the serious conversation ahead. Meera leans in, cutting straight to the chase with no more room for games. She inhales deeply, bracing herself to unleash a secret she's kept buried for ages. Staring Mariana right in the soul, she drops the first bomb. She was never Dembelf's student. With tears stinging her eyes, she confesses the impossible. She is actually Dambelf himself. This revelation sends Cleo into a total tailspin, his face twisted in pure, stammering shock. Mariana stands there paralyzed, her mind reeling from the weight of this massive bombshell. She explains that Meera was just a cover, but she needed them to know the real her. Mariana covers her mouth in disbelief, struggling to wrap her head around this world-altering truth. Meera waits with bated breath, desperate to see how Mariana handles the staggering confession. With a cold, unwavering stare, Mariana asks the one question that matters. Do you have proof? Mariana's eyes are locked onto Meera, practically begging for an answer that changes everything. Meera knows she's in a massive bind and starts frantically searching for a way to prove her claim. Her mind is moving at 100 miles an hour, but every idea she has feels weak and useless. She realizes that even summoning a loyal spirit would just look like a cheap, unconvincing trick. The sheer hope radiating from Mariana is putting a crushing amount of pressure on this one moment. Suddenly, Kleos jumps in with a brilliant idea. The ultimate test of divine fairy protection. He explains that renewing this sacred blessing will be the undeniable proof of who she really is. This isn't just a simple contract. It's an unbreakable, soul-binding vow between a fairy and their partner. Kleos reasons that since Mariana originally blessed Dembil, a successful renewal would settle the debate. If the ritual works, it'll prove once and for all that Meera is actually the legendary Dembelf. Meera thrusts her hand forward without a hint of fear, ready to face the ultimate magical trial. Mariana nods with a shaky breath, her fingers trembling as she prepares for the holy ritual. Their palms lock together, igniting the ancient ceremony to renew their eternal bond. A blinding, otherworldly light explodes as Mariana's majestic fairy form finally reveals itself. Shimmering mana floods the room, pulsing with a raw, overwhelming power that defies logic. Everyone watches in total shock as the ritual surges toward its breathtaking peak. Radiant, wing-shaped sigils burn onto their joined hands, proving the contract is officially restored. Mariana gasps in disbelief at at the glowing mark, realizing the sacred pact is finally real. Meera flashes a knowing smirk, whispering if this is finally enough proof for her faithful servant. Overwhelmed by pure emotion, Mariana breaks down in tears, crying out that she's finally found her master again. Meera is absolutely stunned by the sudden explosive wave of emotion hitting her. An awkward, sheepish look washes over Meera's face as she watches Mariana completely break down. Mariana chokes out an apology, confessing she had no clue how to reveal her true fairy identity. Her heart-wrenching sobs won't stop as 30 years of agonizing waiting finally burst forth. She fires back that fairies don't judge by looks. Danbolf is Danbolf, no matter what form he takes. Sniffling, Mariana admits that Meera is actually way less terrifying in her new body. Meera's jaw drops as she asks if she was really that scary, but they both frantically deny it. Cleo starts trembling with fear, desperately suggesting that dignified is a much better word. Meera brings up Mariana's old complaints about her workload, triggering a fresh explosion of guilty wails. She finally reveals her secret mission to find the 9 wise men and reclaim her lost seat. Mariana and Cleo swear their absolute loyalty right then and there, vowing to fight until a new golden era dawns. With her team assembled, Meera drops one last crucial request on her inner circle. To keep her cover from blowing, she asks them to keep calling her Meera for just a little longer. Her allies flash a warm smile and agree instantly, not hesitating for even a single second. They lock in the pact with a grin, sealing their massive secret away from the rest of the world. Suddenly, the peace is ripped apart by the frantic, high-pitched scream of a magical alarm. Cleo snaps into action, answering the emergency transmission and identifying himself to the caller. He pinpoints the disaster to the industrial town of Silver One, where chaos erupted just 3 hours ago. The caller screams that a massive dragon was spotted soaring overhead, and the news hits Cleos like a physical blow. Pure terror washes over his face as the horrifying truth finally clicks in his mind. He snaps out orders for total radio silence, realizing he needs to reach her immediately. He cuts the emergency feed with a sharp click as his thoughts spin at 100 miles an hour. Later, he faces a bashful Meera, who cheekily asks how he'd feel if she took the massive Eisenfold for a joyride. Cleos loses his cool, shouting that Eisenwald's sheer scale would send the entire world into a blind panic. The day's madness finally melts away, replaced by the peaceful silhouette of the tower under the stars. Inside, the moonlight dances across a sleek, high-tech kitchen, making everything shimmer. Looking out from the clouds, the night sky is a sea of drifting, silver-lined mist. Meera sinks into a giant steaming bath, letting out a sigh of pure relief to finally be back home. She realizes this new tub is way more massive than anything she ever had back in the game. A heartfelt smile lights up her face, knowing Mariana must have set this all up just for her. She closes her eyes in pure bliss, vowing to come home from her journeys way more often. But her peace is instantly shattered when a soft voice calls her name, sending her heart racing. The voice calmly asks if she's enjoying the water, leaving her stammering like a total mess. Footsteps echo closer as the voice boldly announces she's jumping in the bath too. Suddenly, Mariana appears in all her glory, her stunning butterfly wings on full display. With a look of pure longing, Mariana offers to wash her master's back. Surrounded by thick steam, Mariana makes her move and asks to scrub Meera down. Meera is absolutely floored, especially since Mariana isn't wearing a single stitch of clothing. A heavy, suffocating silence hangs in the misty air between them. Meera remembers Mariana waited 30 long years for this, making it impossible to say no. Mariana locks her eyes onto her master, waiting with bated breath for a response. Meera's face is a total mess of pure shock and absolute panic. She lets out a pained groan, clearly torn apart by this impossible choice. The moment Meera gives in, Mariana's face explodes with pure, unbridled joy. A fancy shell-shaped soap dish sits right on the edge of the massive, luxurious tub. Mariana spots Meera's hair and practically begs for the chance to wash it herself. She announces she's going to use that special soap from the shell dish. Inside a stunning bedroom, a massive royal canopy bed is waiting for them. Fully dressed now, Meera downs a glass of water, desperately trying to get her heart rate back to normal. She turns toward Mariana, offering a sincere thank you for all the help. She slams her glass down, blushing as she admits she's a total amateur when it comes to sharing a bath. Mariana stands there in a frilly apron, watching the scene with a warm, satisfied smile. Meera tries to shut it down for the night, insisting they focus on the chaos waiting for them tomorrow. A wave of pure dread washes over Meera as she senses another wild request coming her way. Hugging a pillow tight, Mariana begs to sleep right on the floor next to her bed. Meera absolutely loses it, frantically reminding her that they're technically still opposite sexes. She's left speechless when Mariana drops a logic bomb, reminding her that she's a woman now. Internally, Meera is reeling from this devastating combo attack of pure affection. With a look of total vulnerability, Mariana softly asks if her request is just too much to handle. Meera's ironclad resolve completely shatters in the face of Mariana's heartfelt plea. Her face melts into a soft smile as a deep blush creeps across her cheeks. She stammers that Mariana's request isn't a problem for her at all. Hiding her face in her hands, Meera confesses she was just caught completely off guard. Mariana begins prepping her own little spot right on the floor next to the bed. Her eyes light up with pure, overwhelming joy the moment Meera says yes. Before long, the two of them are snuggled up together inside the massive canopy bed. They lock eyes, ready to spend the entire night sharing every secret they have. Mariana beams, radiating pure happiness just to be by Meera's side once more. Her inner thoughts overflow with emotion, rejoicing in the reunion she's waited a lifetime for. She admits that seeing Meera's brand new look was a total shock to her system at first. But now, she sees the silver lining. They finally get to share a bath and a pillow together. Meera gazes at her, her heart absolutely melting at such pure, innocent joy. Mariana suddenly apologizes, feeling guilty for being so demanding. She pours her heart out, desperate to feel close after being apart for so long. The terrifying thought of Meera leaving again makes her want to treasure every single second. We get a close-up of Meera's eyes, burning with determination as she hangs on every word. Meera makes it clear she doesn't mind these requests one bit. She swears a solemn oath to grant her every wish, no matter what happens. A single emotional tear wells up in Mariana's eye, shimmering with the weight of that promise. Silence falls between them as they tenderly reach out and lock hands. Mariana drifts off with a peaceful smile, whispering a sweet goodnight to Meera. Suddenly, a mystical crest erupts in light where their hands meet, sealing their unbreakable new bond. Meera's eyes go wide as she realizes Mariana's heart was filled with nothing but pure, genuine love. Mariana teases her, asking what she thought was going to happen, sending Meera into a total panic. The camera zooms in on Mariana's face, showing a mischievous, knowing grin. She presses for an answer, but a flustered Meera desperately claims it was nothing at all. Mariana's eyes shimmer with pure devotion under the soft, warm glow of the room. She locks eyes with Meera, clearly about to drop a serious question. Mariana leans in and asks Meera to reveal the secrets of her past and the long journey she's traveled. Meera's guarded expression finally melts away as she prepares to open up her heart. She's all in, suggesting they trade secrets to kill the time. They vow to keep the conversation going until their eyes finally give out. Mariana's eyes sparkle with pure joy, cherishing this reunion 3 decades in the making. She beams with excitement as the shadows of the night wrap around them. Morning arrives as golden rays of sun flood the silent, luxurious bedroom. The steady, rhythmic thud of a knife hitting the cutting board rings out from the kitchen. Meera's eyes snap open as she wakes up to a brand new morning. A savory pot of soup simmers and bubbles away on the stove. She bolts upright, catching a whiff of the mouth-watering scent filling the air. Lured by the heavenly smell of breakfast, she finally drags herself out of bed. A fresh filet hits the grill, sizzling with mouth-watering perfection. A steaming bowl sits waiting for a pour of rich, savory soup. Fresh daikon is shredded into a mountain of snowy, crisp flakes. Fluffy, piping hot rice is piled high into a beautiful, decorative bowl. A delicate block of silky tofu is sliced with absolute precision. Meera steps into the kitchen and finds Mariana hard at work over the stove. Mariana looks back, her face radiating a calm and steady focus. Meera watches from the doorway, her eyes filled with pure admiration. Mariana beams a bright smile and gives Lady Meera a heartfelt morning greeting. An absolute feast of a traditional Japanese breakfast is spread across the table. Meera stares in shock, unable to believe her eyes as Mariana reveals the depth of her loyalty. She's absolutely floored that Mariana went through all this trouble to recreate a taste of Japan. Mariana beams with pride, revealing she cultivated every single ingredient from the ground up. She insists that Meera digs in right now while the meal is piping hot. Meera reaches for the steaming bowl of miso soup to begin her feast. She takes a slow, cautious sip, letting the nostalgic broth wash over her. A lone tear escapes her eye as the incredible flavor hits her soul. The rich dashi and miso taste like home, wrapping her heart in a warm embrace. She lets out a blissful sigh as the silky tofu literally dissolves on her tongue. From the fluffy rice to the savory fish, every single bite is a masterpiece of perfection. She drizzles a rich, savory sauce right over that mountain of fresh daikon. She dives in, taking a massive bite of that flawlessly seared fish. The sweet kick from the daikon makes the fish taste absolutely heavenly. She's stunned by how light and jiggly those dashi rolled eggs are. Pairing them with the daikon creates a total explosion of flavor in her mouth. Mariana asks for her verdict, and Meera shouts her approval with pure joy. Mariana's face lights up, absolutely thrilled to see Meera loving every second of it. She offers up a second helping, and Meera doesn't hesitate for even a second. Meera insists Mariana join the feast, and she happily digs in right alongside her. They sit face to face, soaking in the peace as they share this incredible meal together. Mariana teases that they look exactly like a pair of happy newlyweds. Their quiet morning is shattered as a magical transmission blares through the room. Mariana quickly flips open a briefcase-shaped device to answer the urgent summons. A man named Suleiman's voice crackles through, demanding to know if Lady Meera is there. He reveals that a few minor issues have cropped up that desperately need her attention. With fire in her eyes, Meera commands Mariana to accept the call to action. Right next to a simple vase of flowers, a voice rings out confirming the mission is a go. Staring up at a massive, towering spire, she vows that she'll be back before they know it. Her butterfly-winged aide prays for her safety, promising to wait faithfully for her return. A wave of deep, heartbreaking sorrow washes over the aide's face as she watches her friend walk away. The long-haired girl gives her heartbroken friend a warm, comforting smile to lift her spirits. Overwhelmed with pure joy, her face lights up with a massive, blushing grin. The elf tries to lighten the mood, but she's totally annoyed by his weird idea of what gloomy means. Sensing the perfect moment, the elf realizes they need a brand new way to travel. He starts chanting a high-level spell as a glowing sigil burns into the air. With a blinding explosion of light, a massive, legendary Garuda appears. The elf jokes that maybe something with a fluffy coat would have been more comfortable. He points to a secure carriage and explains that's where they'll be riding. The Garuda snatches the carriage and rockets straight into the clouds. Its massive wings thunder against the wind, carrying them higher and higher. Someone is blown away by how silky smooth the ride is on the back of the mighty Garuda. Tucked inside, the elf reveals that the royal staff custom-built this carriage just for him. The girl's eyes sparkle with pure hype as they soar through the clouds. Suddenly, their destination comes into view. A massive castle city protected by a rushing river. We get a stunning look at the towering spires of the legendary palace of Al-Qaeda. The scene shifts to the pristine and high-stakes atmosphere of the king's private office. Sitting at a massive table, the king demands to know every single obstacle they've faced. He admits that even though Suleiman cracked most of the code, a massive problem still lingers. He sighs, frustrated that even the smartest man in the kingdom can't solve the final piece of the puzzle. We see a mountain of decoded papers, the grueling result of their endless hard work. She discovers the truth. The legendary materials for the Holy Grail are hidden somewhere in the south. Her partner sighs, admitting they're struggling to pin down the exact location. He shoves another document her way, claiming it holds the secret phrases they need. Her eyes lock onto the page, burning with intense curiosity and focus. A bizarre riddle about willows, mountain peaks, and a sword reveals the path to the vessel. She pores over the confusing verse, her brow furrowing as she tries to crack the code. Her companion bursts out laughing, mocking the riddle for being a total disaster. She lets out a low, frustrated growl, fuming that he's taking this clue so lightly. But then he drops a bombshell. They actually have one solid lead for her to hunt down. Her face hardens with pure determination as she absorbs every word of the new intel. He points her toward the one place that holds every secret about the southern continent. Her eyes snap wide as the realization hits her like a lightning bolt. The trail leads straight into the depths of the kingdom, to a labyrinth called the Fool's Wonder Chamber. This massive maze serves as a forbidden vault for an ancient group's lifelong research. Memories of the kingdom's bloody founding and the role this place played come rushing back. The kingdom of Al-Qaeda only rose to power after a legendary, impossible condition was finally met. The founder had to dominate and tame the unstoppable monster lurking within Lunatic Lake. Deep inside the chamber, he discovered the secret knowledge needed to actually reason with the beast. A vision flashes of the founder standing before the colossal creature under the glow of a full moon. She lets out a heavy, weary sigh. Finally feeling the crushing weight of the mission ahead, she dives headfirst into the lethal mission, declaring that she's the only one skilled enough to pull it off. She glares at the mountain of dusty ancient tomes and groans at the sheer boredom of it all. Her partner bursts out laughing, promising her she won't have to write down a single word by hand. He whips out a legendary sheet of magic paper that clones any text it touches in the blink of an eye. She drops a bombshell, revealing that the files she's hunting for are hidden away on the third floor. Her companion's jaw hits the floor as he gasps in absolute disbelief at her words. He panics, reminding her that the Wunderkammer is only supposed to have 2 floors, not 3. To unlock that secret third level, she's got to track down rare firefly ore from the treacherous copper mines. She's crushed by the thought of a 10-hour trek, but he reveals a jeep can cut that journey down to just 3. But the mere idea of climbing into that armored jeep sends a wave of pure terror through her soul. He warns that the region is crawling with monsters and their defenses are spread dangerously thin. With a dazzling grin, he suggests that a powerhouse like her is exactly what they need. She lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh, realizing she's been completely played. A quick flashback reveals her getting relentlessly hounded to join this mission. Her companion had been shamelessly begging to see her legendary Dark Knight's ultimate defense. 2 hours southeast of Lunatic Lake, a brutal and jagged mountain range looms ahead. A massive armored vehicle roars as it thunders across the punishing rocky terrain. The machine slams and bounces violently while fighting its way up the treacherous path. Garrett keeps a cool smirk behind the wheel while his passenger gets tossed around like a rag doll. He spots their destination on the horizon and announces that they've finally arrived. The armored transport rattles and shakes as it barrels toward the mining base. They finally reach the jagged copper mine, a massive fortress carved right into the foot of a towering cliff. The engine kills as they pull up right in front of the massive wooden gates. Deep within the pitch-black tunnels, the rhythmic ring of pickaxes echoes through the gloom. A rookie soldier takes a quick breather, stretching his aching limbs in the belly of the earth. Out of nowhere, a violent blast tears through the mine, bringing the ceiling crashing down. Through the thick dust and debris, a mysterious magical glow begins to flicker. The young soldier stares in total shock, his eyes wide with pure wonder. He asks Commander Garrett if he caused the blast, and the commander gives a cold, knowing nod. Garrett rallies the squad, revealing their true goal: seize the Firefly ore for the powerful Lady Meera. A soldier carefully secures a shard of the radiant, glowing ore into his pouch. With their haul complete, Garrett barks the order for the squad to gear up and move out. The soldiers shout in unison, ready to leave this damp mine behind for good. A Dark Knight's massive armored boot crushes the jagged rocks underfoot with a heavy thud. Garrett breathes a massive sigh of relief that they didn't have to unleash Lady Meera's secret weapon. He counts his lucky stars for the peace and quiet, especially since he was braced for a total bloodbath. Without warning, the Dark Knight blurs past him like a terrifying streak of shadow. Garrett recoils in pure shock, his heart racing from the knight's explosive sudden movement. The soldiers whip their heads around, completely baffled by the chaos they just witnessed. A piercing metallic ring echoes through the air, freezing the entire squad in their tracks. Garrett's heart sinks as he realizes the nightmare approaching them is real. He recognizes the monster instantly. It's a terrifyingly powerful beast fiend. The colossal scarred bear lunges forward, shredding through the knight's defenses. These rare creatures are overflowing with mana, granting them godlike physical strength. The Dark Knight stands firm while the bear snarls, readying its next lethal move. The beast clamps its jaws onto the blade, the screech of teeth on steel filling the air. It anchors its massive paws into the ground, charging up for a world-ending strike. With one brutal swing, the bear obliterates the knight, leaving the crowd paralyzed with fear. Garrett howls in total shock as Lady Meera's champion is utterly destroyed. He barks a desperate order to his shaking soldiers to retreat into the mine tunnels immediately. They bolt for their lives while he shouts that the narrow tunnel is their only hope. The soldiers scramble in a panic, desperate to follow their commander's life or death command. Garrett's voice cracks as he screams for his team to run before the monster tears them apart. The ground trembles with every massive thud of the bear's paws as it hunts them down. The gap is closing fast, and the nightmare beast is inches away from shredding the retreating men. A soldier feels the beast's scorching breath on his neck just as it raises a lethal claw. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoes through the air, ordering the monster to halt right there. Thwack! A pickaxe flies through the air and slams into the bear, stopping its rampage cold. A girl in martial arts gear strikes a fierce pose, revealing she's been hunting this monster all along. She tells them they can keep the loot. She's only here for the pure adrenaline of the battle. The girl stands her ground against the massive, shadow-drenched silhouette of a berserk bear. This demonic beast unleashes a bone-chilling roar, baring its razor-sharp fangs. With a thunderous stomp, the monster lunges forward, making the very ground tremble beneath its weight. Suddenly, a streak of light flashes by, moving way too fast for the naked eye to track. Her first strike connects with a deafening crack against the monster's iron-like skin. She immediately follows up with a devastating kick to the jaw that sends the massive bear stumbling back. Dazed and confused, the beast fiend wobbles as its massive body struggles to stay upright. A spark of pure adrenaline and ironclad resolve ignites in the young fighter's eyes. She explodes into a relentless storm of strikes, pummeling the beast from every single angle. An onlooker realizes in shock this is the legendary and unstoppable immortal arts movement. Roaring in pure agony, the bear desperately tries to survive this brutal, non-stop onslaught. Pushed to the brink, the monster winds up a devastating strike with its massive razor-sharp claws. Those lethal talons rip through the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom that echoes across the battlefield. The earth trembles beneath her feet, but she doesn't flinch as she stares down the beast's incoming strike. With a defiant scream, she dances around the creature's wild, desperate swing like it's absolutely nothing. She goes for the kill, launching two unseen blades of pure pressurized force straight at her foe. Direct hit! A colossal explosion of white-hot energy erupts, obliterating everything in its path. The shockwave tears through the mountains, shaking the very foundation of the landscape. Everyone watching is frozen in total shock, unable to believe the sheer godlike power they're witnessing. As thick black smoke chokes the sky, the legendary beast finally falls for the very last time. The chaos finally dies down, leaving the mountain sky in a hauntingly peaceful silence. Staring into the smoking crater, the girl scoffs, realizing that beast was way weaker than the rumors suggested. She spins toward the uniformed officer, offering her sincere thanks for jumping in to save their lives. He's completely baffled, insisting that her own explosive power was the real showstopper. She just shrugs it off, acting like her godlike display of strength was just another Tuesday. Suddenly, her eyes lock onto a nearby knight, sensing a massive aura and itching for a real challenge. The officer's squad stands there with their jaws dropped, stunned by her insane request for a duel. The Dark Knight stands tall, completely healed, leaving a nearby soldier screaming in shock at the impossible recovery. With a sigh, the man breaks the news. That knight is strictly on guard duty and can't play around in a spar. Her face instantly collapses into a hilarious pout, devastated that she's missing out on a glorious brawl. She instantly realizes this creature is just a summon, disappointed that this man isn't the true master. He tells her if she's looking for the real summoner, she'd better head straight to Lunatic Lake. The girl mulls over the name, Lunatic Lake, the mysterious home of the summoner. After a heartbeat of silence, she makes her final choice. She shouts that it's way too early to head back and vanishes with a lightning-fast goodbye. The entire group is left standing in total shock after her explosive departure. The man is left speechless, wondering who that insanely powerful girl could actually be. We shift to the massive, sprawling palace of Al-Qaeda, looming against the mountain peaks. Inside the king's private office, a soldier reports that his mission is finally complete. He drops a heavy cloth-wrapped bundle onto the floor. The legendary core of the Beast Fiend. He turns to the silver-haired Lady Meera, offering his deepest thanks for the Dark Knight's intervention. Meera waves off his gratitude, but she notices something incredible has shifted within her summon. She realizes her Dark Knight actually gained a massive power boost from that intense battle. Burning with curiosity, Meera demands a full play-by-play of everything that happened during the mission. The man begins his report, reliving the bizarre and shocking encounter deep within the mines. He starts describing the mysterious girl who appeared out of nowhere to save them from certain death. He identifies her as a master of the legendary and devastating immortal arts. He mimics her wild hairstyle and shouts out her bizarre, aggressive battle cries. Mira's eyes widen as she realizes she knows exactly who he's talking about. The king dismisses the man, declaring they'll dive into the full details later. The moment the man steps out, the girls on the sofa start buzzing about the new intel. One of Mira's friends leans in, desperate to hear her take on the whole situation. Meera shouts that the description is a dead ringer for a girl she knows named Malin. The group guesses that Malin is probably trekking across the globe to sharpen her deadly combat skills. A woman in uniform suggests they just sit tight, betting that Malin will show up eventually. Meera isn't so sure, knowing Milan is famous for getting distracted by every shiny object she sees. A short-haired girl lets out a massive sigh, totally exhausted by her squad's chaotic energy. Another companion wishes just one person in their circle actually had their life together. The hilarious irony of their situation hits them all at the exact same time. They all burst out laughing, admitting they're way too scattered for anyone to ever find them. Their thunderous laughter roars through the massive open office. A single bead of sweat drips down, betraying the pure chaos of their situation. They decide to push the mystery of the wild Malin aside, at least for now. We cut to a vibrant, bustling city packed with stunning old-world charm. A massive clock tower looms over the sun-drenched square, ticking away the seconds. Locals swarm the cobblestone streets, caught up in the rush of their daily routines. We get a close-up look at the sea of boots and shoes stomping across the stone path. A pack of students erupts in excited chatter, their faces glowing with energy. One student shouts that since classes are over, the professor has to be in the lounge. Meera reveals her epic quest to track down the legendary Fool's Wonder camera and its hidden keys. She lays out her master plan to hunt down a man named Cleo at the academy and snag that second key. As she struts through the halls, two stunned students instantly recognize her and freeze in their tracks. Suddenly, the cat-eared Professor Hinata bounces over with a massive, joyful "Yay!" to welcome her. Meera checks in with Professor Hinata to see how the school has fared since her last world-shaking visit. A group of eager students proudly shows off their finished summoning homework, hoping to impress the professor. One student shouts at the top of their lungs, desperate to catch the eye of the legendary Lady Meera. The students are in awe, whispering and wondering exactly how she earned such a prestigious and formal title. A massive crowd swarms her instantly, begging for autographs and handshakes like she's a total superstar. Meera is totally flustered but finds it hilarious, so she gives in and signs an autograph for one hyper-excited student. Deep down, she's screaming because this chaotic fan club is definitely not why she came to the academy. She frantically searches through the chaotic crowd, desperate to find Cleo and beg for his help. Cleo meets her at the lounge door with a warm grin, teasing her about becoming the campus's newest celebrity. Once inside his office, he cuts straight to the point, asking if she's finally after the Wonder Camera's final floor. She gives him a firm nod, and without a moment's hesitation, he hands over the key she needs. A devious spark lights up Cleo's eyes as he asks what she has planned for the rest of the night. He knows for a fact that any quest involving the legendary Elder Donbulf is a guaranteed death trap. With a massive, thrill-seeking smile, he practically begs her to let him join the dungeon raid. He boasts that his blinding light magic is the only thing that can conquer that pitch-black labyrinth. Suddenly, Professor Hinata teleports into the room, demanding to join their high-stakes expedition. Cleo and Meera are left completely speechless by her explosive and totally unexpected entrance. She pitches the request as a golden opportunity to level up her own teaching skills. Hinata's betting that watching them in action will turn her into a world-class professor. Meera weighs the offer for a heartbeat before giving a cool, effortless nod of approval. Hinata absolutely explodes with joy, her face lighting up with a massive, radiant smile. Cleo cheers as she officially welcomes their newest member to the three-man squad. Two legendary keys gleam in the light, signaling the start of their epic descent into the labyrinth.